This arrogant amateur actually has the nerve to disrespect professional fighters, despite the fact he's only been training in the ring for a mere 2 weeks. Ryo possesses a level of velocity and grace that simply cannot be replicated. Even the most battle-hardened heavy hitters are powerless against his technique. Ryo's raw talent leaves a profound mark on the neighborhood coach. The coach was so stunned he summoned CA, the legendary mentor behind 5 world-class icons, who is currently scouring the globe in search of one final prodigy to inherit his legacy. CA observes the boy with a hawk-like gaze, scrutinizing every micro-movement. He instantly recognizes a level of God-given talent that defies logic, a natural gift that completely overshadows every athlete he has ever coached. Every strike and parry flows from him as naturally as breathing. Beyond his skill, the kid carries himself with an unmistakable magnetic swagger. In short, Ryo possesses every single ingredient required to become the next global phenomenon. However, his obsession with fame and his sheer laziness prevent him from toppling a veteran pro. A ruthless, more powerful brawler ultimately sees the victory through grit and grime. In that moment, a chaotic ruckus from the street catches CA's attention. Peering through the glass to investigate the noise, he spots a pack of predatory thugs ganging up on a solitary, isolated youth. A somber-looking boy who didn't even bother to raise his hands in self-defense. He stood there like a statue, absorbing every heavy blow without a flinch. Suddenly, CA felt a jolt of realization that shook him to his very core. He stared in utter disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. This boy was tracking every single incoming fist with perfect visual clarity. He simply lacked the motivation or the will to bother moving out of the way. Driven by curiosity, CA marched down to the street level. While the neighborhood coach was busy dismantling the bullies, CA ignored the chaos and asked the boy just one burning question. He demanded to know why the kid refused to evade those telegraph punches. The boy responded with cold indifference, claiming that dodging was simply too much effort. He then turned and strolled away as if nothing significant had occurred. That was the exact moment CA resolved to put this kid's potential to the ultimate test. He lunged forward, unleashing his most explosive and lightning-fast strike. But the boy read the trajectory perfectly and slipped the punch with zero effort. He treated the legendary trainer's best shot like a minor inconvenience. Coach CA was absolutely stunned by the effortless fluidity of the boy's evasion. Despite his age, no fighter in history had ever successfully dodged that specific blow. The fact this youth did it so nonchalantly confirms he possesses divine-tier capabilities. Unable to ignore such limitless potential, CA offered to mold him into a boxing legend. Yet the melancholic boy showed absolutely no spark of interest in sport. He questioned the fundamental appeal of hurting others for entertainment. CA realized this youth was missing the basic human instinct for conquest and dominance. He is the polar opposite of the flashier, white-haired prospect. The ego-driven talent CA had just finished evaluating in the gym. CA countered by telling him that the thrill of the strike is an unparalleled rush. Dominating an opponent provides a visceral sense of meaning and power, and that every soul deep down yearns to stand atop that mountain. Following that exchange, CA demonstrated the fundamentals of the jab, a crisp, rhythmic execution of the classic 1-2 combination. He issued a 30-day ultimatum for the boy to accept his life-changing mentorship. The indifferent kid merely gave a half-hearted shrug and vanished into the distance. The local coach sat there in total bewilderment, unable to grasp the situation. He couldn't fathom what specific quality CA saw in that hollow-eyed boy. CA explained that throughout his career, he has always gambled on his intuition. He felt that same primal spark with his 5 world champions and even with Ryo. But this shadowed youth represents a tier of talent that is entirely otherworldly. A single look into those eyes was enough to trigger a physical reaction in CA. Ice surged down his spine. The legendary trainer was visibly trembling after the encounter. That haunting gaze. The boy looked as though the entire world bored him to tears, even while being brutally ambushed by a pack of violent street thugs. That's why CA ambushed him with a lethal strike from his blind spot. Yet the kid sensed the incoming threat and flowed past the fist like water. It wasn't a lucky break or some frantic animal reflex that saved him. He moved with surgical precision, acting as if he had seen the future play out. CA has mentored a lifetime of prodigies, but he has never encountered a soul like this. You might assume his nervous system is just tuned for high-speed reactions. But it goes deeper than that. The specific way he avoided CA's killing blow. revealed that he exists in a world where time crawls at a completely different speed. To put it bluntly, he isn't just a gifted human. He is a biological anomaly. The following morning at the high school, Jay is being tormented by a group of predators. He's the textbook definition of a fragile scholar. He's forced to act as a literal chair for Rio, the white-haired tyrant who blends gym bill strength with a cruel streak. Rio thrives on the hollow worship of his cronies, who fuel his ego with dreams of championship gold. In Rio's mind, the world is binary, pathetic weaklings like that loner and his geeky friend, and predators like himself. He's basically the aggressive, spike-haired villain of his own story. These low-life thugs make a habit of terrorizing our protagonist whenever they cross paths. Their primary hobby is breaking Jay's spirit. The poor kid is a constant punching bag for their malice. During the lunch break, they ruin his meal with trash and demand he finish it. The boy is forced to comply because he lacks the strength to resist. He endures the soul-crushing disrespect in silence, feeling his dignity wither away. While the rest of the campus is full of life, Jay hides away with a mysterious introvert since they share the same bottom-tier social status. Jay is baffled that you possesses such elite physical gifts yet refuses to play any sport out of sheer boredom. As far as anyone knows, this guy has zero ambitions. He's just drifting through existence on autopilot. You turns the question on Jay, who admits his dream is to honor his father's martial legacy. While the two are sharing a rare moment of connection, Rio intervenes. He absolutely loathes seeing a loser find a moment of peace or friendship. He fires a high-velocity kick, sending a ball screaming toward Jay, but then the impossible happens. Yu snatches the projectile out of the air with terrifying ease. Rio's temper hits a boiling point as his ego takes a direct hit. He delivers a stinging slap to Yu's face for the crime of standing his ground. Rio leans in, desperate to see a flicker of terror in the boy's pupils. But Yu just stares back with a vacant, dead-eyed expression, completely unfazed by the intimidation. Secretly, Jay has been pushing his body to the limit, trying to become a warrior like his father. To Jay, his dad represents the pinnacle of human bravery and strength. Consequently, Jay feels like a total disgrace for failing to defend his friend against Rio's tyranny. That knockoff Bakugo is the physical manifestation of Jay's deepest insecurities. The situation leaves him feeling utterly worthless and small. Plunged into a deep funk, Jay hides in his room, questioning if he could ever hope to challenge such a monster. From Jay's perspective, his bully's power level is genuinely broken. He's watched that white-haired demon dismantle opponents far larger and more experienced than himself. It wasn't even a fight. It was a sadistic display of dominance, like a predator toying with its prey. The four-eyed scholar believed the bully was an unstoppable force. Seeking a spark of wisdom, Jay turned to his father for guidance, a man who had spent his younger years trading blows in the ring. He desperately needed to know how to overcome an opponent with superior power. His father explained that victory requires pouring one's entire soul into the fight. That grit separates the icons from the amateurs. Even so, his father vividly recalled the paralyzing dread of facing a true juggernaut. In those dark moments, even a professional is tempted to surrender. He admitted it sometimes felt safer to abandon hope than to be systematically dismantled. But therein lies the trap. The moment a warrior folds, their journey ends. Jay's father confessed a hard-earned truth. The ultimate hallmark of a fighter is the iron will to rise again, regardless of the carnage. However, he dryly noted that in any other walk of life, running away is usually the smartest play. He made it clear that true bravery is magnificent, whether you are boxing gloves or not. Finding a strange peace in his father's words, the boy finally drifted into a restless sleep. The focus now shifts toward the enigmatic Yu. While ascending the school stairs, he crossed paths with that punchable face once again. Rio was hungering for a brutal rematch and had even tracked the boy to his front door. Attempting to discipline the youth, Rio spat insults and tried to goad him into a brawl. Yu maintained his signature icy detachment, treating the bully like background noise. This indifference earned him a sharp, disrespectful strike to the back of the head. Rio vowed to turn Yu's existence into a living nightmare by extorting him. Then, he strutted away as usual. Yet, Yu's hollow world remained perfectly, eerily still. During his trek back home, Rio's temper flared. He was losing his mind just thinking about the vacant, haunted eyes of the boy he just cornered. Suddenly, Rio spotted a rival gang looking for trouble. They were itching to see if the rumors about his strength were true. Seeking an outlet for his boiling rage, the jerk launched a devastating haymaker into the leader's jaw, folding the man like a lawn chair instantly. He took a sadistic pleasure in dismantling them one by one. Watching their faces contort in agony gave him a twisted, euphoric rush. That night, Yu sat in the shadows with his cat. His gaze was so void of life, he looked like a literal phantom. The next day, the clock hit 0. This was the moment Jay had meticulously mentally rehearsed. Even in the safety of the classroom, he had to fight every instinct to keep from visibly trembling. To his utter shock, the bullies didn't even acknowledge his presence. Jay was baffled. The sudden silence from his tormentors felt completely unnatural. Then he noticed he was absent. A sinking feeling told him there was a dark reason for his own safety. His fears were confirmed elsewhere as Yu was being systematically brutalized in a desolate warehouse for failing to pay Rio's tax. The bullies' lackeys were using the boy as a literal human heavy bag for target practice. Rio stood by like a dark mentor, critiquing their form while savoring the one-sided violence. Suddenly, the heavy doors swung open as Jay charged in, screaming for the madness to end. A deafening silence filled the room just before the wave of terror hit him. The boy's pulse hammered against his ribs, realizing he had just crossed a line he couldn't uncross. The raw fear began to erode the fragile courage he had built up before entering the fray. His legs felt like lead, but there was no turning back. He gritted his teeth and raised his fists. This display of defiance stunned Rio, but Jay's tremors had finally vanished. Recalling his father's lessons, the boy found his line and snapped out a sharp jab. It landed clean, and he followed through with a thunderous straight right. The impact shocked even him, while simultaneously lighting a fire of pure rage in his opponent. Seeing that his training actually drew blood, a surge of genuine confidence washed over Jay. For a fleeting second, it was his adversary who looked shaken by the sudden resistance. But the celebration was short-lived, as Rio stepped forward to personally end the rebellion. He intended to etch this humiliation into Jay's soul for the rest of his life. Even the thugs felt a twinge of pity for the nerd facing the final boss. Rio dared him to attack, while Jay realized his true trial had begun. The budget Bakugo mocked him, but Jay felt a surge of main character energy, believing he could actually pull off a miracle. Jay lunged with a straight punch, but Rio slipped it with insulting ease. I might hate the guy, but Rio is moving like he's got ultra instinct active with those dodges. Jay narrowed his focus, pouring every ounce of will in a landing just one decisive blow. But the poor kid was so drained that Rio began to openly mock his sluggish movements. The bully whipped a hand across Jay's face, leaving a jagged, bloody mark. The light in Jay's eyes began to dim as the crushing weight of impending defeat returned. Rio stood over him, taunting the boy to keep struggling. A heavy fist collided with Jay's jaw, sending his vision into a chaotic spin. Panic flooded his mind as he realized he was trapped in a cage with a literal monster. Gasping for air, he knew he was doomed for ever challenging the king. Rio's minions chimed in, layering verbal poison onto his physical wounds. Rio loomed over him, asking the broken boy if he was finally ready to beg for mercy. But the answer was a defiant no. Jay channeled his inner Rocky and forced himself back to his feet. He squared up once more, fully aware that he was outclassed in every possible way. His desperate new strategy was to play the long game and exhaust his tormentor. But Rio was just playing with his food, arrogantly fighting with one hand tucked behind his back. Even handicapped, Rio's strikes bypassed Jay's guard like they weren't even there. A localized storm of pain descended, while Jay focused entirely on the simple, agonizing task of remaining upright. A soul-crushing blow buried itself deep into his midsection. While the sadistic athlete marveled at the entertainment value of the beating, the scholar finally understood the brutal, unpolished reality of a true street war. Yet his spirit remained unbroken. He planned to absorb every hit until a miracle happened. Rio seemed to be reading Jay's thoughts before they even formed. He treated the boy to a masterclass of pain, striking every vulnerable point. Jay was under fire from all sides. Even the thugs thought this had crossed the line into a public execution. Jay endured the onslaught, searching for one golden opening. One single chance to land a shot that mattered. Then, the moment arrived, Rio overcommit to a massive haymaker, leaving his chin exposed. Jay launched a desperate counter uppercut. A cinematic comeback? Not a chance. Rio dodged with supernatural grace and countered with a god-tier strike. It slammed directly into Jay's face with the force of a car crash. Jay's father didn't have a highlight reel of legendary knockouts. He wasn't a household name for bravery. The very trait his son worshipped was a ghost of a legacy. The boy had given everything, and now he lay crumpled on the concrete. Rio had rattled his brain so badly he couldn't tell up from down. The bully mocked his weak tactics, having predicted every move with zero effort. But the curtain hadn't fallen. The nerd refused to tap out, even with his dignity shredded. Jay absorbed a barrage of stinging slaps. Rio made sure the boy experienced every circle of hell he could conjure. Dropping Jay to the floor once more, the boy clung to his father's words and scraped the bottom of his soul for the strength to stand. Rio actually praised his persistence, offering a twisted respect by promising to stop the bullying if he stayed down. But he underestimated the boy. He wasn't dealing with a victim, but a warrior in the making. Jake dragged himself up again, driven by a primal need for one true victory. You watched the scene with haunting intensity, while the bully's patience finally snapped. Rio lost his composure, unleashing a bone-shattering strike that echoed through the warehouse. He swung with such homicidal fury that his own crew feared he was about to commit a murder. Jay's face was a distorted mask of pain. Crimson, battered, and more pathetic than anyone should ever have to be. Rio viewed the boy's refusal to die as a direct declaration of war against his ego. He spat the word loser like a curse to validate his own crumbling superiority. But the real shocker for the bully was that Jake didn't care about winning the fight anymore. He looked Rio in the eye and called him a fool for missing the point entirely. Through this trial by fire, Jay had forged a soul of iron. He didn't care about the shallow fame of a thug. His spirit was finally screaming aloud. The moment he announced his goal of becoming a prize fighter, those bold words left a lasting mark on Yu's mind. But they infuriated Rio. The clash of wills caused Rio to unleash an even more savage beating. Suddenly, a piercing question from Yu plunged the entire room into a heavy silence. Yu repeated the same query he once posed to Coach K about the joy of inflicting pain. The perspective shifts to Coach K, who reveals he followed his raw intuition upon meeting that somber youth. It was the same instinctive pull he felt while sculpting previous world icons. However, this particular boy was a completely different species of talent. Back at the scene, Yu stands tall against Rio. The lackeys try to act like intimidating enforcers. The introvert perfectly mirrored Coach K's technique, landing a 1-2 combo that left the thug dazed. Coach K confessed that he shuddered with pure thrill the moment he encountered the boy. The sheer impact of Yu's strikes commanded a deathly quiet throughout the room. The thugs rushed him one by one, only to be systematically dismantled. Rio watched the carnage unfold as if his very spirit had evaporated from his body. Coach K noted that the boy's eyes tracked every incoming fist with chilling precision, as if nothing in the physical world was captivating enough to hold his interest. This extraordinary demeanor was something Coach K felt compelled to test personally. He had unleashed a devastating blow intended to shatter the boy's composure. The outcome was undeniable. The boy evaded the strike with supernatural grace. He possessed a quality that elite fighters spend decades trying to master. It wasn't a matter of luck or timing. It was something fundamentally beyond nature. Even the world's premier coach had to concede he'd never met a genius like you. Now the masks are off. Rio was overcome by a strange, suffocating sense of dread. Yu's predatory, lifeless stare pushed him past the breaking point. Yu exploded forward with terrifying speed, and in an instant, Rio felt as though the right side of his face had been vaporized. He shrieked in agony, finally tasting the karma he had so liberally dealt to others. Meanwhile, Yu looked down at him with total, haunting indifference. The former bully was reduced to a shivering victim, paralyzed by a fear he couldn't name. In Coach K's expert estimation, that boy isn't just human. He is a genuine monster, the ultimate definition of being built differently. Let's revisit the history of Rio, who just fell to a single jab. As a child, he saw flaws in every fighter's stance. Despite rocking a ridiculous hairstyle, he spent his youth crushing everyone in his path. The young Rio began to view himself as an invincible god because no one could check his ego. The intoxicating high of total domination drove him to seek out more victims. He fed on the misery and terror of his opponents. It warped his very soul. He brutalized so many people that he became a notorious legend across the country. Rio thrived when massive challengers tried to humble him. He lived for those moments. He cherished every second of knocking them out, proving to everyone that he was untouchable. After a flawless winning streak, Rio actually believed he had reached a state of divine enlightenment. But the tables have turned violently. He was broken by a predator that nearly snuffed out his life. His long-held delusions of grandeur were shattered in a heartbeat. Yet in his arrogance, Rio brushed it off as a fluke, blaming a simple lapse in his own focus, the fool. He gathered every ounce of his remaining strength, obsessed with dropping you once and for all. Rio committed his entire body weight into one final, desperate punch. He saw you duck, but the expressionless boy had already countered the move. Rio lunged for the head, certain it was a kill shot. But impossible doesn't exist for someone like you. He evaded the strike like a ghost. Ryo's heart sank as he realized he was utterly finished. You drove a jab like a sledgehammer into him before raining down a chaotic storm of strikes. The divine talent Ryo boasted of proved worthless against an opponent from a higher plane of existence. The monster loomed over him, proving every apex predator has a natural enemy. After the beating, Ryo woke up screaming in a hospital bed as if escaping a nightmare. He soon realized his body was a wreck. Ryo was forced to face a brand new sensation: total loss, hollow fear, and absolute despair. He finally swallowed the bitter pill of defeat and, like a broken child, sobbed over his ruined reputation. Meanwhile, Coach K is consumed by his new obsession. He wants you on his roster more than anything he's ever desired. The man's fixation is so intense, he's practically willing to kidnap the boy to secure his talent. In a strange twist, while the gym expected Ryo, you wandered in with a chilling aura, looking as though he had just tossed their star pupil into the trash. Coach K felt a shiver of delight seeing you ready to train. You accepted, but with one condition. He demanded enough cash to settle the mounting hospital expenses. Coach K laughed, asking if Ryo provided any thrill. Shockingly, you replied that Ryo was just plain boring. Coach K roared with laughter, ready to spend a fortune to secure you's future, whatever it took to bring you under his wing. The two visited the hospital. It was almost dark comedy how little K cared for Ryo's mangled state anymore. You's only real concern was checking on Jay's recovery, honoring the warrior's spirit he saw in the nerd's heart. After clearing the debts for both boys, you led the coach back to his dwelling. It was a hauntingly vacant apartment that reflected a life of total isolation. At long last, the legendary trainer asked for the boy's name. The question stirred up the ghosts of Yu's tragic past and his mother's end. With only his surname to his memory, the boy introduced himself simply as Yu. Coach K vowed to lead this quiet youth into a world more vibrant and violent than he could imagine. The paths of the mentor and the monster finally converged. And in that same moment, the arrogant were discarded. Ryo couldn't even meet Jay's gaze, while the weak Jay stood tall and resolute. The time for departure arrived. You had no baggage except a small pack, and his one constant companion, his cat. Coach K decided it was time for his new prodigy to look the part. A fresh haircut transformed him into a striking, formidable figure. They reached the airport where Coach K's elite team was waiting. Carmen, the sharp gym manager, welcomed them and ushered them to the car. Before his first official bout, Yu already had a luxury home provided by his new mentor. They headed straight to the K Boxing Club, the legendary birthplace of world champions. They boasted the most advanced, scientifically backed training on the planet. As you toured the facility, the veteran fighters were stunned. The boy looked deceptively fragile to their untrained eyes. Carmen reminded him that K's personal coaching is a rare honor, but Yu's blank stare only annoyed her. Yu was introduced to the gym's security detail, but his gaze was fixed on the wall of fame showcasing former legends, specifically Aaron Tide, the most perfect killing machine K had ever created. The coach wanted Yu to feel the electricity of a championship atmosphere. He ordered Carmen to get front row seats to a title fight, so you could see a monster like himself in action. Beneath the roar of the arena, the ring awaited its warriors. The reigning champ was a force of nature, crushing his challenger with every blow. Each punch sent seismic waves through the stadium and the opponent's body, until a final brutal knockout brought the spectacle to a close. Aaron Tide stood victorious, defending his heavyweight crown once again. Coach K whispered for Yu to remember that sound, promising he would soon surpass Aaron's glory. With K's guidance, the lonely boy would soon rule the world, fulfilling the coach's darkest ambitions. The boy couldn't forget the man who had dragged him out of the shadows. He woke up the next morning in his sterile new room, ready to begin his reign. Among the pride of lions, one specific brawler had managed to capture K's intense interest. The ginger-haired youth was desperate to be forged under the direct guidance of Coach K. K considered the request a joke, claiming the boy wouldn't land a finger on Yu, but promised that if he somehow did, he'd mold him into a world champion. Whispers of the clash between Josh and Yu electrified the gym. Josh was a powerhouse who lived for the grind, a former youth title holder who had humbled pros, yet K viewed him with total indifference. K bluntly told him that athletes of his caliber were a dime a dozen. In short, he called the kid mediocre. K admitted he had no patience for those with obvious ceilings. Josh took the insult as fuel, vowing to demolish Yu and force the old man to eat his words. Stepping into the squared circle, Josh was a picture of lethal focus, treating this like his ultimate survival. But as he locked eyes with his adversary, He realized the rookie didn't even have the basic knowledge to wrap his own hands. Josh's blood boiled at the thought of being pitted against a total novice who knew nothing of the sweet science. The atmosphere was thick with anticipation as everyone crowded around the ring. You appeared deceptively frail, a ghostly, gaunt figure who looked more like a shut-in gamer than an elite athlete. While the skeptics snickered, the wise ones knew Kay never gambled on a loser. As they prepped, Kay checked if you felt any pressure. The stoic prodigy simply found the entire spectacle tedious. The legendary mentor shared one final, golden rule. The secret to boxing is simply never getting hit. With that pearl of wisdom, he stepped away, leaving the two warriors to settle it. Kay was visibly vibrating with dark excitement, eager to watch his monster unleash his true nature. The opening bell rang, and Josh exploded forward with a relentless storm of leather. But his target vanished, dodging the onslaught with an eerie, effortless grace. It was as if he was reading Josh's mind. No matter how explosive the combinations, they couldn't even graze the rookie's skin. Watching this masterclass, Kay felt a primal urge to drop you into a real war zone just to watch him dismantle the world. It became clear that Kay had traded power for absolute velocity. You didn't even flinch as punches whistled past. Everything moved in slow motion for him, leaving Josh gasping for air after only a few seconds. The veteran was in total shock that he couldn't touch a kid who looked like he'd blow away in a stiff breeze. Kay's brutal honesty had already scarred the boy's ego. And now Josh realized it wasn't just mind games. It was a terrifying reality. The ginger-haired fighter felt like he was punching at a phantom behind a mountain of steel. Refusing to crumble, Josh pivoted his strategy. He unleashed a chaotic dance of feints and tricky movements. But he remained unblinking while Josh pushed himself to the edge of collapse. A glimpse into his past revealed that Josh prided himself on being the hardest worker in the building. He had sacrificed years of his life to the gym, worshiping the icons on the wall, dreaming of the day his own name would be whispered in the same breath. But in the face of Yu's perfection, that hope was rapidly turning into bitter resentment. Kay mused on the cruelty of the sport. Many reach greatness through sweat, but they all eventually hit a wall. In that moment, Josh felt his own ceiling crashing down. Against a god-tier genius, his years of sacrifice seemed like a drop in the ocean. Kay noted that fighters like Josh shouldn't feel shame. They're the backbone of the sport, forged by their own grit. The first round concluded as the referee stepped between the two mismatched souls. Josh was physically shattered, while Kay leaned in, commanding his silent prodigy to end the charade with a clean, surgical strike to the jaw. Yu's entire repertoire consisted of only two commands: strike and evade. Kay believed that a talent this pure shouldn't be tainted by standard drills. He wanted Yu to follow his instincts and hunt the target. The old man was absolutely infatuated with his discovery. He went as far as calling the boy the living essence of boxing itself. As the second round loomed, the outlook for the ginger-haired brawler was grim. Josh acknowledged Yu's supernatural reflexes, but bet his life that the rookie lacked the stamina that only comes from years of conditioning. His plan was to drown him in volume, applying constant pressure to break his lungs. Josh moved forward, clinging to his tactical hope. But the moment the bell echoed, the boy was erased from consciousness by a single, blinding flash of a fist. He was out before he even hit the canvas. When Josh finally drifted back to reality, the gym was a ghost town. The crushing weight of the knockout settled in. He had been completely neutralized, until Yu, showing a rare spark, offered him one more round of sparring. Josh felt it was futile, knowing they lived in two different universes of ability. Yet, something in Josh's eyes reminded Yu of the unbreakable spirit Jay had shown. As he walked away, Josh wondered if he stood a chance against the other talent Kay had recently scouted. Yu paused to reflect for a heartbeat. Instead of picturing Rio's arrogant face, he saw Jay's bloody, determined smile, the boy who refused to stay down. With that thought, Yu concluded that Jay was the stronger warrior and left, leaving Josh to process his bitter defeat in the shadows. 2 years of intense secrecy have passed since that fateful encounter. A massive, blonde investigator, looking like a titan from an epic, is trying to unmask Kay's mystery fighter. Solid intel on Yu is scarce, but one terrifying fact has leaked. He's been training his cardiovascular system with religious obsession. Yu pushes his body until his heart screams and his lungs burn. Then he returns to his solitude to wash away the sweat of the grind. The once skinny youth has been rebuilt into a terrifying engine of lean muscle. Meanwhile, at the professional arena, John Taker, a gritty lightweight with a mediocre record, is selected as the sacrificial lamb for Yu's debut. Taker is a bottom feeder who specializes in crushing the dreams of newcomers. a gatekeeper who thrives on dirty tactics and psychological warfare. Carmen wasn't worried about the skill gap, but she was baffled by Yu's methods. All he did was run and watch tapes of legendary champions. Coach K just watched from the shadows, leaning on his cane with a knowing smirk. John Taker, a bald thug covered in sinister ink, was busy punishing a heavy bag. His signature move was a dirty clinch followed by a devastating hook, a maneuver that earned him a reputation as a career ender. Taker's manager introduced him to a sleazy reporter named Peter Ken. The reporter, looking like a caricature of a man, was shocked to get FaceTime with the rookie killer. He knew the fans were hungry for a bloodbath. They wanted to see Taker expose K's secret weapon. The blonde investigator watched, knowing the stakes. Taker ranted that gifted fighters were just soft targets, and he lived for the moment their eyes went blank. He viewed his bullying as a public service to the stupidly talented. He didn't care about the rules. His only goal was to leave his opponent in a heap. When Peter questioned his ethics, Taker laughed him off, mocking anyone who fought fair. His greatest weapon was his willingness to break the rules and shock the rookies into submission. He preached his street philosophy, drawing comparisons to the middleweight king, Fabrizio Santorino. Taker worshipped the Santorino brothers as the ultimate examples of peak violence. He ended the session with a chilling warning for K and his new golden boy, promising to shatter their hype. Yet, once the cameras were off, even a thug like John wondered if he was walking into a trap. His manager had to snap him out of his internal panic, telling him to just do his job. In the outside world, the hype around you was reaching a fever pitch. Speculation labeled him an outboxer, a master of distance and points who would avoid a brawl. Carmen handled the media frenzy like a pro, shutting down their prying questions. John heard the commotion from the other side of the dressing room wall. The noise only fueled his desire to silence the crowd and the kid. The lights dimmed, signaling the start of the main event. The arena erupted into boos as John made his way to the ring, relishing his role as the villain. The announcers were electric, ready for this highly anticipated lightweight clash. The world was finally going to see the last disciple of the legendary Coach K. John smirked, ready to turn the stadium's excitement into a funeral for a dream. Yu, standing a modest 5 feet 9 inches, entered the ring with a haunting stillness. K was right there, guiding his monster. Under the blinding house lights, Yu looked like a statue of ice. Peter Ken watched intently, still confused by Yu's unconventional, endurance-only training. Taker had been coached to believe Yu would try to keep his distance, so he planned to force a bloody inside fight. K gave Yu his final instructions. They were going to execute their strategy with surgical precision. The commentators ramped up the energy, predicting a legendary debut for the newcomer. Even Taker felt a chill from Yu's dead-eyed composure. He prepared to unleash hell the moment the bell rang. With the tension at a breaking point and all eyes on the center of the ring, the first chapter of the monster's legend finally began. Being a deceptive snake, John's opening gambit was a fake glove touch to land a cheap shot. But he felt a bone-chilling shiver when you stared him down with a gaze as cold as a barrel pressed against his forehead. John's mental fortress crumbled instantly, and then something beyond belief occurred. You unleashed a surgical strike that grazed his cheek, leaving the entire arena breathless. The memory shifts back to K's strategic briefing before the opening bell. It turns out K was always certain of Yu's arsenal and was orchestrating a way to electrify the spectators. John's pupils dilated in shock. The veteran was visibly coming apart at the seams. But Yu offered no reprieve. He trapped him with a barrage of strikes calculated to slice the air right at his skin. Coach K intended for this debut to be a visceral demonstration for the entire sporting world. John blinked through the haze to find his features transformed into a crimson tapestry. The damage was so alarming that the ringside medical official had to pause the slaughter. The veteran doctor, with over 2 decades of experience, was baffled by the nature of the wounds. The medic explained that while these blows should cause blunt force trauma, the incisions were as clean as a blade. The doctor was stunned that Yu's padded gloves were producing surgical lacerations instead of common bruising. A suffocating wave of dread washed over John. He was drowning in a sea of pure, unadulterated fear. The doctor surprised the crowd by clearing little Johnny to continue, as there was no internal brain trauma. Yet little Johnny was walking through a dream. He stubbornly refused to quit, driven by a desperate pride. This reckless defiance forced the referee to stay on the edge of his seat. The bald brawler couldn't comprehend how a rookie could be this unnatural. To his mind, boxing was a game of logic and repetition. Instead, he felt no humanity from his opponent. Yu was an apex predator, a demon harvesting souls without a flicker of pity. He tried to seize the initiative, but he couldn't even breach Yu's space without his head being snapped back. John simply couldn't fathom how Yu was predicting his every impulse with such effortless ease. Yu herded him into the corner until John questioned his own sanity. Our stoic lead then launched a vicious uppercut, turning the match into a brutal street execution. John was being dismantled, and the sight of spraying blood horrified the onlookers. The outcome was no longer in doubt. Even the bald fighter's corner had to admit that Yu was merely playing with his food. Poor John couldn't deflect a single blow without feeling the kinetic energy pierce through his very bones. He continued to be pulverized, his downfall becoming a tragic spectacle for all to see. The primitive fear of death finally forced his spirit to buckle. This display of absolute violence polarized the room, turning looks of horror into a fever pitch of excitement. They were witnessing the birth of a titan, a masterpiece of Coach K's dark design. The once silent arena erupted into a primal roar, exactly the reception K had predicted. John became convinced that you could end a life without a single heartbeat of hesitation. In a final act of desperation, the cheater planned a dirty blow to cripple Yu's foundation. But the trickster was completely outclassed by Yu, who anticipated the foul before it even began. The spectators jeered his cowardice. Being as resilient as a cockroach couldn't save him from his fate. Yu responded with jabs as sharp as razors, but the rhythm of the fight had shifted. John's corner thought they saw a glimmer of hope as Yu entered the pocket. They banked on the headlock hook to turn the tide. Instead, the weight of the universe seemed to fall on John. His face was a mask of blood, and his reputation was in tatters. The cacophony of the crowd's cheers drove him to the brink of madness as he lay paralyzed on the canvas. Before this night of infamy, John was a struggling amateur who had faced rejection at every turn. His trainer used to believe his skull was his greatest weapon. He recalled a story about a future opponent who was an Olympic titan, a decorated champion who had made the transition into the professional ranks. John had accepted his role as a stepping stone in the wrestler's debut. Despite his coach's pity, John's obsession with the ring kept him hungry. And then, true to the script, he was utterly decimated by the superior athlete. John felt the staggering power as the champion landed thunderous strikes to his ribs and jaw. John swung a desperate hook, but was countered with a rib-shattering blow. He was being systematically broken, but that was the moment John's true character emerged. He lived by the ruthless code of the streets, having been forged in the dark alleys of his youth. Once he found the structure of boxing, he finally found a reason to live. In that historic bout, John used a forbidden headbutt to surprise the Olympic champion, leveling the giant with a single, illegal impact. No one in the stadium believed the underdog would actually topple the gold medalist. The champion rose, but the psychological dynamic of the contest had been forever altered. The poisonous thrill of that victory changed John's soul. It wasn't long before John seized the win and a reputation as a dangerous prospect. He wasn't born a villain, but it was the only path to the spotlight. Returning to the present, the bald veteran is being ridiculed by the global audience. The world is laughing at his expense while his mentor stares at his broken form. The coach knows that despite the tough talk, John is a man haunted by the trauma of every war he's fought. His coach remains the only soul who sees the human being beneath the dirty fighter persona, even as the rest of the world spits on his name. The coach still values John's grit, giving the broken man a final reason to keep breathing. Empowered by those words, John lunged forward with a desperate, high-velocity haymaker. He cursed those like you, who would never understand the pain of being discarded by society. John attempted his signature foul one last time, and actually managed a heavy connection. The arena fell silent in shock, though Coach K didn't move a muscle. The reality was far grimmer. It wasn't a headbutt, but a direct collision of fists. John had poured his soul into that punch, resulting in his own hand being shattered like glass. You used that split second of agony as an invitation to land the final, crushing blow K had requested. After the carnage, John's body gave out, and he was sent into the shadow realm by a perfect knockout. The crowd continued to pelt him with insults even as he lay unconscious. John's trainer begged him to wake up, drowning in the guilt of his own failed guidance. Tragically, the old man lacked the strength to truly save his pupil from his own nature. Seeing the heartbreak on his mentor's face, John tried one last time to find his footing. He was still breathing, still willing to trade shots with the phantom standing over him. John had wanted to be a hero, a champion just like the idols he worshipped, but his spirit finally snapped when he realized the vast, unbridgeable gap between them. The bell rang, signaling the end and awarding you his first official professional victory. History will record Yu's debut as the arrival of a cold-blooded demon in the boxing world. The cheers reached a deafening roar. Peter the reporter was stunned to see Taker's foul play backfire into a soul-crushing counter. It was undeniable. You possesses a talent that transcends human biology. Kay had finally found his monster. Peter knew the elite heavyweights would be watching with bated breath. Josh, watching from afar, finally accepted the cold truth of his own limitations. He realized he would never touch the sun and chose to pursue a life behind a bar instead. Yu's mere presence had extinguished his fire. Meanwhile, Jay is training with a renewed intensity, still vibrating from the awe of Yu's performance. He had always clung to the belief that hard work could bridge any gap. His training partner told him to stay grounded, as Yu was a mountain no one could ever climb. Regardless, Jay aimed to one day earn Yu's respect, pushing his conditioning to a frantic new pace. It is that relentless, perhaps delusional belief that keeps them both grinding through the pain, but while Jay is inspired, others are lurking in the shadows, calculating how to kill the king. The refined, budget Bakugo may look like a gentleman now, but he still sees with envy at the mention of Yu's name. The conversation shifts to Gene, the undisputed king of the lightweight division. Despite his status, even Gene was mesmerized by the masterclass he put on in the ring. Then there is the gluttonous powerhouse, a man who looks like he could devour a small planet. And he had the audacity to call our protagonist average. This heavyweight-sized lightweight is convinced he'll steal the Rookie of the Year title, ignoring the scale entirely. The media predicts the lightweight division will become the center of the world because of Yu's magnetic pull. Kay has unleashed a superstar with the aura of an assassin. Yet, an even more popular figure looms, the heir to the Jihad Group empire. But it's not the wealth that's terrifying, it's his lethal, high-speed technical brilliance. The stage is set for a collision between Yu and Kasim. The victor of that blood match will earn the right to challenge Gene, the man who has held the throne for 15 years. Kasim tore through the door like a wild grizzly bear fresh from a hunt. Ready for his next target, he stood before his director, who was absolutely livid because his star fighter had disappeared and returned looking like a stuffed turkey. Kasim was completely unfazed by the mockery, his internal drive to dominate burning like an unquenchable fire. He was roaming the streets, offering $10 bills to any person bold enough to trade blows with him. His trainer vividly recalled Kasim's first day at the gym. It was pure chaos, yet the guy was dead serious about his goals. He had one singular obsession, seizing the world championship title immediately. Truth be told, he started off as nothing more than a loudmouth, conceited prick. The trainer assumed a taste of authentic boxing would be enough to send him running home in tears. However, the plan backfired when Kasim absolutely devoured his sparring partner. The newcomer steamrolled every veteran in the building using nothing but raw, unpolished talent. With a face that rugged, he looks like he snacks on professional brawlers for breakfast. The manager was genuinely stunned that he refused to refine his wild, chaotic fighting style. Kasim belittled his rivals, as if dismantling them were nothing more than a schoolyard game. Despite being the gym's star, the manager utterly despised his disrespectful approach to the sport. Kasim slipped a blow and fired back with a devastating, lightning-fast uppercut. He moved with surgical precision, looking like a high-tier boss from a retro fighting game. He went on a violent tear, using bizarre moves while leaving his own guard completely neglected. His coach was fuming, screaming that those unorthodox strikes were a disgrace to traditional rules. Kasim had the sheer nerve to offer to buy out the entire facility just to rewrite the rulebook to his liking. As much as the manager loathed him, he had to admit this guy, who looked like a social media shut-in, was a genuine prodigy. By single-handedly flattening 20 men, Kasim proved his bravado was backed by iron. He was a born warrior, destined to snatch the championship belt from anyone's hands. After a mere fortnight of training, Kasim had crushed 1,000 foes and forged a godlike physique. He was pure, rippling muscle. Despite being soft and out of shape 2 weeks prior, he now had ironclad abs and infinite lung capacity. Kasim was a primal force that followed no schedule but his own. He pushed the boundaries of human biology to the edge. His coach couldn't fathom anyone toppling him. Standing amidst a sea of defeated sparring partners, Kasim was being groomed as the ultimate threat to the lightweight king. Then there was James, a struggling pro who couldn't even afford a nutritious meal for his little boy. Living on the edge of poverty, he fed his son thin potato soup. Yet the child never uttered a word of complaint. The weight of bills and current inflation bore down on James just like the rest of us. He pinned all his hopes on the next winner's purse to finally provide a banquet. Yet, on the eve of the fight, Kasim was missing. That's because the redhead was busy smashing down the doors to Yu's training center, bellowing for you to come out and face him like a man. None of the locals had ever laid eyes on this loudmouthed stranger before. Even the legendary Coach K was taken aback by the tomato-haired intruder's sudden arrival. Kay began acting strangely, inspecting the intruder's leg strength and overall physical proportions. Kay concluded that the man was a rare, explosive cocktail of raw power and unhinged madness. He lacked Aaron's refined grace, but his fists carried the impact of a high-speed collision. Coach K began to relish the thought of you utterly dismantling this chaotic freak. The redhead barked that he wanted a preview of you before their inevitable clash in the ring. Kay informed him that he was currently deep into a grueling cardio session and suggested he go hunt him down. The scene cuts to you, who was midway through his run when Kasim launched a sudden, unprovoked ambush. You reacted with a lightning counter, but to his surprise, Kasim actually managed to parry the strike. The loudmouth, looking like a caricature from a Saturday morning cartoon, bragged that he was the one destined to end Yu's streak. However, Yu's complete lack of interest caused Kasim to lose his mind in a fit of rage. Before storming off, the Tomato Head warned you that the ring would be his graveyard. He scrambled away like a theatrical villain, leaving a bewildered you behind. Back in the professional ring, Kasim was a beast, overwhelming his opponent. He tricked his rival with a fake uppercut before landing a soul-crushing heavyweight-style hammer fist. Every impact sent tremors through his opponent's entire skeletal frame, until the man finally buckled, collapsing onto the mat in total defeat. Coach K observed the slaughter alongside his elite five-man analytical team. He viewed Kasim as a fascinating anomaly. Most fighters avoid his style because his movements are technically clumsy and inefficient. Yet his freakish athleticism allows him to turn those flaws into lethal weapons. His explosive mobility puts him at the top of the food chain. Meanwhile, James, Kasim's current opponent, made the tragic mistake of trying to stand back up for more. The frenzied brawler still had plenty of painful parting gifts to deliver. James felt a chilling sense of impending doom in his gut, but he steeled himself to fire one last counterpunch, hoping to halt Kasim's terrifying momentum. It was a clash of classic technique against erratic chaos. The end was near as Kasim charged like a guided missile. He zipped through James's final defensive window with predatory ease. A blur of crimson filled James's vision as the finishing blow connected. He dropped to his knees a final time before falling motionless onto the canvas. Kasim basked in the arena's roar, assuming the job was done, but James refused to stay down. He was clinging to a sliver of consciousness. He couldn't quit. He had a solemn promise to keep to his son. He tried to plead with Kasim to show some respect for the noble art of boxing. Sadly, James had reached the end of his rope, and his animalistic rival felt no empathy. Kasim wasn't even slightly moved by the desperate words of a defeated man. Then came our protagonist's match. The moment he stepped into the light, the victory felt like a foregone conclusion. The same held true for Kasim, who toyed with his next victim to secure another win. He believed himself to be an untouchable god. Both warriors are now tearing through the ranks, leaving a trail of wreckage as they march toward the world title. He relies on cold, surgical, and perfectly mechanical precision, while Kasim thrives on suffocating his opponents with bizarre, inhuman stances. Kasim possesses the ego of a spoiled child, constantly shouting to the heavens that he is the rightful king. He took his arrogance to the media, calling out you and promising to break him. Kasim's streak was becoming a revolution for freak-style boxing. The press was stunned that Kasim was bold enough to initiate the psychological warfare first. Upon hearing the news, Kay broke into a fit of hysterical laughter. He was thrilled at the prospect of crushing Kasim's ego. The fans were already screaming for the Tomato Head, because they had become addicted to Kasim's wild and unpredictable showmanship. His very presence had torn the boxing world into two warring factions. One side embraced the chaotic new era, while the purists mocked him as a circus clown who lacked real discipline. Kasim's notoriety exploded across every news outlet, with the world debating his potential. He ignored the noise, living entirely by his own whims. His fan base eventually drowned out the critics. Honestly, his manager is hyping him up like he's a divine monarch. As for our boy Yu, he was in his element, landing flawless strikes in the shadows. When Kay arrived to deliver the news of Kasim's loud-mouthed public challenge, Kay made it clear that this opponent was a far cry from the mediocre fighters you had been steamrolling lately. Finally, the night of the showdown arrived, the titanic clash between two legendary outsiders. The winner would earn the right to face Gene, the reigning world champ, who was watching from the front row. Kasim's manager believed the boy's coronation was only minutes away, but the redhead was too unhinged to care about a simple belt. He was crazy enough to plot a takeover of every single weight division in existence. His massive ego was met with a cold, dismissive stare from Gene on the other side of the ring. You stood ready, having received his final tactical orders from Kay. The two fighters locked eyes in a tense standoff. Kasim brought the fire, while you was the ice-cold genius. The world waited to see who would break first. The bell rang and Qasim began dancing, his eyes fixed on his target. You tracked him calmly while Qasim did the unthinkable, hiding his hands behind his back. He was mocking you, baiting him to swing. He wanted to ridicule the straight style of traditional boxing. Then, in a heartbeat, Qasim was blindsided by a monstrous punch that nearly tore his jaw off. Coach K, as expected, never viewed Qasim as a legitimate threat. In truth, K had finally given you the signal to stop holding back, to do whatever he pleased. That opening strike was just a warning. You effectively wiped the cocky grin off Qasim's face with a second hit that sent the redhead's hair flying back. K noted that while only someone like you could evade such a high-level strike, a freak like Qasim had the reflexes to do the same. Qasim's face was being systematically reconstructed by Yu's fists, and Coach K observed that even though his dense muscles absorbed the shock, he was nothing but a heavy bag for Yu's full power. Our protagonist coldly demonstrated to the world who the true monster in the ring was. His onslaught triggered a massive surge of adrenaline in the crowd. They had been waiting years to see Qasim finally get humbled. Even his own trainer realized that you had been suppressing his power in previous fights just to make this specific demolition more satisfying. Qasim's bravado was shattered, leaving him wheezing and gasping for air. He was currently re-evaluating every poor choice that led him into the ring with a demon like you. The arena was deafening, cheering for the Tomato Head's inevitable downfall. While he was trapped in a personal hell, the spectators were having the time of their lives. Overwhelmed by raw terror and shock, the predator was now the prey, trying desperately to find an exit. He was trembling, backed into the corner like a frightened toddler. Coach K roared with laughter at the sight of the boy's completely broken spirit. Meanwhile, Qasim's manager was screaming uselessly from the sidelines. He told Qasim to lower his guard to bait you, but it sounded like giving tactical advice to someone who had never actually fought a real battle in their life. In the end, Qasim's face was blasted clear out of the ring despite his frantic attempts to hide. In that instant, the manager realized he had made a catastrophic error. He had never actually schooled Qasim in the fundamentals of boxing, simply letting him run wild with his chaotic freestyle. Qasim was trapped in a hopeless, dead-end corner, flailing his arms to create a distraction. Our boy shattered his world with another thunderous blow. The incompetent coach hit his breaking point. He had been so blinded by the hype that he neglected even the most basic drills, and he was ready to surrender. But seeing Qasim's raw desperation sparked a fire in him. He begged his fighter to endure just one final round. However, that hope was dead on arrival because the terrified predator was already trying to flee the ring like a coward. Even the official was speechless, having never witnessed such a pathetic exit. The coach cornered him and gave the runaway a legendary tongue-lashing. He barked back at his mentor, screaming that while he might be unhinged, he wasn't suicidal enough to keep trading blows with a demon like you. His career died right there. The coach was livid, realizing that through this whole journey, Qasim had treated a blood sport like a playground game. He took a sharp slap across his face and confessed that you might be the king of the world, but he didn't care. He had the twisted logic that he should only have to fight weaklings. That coach gained my total respect as he tried to ignite a warrior's soul in that weeping child. Then Qasim's own arrogant boast from the past came back to haunt him, echoing under the gaze of 1,000 judgmental eyes. He had honestly believed he could waltz to a championship title just by treating the ring like a toy box. James's prophetic words now chilled his blood and gripped his very soul. Qasim was utterly disgraced, his massive ego turned to dust. He bolted from the arena, sobbing like a toddler, leaving his manager to curse the day he ever let such a fraudulent loser lace up gloves. The curtain fell on this slaughter with an effortless victory for you. The performance was so transcendent that Kay couldn't stop himself from howling with dark laughter. After his vanishing act, Qasim never showed his face in the boxing circuit ever again. And as for that long-awaited victory for James and his little boy, it turns out they got their fairy tale ending, bringing home a feast of golden, crispy chicken to celebrate with his son. You eventually faced his most daunting rival yet, the Cat King, the feline monarch, and our protagonist. Engaged in a legendary spar, trading swift strikes and dodging with supernatural agility, Coach K was cackling like a mad scientist in the background while you took a soft paw to the face and finally drifted back to reality from his slumber. The tiny feline sovereign had successfully woken our boy from his nap. Following the demolition of that crybaby Qasim, K granted you a proper leave of absence. Even if he didn't look tired, K felt it was time for the monster to recharge after handing out nothing but brutal defeats. You tried to kill time with the TV, but in his current state of mind, absolutely nothing could spark his interest. Recalling the burning ambition of his closest friend, Jay, Yu decided to test his reflexes in the world of professional gaming. So he leaned into his natural instincts and made his way to the local arcade. He completely dismantled a seasoned pro at air hockey. The veteran was left in a state of shock. Facing a challenger who was absolutely untouchable, the man thought he'd discovered the messiah of the air hockey world. It was almost comical because Yu remained totally indifferent, finding the whole thing dreadfully dull. The man made an epic pitch, claiming Yu could rule the world circuit, but the offer was flatly refused because Yu was no longer a puppet for hire. Yu left a weeping Indiana Jackson behind and continued his path of accidental conquest. The next game was no different. His god-tier reflexes made him a literal cheat code in every cabinet. Even in high-stakes fighting games, Yu was systematically erasing his opponents. He spent the entire evening lost in digital combat. Yet the spark of excitement never came. The man is truly suffering from his own perfection. Yu eventually settled on a park bench, observing a family sharing a moment of pure joy. He looked over and saw a young boy whose eyes were shimmering with pure hero worship. The kid gushed about being a massive fan of the underdog sensation. He begged for an autograph, hoping to capture a piece of this once-in-a-lifetime encounter. Unfortunately, Yu had no idea how to craft a professional signature. He simply scrawled his name in the plainest print imaginable. The child marveled at Yu's legendary power. Meanwhile, his hero was giving off intense, "please leave me alone" energy. The boy was certain that Yu was destined to be the greatest champion to ever walk the earth. He declared his dream of following in Yu's footsteps to find his own strength. Curiously, Yu had a dark perspective on power. He thought it was a farce when a single bullet could end any legacy. Yu mused that most strong people just end up in early graves because they can't stop taking risks. The man was essentially delivering a lifetime of trauma to the poor kid in one sitting. He even bluntly predicted the eventual passing of the boy's parents. Yu concluded that he saw no beauty or glory in being a powerhouse. He was genuinely puzzled when the boy looked like his world had just collapsed. The kid sprinted away in tears. As he walked home, the specter of his own miserable past seemed to trail him like a ghost, a reminder that he was still haunted by his own history. Our boy returned to the Cat King, the true goat of his heart, praying his little companion would defy time itself and stay by his side forever. He drifted off beside his best friend, just like every other night. Jean finished his deep meditation, centering his soul for his final showdown. Sitting across from his girlfriend, Jean's refusal to touch his meal finally snapped her patience. A massive weight was clearly pressing on his mind. It was the looming shadow of the ice-cold phantom, Yu. The scene turns to Carmen, who finishes her shift only to find Yu still punishing his body in the training room. While the rest of the world sleeps, our protagonist is out here grinding. Carmen urged him to rest, but the boy was a slave to his brutal discipline. She respected his drive, but began to wonder if there was even a human heart beating in that chest. Yu's expression had remained a frozen mask for 2 years, and he kept every soul at arm's length. His existence was defined by a single purpose, obeying the coach's every command. Carmen questioned if Yu truly felt a spark for the sport of boxing, or if the only thing he truly loved was his cat. Jean-Pierre Manuel was identified as the mountain Yu would finally have to climb. She saw parallels between them, but Yu didn't care, didn't crave the belt or the shallow glory that came with it. The focus shifts back to Jean, who was sinking into his meditation cycles with desperate intensity. His own trainer knew Jean was being consumed by the thought of his upcoming rival. Jean claimed he was in peak condition for the war. But peak might not be enough for the monster he was hungering to face. He wanted to touch the divine. Coach K's analysts gathered for a war room session with Yu to dissect Jean's lethal style. The legendary title fight between Till Schneider and the lightweight king. K explained that 5 literal monsters ruled the world of boxing. The relentless Yuto Takeda, the vicious Fabrizio Santorino, and the titan Victor Grigorievich. The magnificent Aaron Tide, and finally, the crown jewel, lightweight king Jean-Pierre Manuel, a man with a perfect record and a trail of knockouts behind him. Jean possessed a biological and technical edge that bordered on the unfair. He utilized a long guard, hovering his lead hand right in his opponent's line of sight to blind them. He spent almost no energy toppling foes thanks to his freakish wingspan. In fact, his reach eclipsed even Yu's. But the coach warned that his reach was only the beginning of the nightmare. The lightning-fast snap of his jabs left world-class fighters paralyzed. He was a ghost, moving in and out with lethal velocity. The coach even claimed Jean's jabs packed the power of most people's power punches, stripping away every layer of defense. His offense was a masterpiece of violence, but his challenger was a beast in his own right. till managed to slip through the reach and aimed a desperate shot at Jean's jaw. For a second, the king seemed vulnerable, but it was a trap. Jean perfectly rolled his shoulder and countered with a soul-shattering hook right into the ribs. Then Jean proceeded to dismantle him with a barrage of relentless jabs. Coach K noted how he transitioned into a brutal body assault, forcing a trade that completely shifted the fight's energy. This proves Jean's tactical instincts are elite. Truly, only Jean and you are on the level required to execute such a feat. But here's the kicker. Jean has an extra trick up his sleeve that our boy hasn't mastered yet. He swaps stances mid-flow to wreck his foes while they're still trying to read him. The moment an opponent finds their timing, Jean flips back to his lead stance to keep the punishment coming. He possesses the rare gift of being naturally ambidextrous, seamlessly merging two distinct fighting styles. This versatility makes his next move absolutely impossible to forecast. Kay observed that he plays the long game, sowing seeds of hopelessness before drowning his rival in a hellish storm of leather. Jean emerged victorious without a single misstep, performing with the cold precision of a grandmaster chess player. Kay hammered this home to you, warning him about the various strategic layers he'd have to peel back just to touch Jean. A reporter caught up with the champ to get his take on the lopsided win. The King of the Ring actually confessed that he found flaws in his own execution. He remarked that if you had been standing across from him today, he likely would have been the one going home in a daze. The world champion is no coward. He's itching to test his mettle against you. It's a matchup that has Coach K buzzing. This is the brand of warrior that thrills him because Jean is constantly evolving his craft. Coach K is genuinely fascinated to see how much Jean will adapt before the big night. This is the one fight that might actually make our boy break a sweat. During the spectacle of Yu's clash with Kasim, the world champ sat ringside, meticulously analyzing every muscle twitch and extension, as our protagonist fired off those emotionless pinpoint jabs. With flawless anatomical efficiency, Jean was left completely mesmerized. His only reaction to the underdog's mastery was to marvel at how beautiful the display truly was. Jean was so deep in his own head that he didn't even notice himself spilling his coffee. His girlfriend was fed up, getting bitter because his mind never leaves the gym. She resented that the champ gave her zero attention. Jean isn't interested in playing the doting boyfriend and bluntly told her she was being a distraction. Jean's trainer gave an exclusive interview regarding the champion's unique approach to combat. He described him as a true artist, a man who has spent his entire life polishing every minor detail of his technique, as if he were a master painter forever chasing the perfect brushstroke. Jean was deep in meditation when Peter arrived with the latest updates. He interviewed another regular at the same training facility, who bragged that Jean's dedication is on a terrifyingly different level. His ritual begins with mental visualization before he even touches the ring. He battles his inner demons for hours before crossing the ropes. The guy mentioned that Jean is a total eccentric who does the weirdest training imaginable. He'll stand as still as a statue, then move slightly after an eternity. A long time passes, and he'll adjust his stance again. The spectator finally grasped what the champ was doing. Jean was focusing entirely on the mechanics of a single, basic jab, precisely refining every micro-movement with subtle mastery. Bottom line, he's obsessive, and that obsession breeds elite results. Peter was skeptical, thinking that kind of training sounded a bit far-fetched. The coach countered that Jean's meditation is anything but relaxing. Instead, it is a process of sharpening every one of his senses to a razor's edge. This level of immersion makes the entire world around him fall into total silence. Peter eventually gave up on the interview, realizing he couldn't break the champ's focus. Instead, he tried to join the meditation. The trainer gave him a few pointers on the technique. Sitting opposite the legendary lightweight hitter, Peter was staggered by his massive, overwhelming aura. He slipped into a state of absolute stillness, losing himself in the present moment. The world grew quiet, and time seemed to crawl. The only sound left was the rhythm of his own pulse. The deeper the focus, the sharper the perception. The coach noted that an average person like Peter only feels his heartbeat. But a monster like Jean operates on a different frequency. He feels every fiber of his being, down to his very cells. His entire anatomy moves in perfect harmony. This is Jean's true hunger, the pursuit of technical divinity. When the intense session finally ended, Jean noticed Peter had already vanished. He admitted to himself that you had been occupying every corner of his mind. He was honest enough to realize his perfect techniques were useless against someone who views the world in slow motion. Jean hungered for a level of hyper-focus far beyond human limits to topple this impossible rival. Gene's sparring partners were seriously questioning their life choices, getting pushed to the brink just so he could polish his skills. He took on 3 of them at once and commanded them to bring everything they had. The poor guys charged him simultaneously. But in a flash, it was over. Gene still felt he lacked the absolute focus needed to ground the monster in the ring. In a deep dive about the spirit of boxing, Gene claimed he views the sport as a quest for high art. He wanted every action to be flawless, meeting his own impossible standards. Gene viewed the belt as proof of his perfection, and he wanted nothing less. When you snapped out the first jab of his professional debut, very few truly grasped the lethal beauty of that strike like the master, Gene. On a gloomy, rain-slick day, the authorities were scouring the slums, investigating a gang of street thugs. Word on the street was that a lone man had appeared and absolutely pulverized them. You can probably guess who it was, right? It was our man Gene, actively hunting for trouble in the back alleys if it meant more live training. The disturbing part was that Gene was meticulously collecting their blood. Back at his place, the rumor was he was painting with his victim's blood, but even then, he still hadn't captured the perfection he craved. The following day, Gene's shadowboxing was terrifyingly fast and violent, leaving even his trainer rattled. The man had no idea what had changed or why his composed student was moving so erratically. Gene was visualizing a life-or-death struggle with Yu's phantom, the beast that outmatched him in every way. The coach was stunned by Gene's rapid evolution, even though it defied logic. He worried about the toll this obsession was taking. As the session wrapped, the champ was about to head out when the coach questioned his obvious state of total physical exhaustion. After a long, silent pause, he whispered with a manic grin that he felt absolutely unstoppable. Gene's trainer urged him to stop being so self-destructive, but this is a world champion, one with a morbid fixation on combat. Naturally, he went back to the slums for another 1v5. Gene scouted every weapon in sight. The man looked down on them, thinking they were pathetic for relying on steel. The leader went for his weapon, but the explosive speed of our protagonist was superior, and he put him down instantly. He continued his surgical demolition of the second thug, feeling a surge of pride in his fluid movement. Gene turned his attention to the third victim, coldly calculating the impact of every strike. After a graceful dodge of a knife thrust, he delivered a full power blow that sent the guy spinning. The final thug was paralyzed with fear after witnessing the absolute massacre. Gene believes in equal rights and ensured she felt the same heavy hands as the rest. But then the stakes hit the ceiling. He faced a true life-or-death moment, when a leader managed to level a handgun directly at him. The visceral fear of death made Gene's vision swim, before he pushed every muscle fiber to weave through a punch as volatile as Yu's own attacks. When the dust settled, Gene felt he had finally touched the same perfection as Yu. That night, he felt the pure joy of a child, while painting a portrait of the monster that captured Yu's terrifying presence in the ring. The next day, his trainer shuddered at Gene's bizarre, high-strung energy. The world champion was in the throes of a manic high. Something inside him had fundamentally snapped the night before. The coach wondered if the man had finally gone over the edge. Visualizing Yu's flawless strikes, Gene unleashed a blitz of punches, desperate to rise above human frailty. He had finally conquered the obstacles in his mind. The world champion had reached his version of perfection. Stella looked at his state with a heavy heart and broke into tears. Inside the lounge where Josh now earns his living as a mixologist, he orders a pathetic woman to beat it because they're closing, but she wails like a spoiled infant, fretting over whether she's being a burden to him. She points the finger at men for her misery, while our protagonist, Josh, is busy wrestling with a deep existential crisis. In the following sequence, we witness a grueling training reel for you. He's carved out a god-tier physique as he shatters the boundaries of his stamina drills. Carmen is stunned because Yu has dialed up the intensity for this title bout. Kay has convinced him to prepare for any scenario and seek his own creative rhythm. Oddly, Carmen feels certain of a win because she trusts Kay's intuition. That man is essentially a biological victory engine who only lives for winning and scouting elite brawlers, despite her ability to read his intentions. Carmen still hasn't deciphered why you even bother with boxing in the first place. As he prepares to depart after the grueling session, Carmen tosses him a pointed, curious question. Following a month of internal conflict, Yu admits that he has finally glimpsed a flicker of hope. He carries the memory of Jay's relentless heart and wishes to pursue the sport for that very reason. Carmen is baffled by his cryptic explanation, while Yu confesses even he is unsure about the truth of his own response. She mulls over his statement for a beat, wondering if the squared circle will ever truly provide what he's searching for. Amusingly, She's taken aback to realize he's far more emotional than his cold exterior suggests. Every soul that climbs through those ropes carries a heavy motivation to fight, be it for cold cash, absolute power, or pure ego. Two warriors fated for a collision are the undisputed kings of their class. During the press conference, Jean's pulse is racing with pure adrenaline for the clash against you. Credit where it's due, our boy looks incredibly sharp in that formal suit. Later that evening, Jean makes an insane demand of his mentor. The man refuses to let the bout be halted even if his life is on the line. That is the depth of his obsession with fighting you. The day of the grand showdown has finally arrived. The reigning champ has ascended to a higher state of consciousness. He senses the most microscopic vibrations, whether he is grooming his hair or getting dressed, or simply performing a task as mundane as walking. He has tapped into a realm of power where every thread of existence is intertwined. Jean wears a smirk, realizing this heightened reality is how you has lived since birth. Jean, the decade-long invincible king, now faces the undefeated challenger with a terrifying win streak. It is the ultimate gamble, and the global gaze is fixed on this ring. Kay is adamant that you will seize the world crown, and eventually every single belt in the sport. You doesn't show a hint of excitement, standing as motionless as an android. In the opposite corner, Jean's trainer claims his pupil has surpassed every previous peak. This is his ultimate chance to prove his worth to himself, the grand finale of Jean's lifelong pursuit. The combatants square up, locking into their stances. The mystery of who will reign supreme will soon be solved. Every fan, from the crowds to you and me, is vibrating with anticipation. The moment the bell tolls, you find himself struggling to evade the rapid-fire, machine gun jabs launched by Jean. The champ is operating at maximum velocity, earning a nod of respect even from Coach K, regarding the level of absolute perfection he achieved in such a short window. Before their legendary exchange continues, we look into the creator's own history. Yes, you heard that correctly. The author was once a driven athlete, consumed by a dream of playing professional basketball. In one life-altering moment, something clicked. He leaped so high it felt like he could brush the clouds. He felt truly liberated, a jump that was simply built different, a perfect, unrepeatable experience where every limb was in perfect harmony, until the inevitable descent occurred. After that one leap, he spent years trying to recapture that magic, but sadly, he failed every single time. There's another tale about a pro baseball slugger. They say hitters at their peak can see the very molecules of the ball as it flies. Their bodies move in a divine flow during those rare seconds. Countless elite athletes have reported similar brushstrokes with the divine. Now, in this ring, take that feeling and amplify it 100-fold. Jean's flawless jabs brushed Yu's skin as the challenger constantly ducked and pivoted. Jean's analytical reflexes were exerting total control over Yu's path. He was reading the rookie's next move before it even left his brain. To counter that onslaught, the world champion launched a daring, aggressive strike. The announcers were shocked to see you struggling to penetrate Jean's legendary reach. The king of the division is truly pushing him to the limit. Coach K remains impressed as always. He could only label the man a genius. But now, Jean has evolved into a literal monster, a beast forged through an agonizing, endless grind. K noted that many warriors have been molded by the fires of war. He thought back to his youth in the elite special forces. Every skirmish was a heartbeat of pure tension and a brush with the Reaper. K is one of the rare souls to have touched mastery. He once charged through a storm of lead, feeling every millisecond as bullets whistled by his skin. K is a firm believer in the absolute peak of human potential. He knows these monsters are beings who have transcended biological limits. Jean's greatest asset is his total anatomical command, sensing every muscle fiber move with perfect sync. That is why records are set. Jean's pursuit of technical flawlessness solidified his legend. K was eager. He wanted you to finally experience the true essence of boxing, the noble art that measures the raw strength of one soul against another. K is buzzing with hype, desperate to see how much Jean has defied human nature in this contest. You slipped the jabs and narrowed the gap with every calculated stride. He moved in close enough to threaten Jean's personal space. The arena is exploding as both men push their ultra instincts to the absolute limit with supernatural reflexes. Coach K watches you closely, curious to see how he will bypass the champion's formidable defense. You reflected on the private conversation they had just yesterday. K had commanded him to study the title defenses of every world champion daily. Bizarrely, you assumed the goal was to copy their techniques. But K clarified that he should seek a different feeling. He told him to learn their patterns, but never inherit their human errors. K's final word to you was to let his own body dictate the rhythm of the fight. Consequently, this monster adopted a defensive posture unlike anything the sport had ever seen, leaving the spectators in a state of stunned disbelief. Gene felt a heavy pressure from the sudden shift in his rival's stance. Even though Yu's guard seemed open, the champ felt a primal urge to avoid a hit at all costs. But it was too late. A devastating, bone-shattering punch slammed directly into Gene's jaw, sending a shockwave through the hearts of viewers across the globe. That single impact dismantled Gene, sending him into an instant blackout. This is the terrifying reality of a true monster's power. Stella stood frozen in the crowd, paralyzed with horror, watching the king fall from his throne in real time. Gene's features were mangled from that solitary blow as he lay there, struggling to process the void. Nobody outside the ropes could make sense of what they just witnessed. The official began the count. Meanwhile, Gene's trainer remembered his fighter's plea and steeled himself to keep his word and stay out of it. The count ticked away while Gene tried to piece together those few missing seconds. He realized that even with his perfection, Yu's boxing exists on a divine, untouchable plane, yet the champion refused to quit. He hungered to witness even more of Yu's terrifying true potential. The king summoned every ounce of his willpower to stand. He rose from the wreckage, even though his legs were like jelly. The referee sensed the grave danger lurking in this match. Yu's unfiltered power was simply too lethal for any human to withstand. The official moved to terminate the contest. But the burning determination in Gene's eyes made him hesitate in confusion. He questioned the world champion point blank if he was fit to proceed. Gene spat out a robotic reply, swearing that he was ready for more. The official warned he'd pull the plug if things turned lethal, but the champ isn't built for retreat. He was prepared to gamble his entire life on this single moment. The duel reignited as Gene tucked behind a fortress of guard. Without a heartbeat of delay, Yu slipped back into the very stance that had shattered the champion's world. Gene knew deep down that if he failed to read Yu's incoming storm, he'd be facing total erasure. Yu wound up his movement, poised to strike while the champ tried to decode him. The tension snapped, and both warriors dove into round two. Yu surged forward with a terrifying velocity. But his rival was locked in. For a split second, it looked like our boy was about to eat a massive counter. But no, this kid ducked with supernatural agility and buried a fist into the center of Gene's face. K. Noted the masterful way Gene rolled with the impact to bleed off some of the kinetic force. Yet, it was crystal clear. The champion was just a few solid connections away from his downfall. Gene was hammered by strikes, so heavy he had no choice but to stay curled in a shell. Then our protagonist began digging vicious hooks deep into his ribs. Even Gene's own mentor had to confess that his fighter wasn't made of iron. The fact that the world champion could even stand after absorbing Yu's lethal power was a miracle in itself. The king of the ring was still analyzing his existence, even while getting pulverized. Yu attacked with zero pity, raining down a blizzard of punches that only seemed to gain speed. Gene realized Yu had no hunger for the win, no nerves, and no doubt. He was just a machine executing a program. Gene was dismantled for a second time. Yet strangely, this was the most alive he had ever felt. Having been floored twice in the opening frame, the spectators were already convinced that Yu was the new king of the lightweights as Gene lay there, a broken heap on the canvas. The fallen champion drifted back to his old philosophy regarding the flaws of humanity. His childhood had been torn apart by a bitter, ugly divorce. He grew up with a hollow past, carrying baggage just like everyone else. He was raised in a house where the only constant was the deafening roar of conflict. The referee's count marched on, while Gene's corner pleaded for him to just stay down and accept the defeat. In his darkest moments, he truly believed he was a cosmic error that should never have existed. Coach K was ecstatic, realizing he had orchestrated the impossible once again. Gene dragged himself up by sheer force of will, because quitting simply isn't in his DNA. He was gasping for air, drained to the very marrow of his bones. Standing before a monster whose shadow seemed to eclipse all of humanity. His mother had vanished, and his father had dissolved into a pathetic, hollow shell of a man. He was an invisible failure who ignored the wreckage he left behind, creating this fractured home. Despite the fear of becoming like his father, the boy stayed disciplined and trusted in his own potential. Back in the squared circle, the arena erupted as they witnessed the unbreakable spirit of a champion who refused to bow to destiny. He settled into his stance for a third time. This next sequence was likely the grand finale. Coach K was waiting for the execution blow, while Stella closed her eyes and whispered a prayer for her partner's life. Yu exploded forward with a speed that defied the eye to finish the job. But the referee lunged between them just before the terminal strike landed. The round bell saved Gene by a fraction of a second. He had escaped the Reaper by a hair, but Kay was satisfied. You had proven he was miles ahead of the genius. Still, Gene earned the world's respect as the only soul to survive a full round against Yu's unrestrained wrath. In the corner, Gene was patched up by a coach who never imagined his champion could be bullied this badly. The old man was far more concerned with Gene's pulse than he was with the gold belt. His mentor barked at him to wake up, demanding they stop the fight before it became a funeral. Answering with a voice that shook with exhaustion, Gene mused on what it means to truly live. He believed that perishing in the pursuit of absolute perfection was the highest form of honor. Naturally, his coach was horrified by this suicidal, unhinged philosophy. Gene declared that this match was the only way to prove his life actually mattered. And once again, he gave a final order for no one to throw in the towel. The champion marched out for round 2. The world held its breath, wondering if he'd last another 3 minutes against Yu's assault. Locked in the most brutal war of his life, he remembered being abandoned by his father in the middle of nowhere. Even then, he saw through his father's weakness. He didn't even feel the sting of sorrow. He just felt pity for the man who went for a walk and never looked back. The boy choked down his feelings and forged his own lonely path. He vowed to never be as frail as his father, chasing a dream of being flawless. What he saw standing across the ring from him now was that very dream. The absolute perfection he'd spent a lifetime hunting. Gene entered a trance-like state, ready to give everything in this final exchange. His coach thought he'd finally lost his grip on reality, but the momentum was unstoppable. By observing you, Gene finally unlocked that same god-tier mechanical precision. His trainer, however, loved him too much to let him break and reach for the towel. He was the one who had built Gene from nothing. He didn't want a perfect machine. He wanted Gene to stay human, to embrace a slower life filled with meaning. Even Stella felt the shadow of widowhood looming, watching the man she loved sprint toward his own end. The final clash was about to ignite, but before he could take that fatal step, Stella's desperate, tearful voice cut through the noise of the arena. She begged him to stay, to value the life they shared together. Suddenly, a wall of suppressed emotion finally came crashing down on him. That day in the woods, even though the boy looked like stone, his heart was actually breaking in two. He was just a terrified, trembling child when his father left him behind. In a final plea, Stella revealed she was carrying his baby. His entire world shifted in an instant as he realized he was caught between two different universes. The cold, lonely pursuit of a freakish ideal, or the warm, messy reality of his own humanity. Finally, accepting the vulnerable parts of himself he had tried to kill for years. Gene remembered that his coach was the one who gave him a home when he was astray. He realized the tragic truth, that in chasing perfection, he had become just as lost as his father. Instead of throwing another punch, Gene walked out of the ring, losing the fight by disqualification. The public jeered, thinking he was just another runner like the coward Qasim. Coach K was so livid his blood pressure likely hit the ceiling. Gene personally handed over the gold to you, acknowledging that the boy was the rightful king. Kay was fuming because Gene's noble exit had robbed you of a spectacular knockout finish. After 15 long years, the throne has a new occupant. You, the lightweight champion with a power that defies logic. His career trajectory has become the most legendary rise in the history of sport. In the locker room, Gene had his battered face stitched up. He asked his mentor if he had what it takes to be a father. Stella burst in, her eyes red from crying. She threw her arms around him, making the man wince from the pain. Gene's professional journey ended with a legacy of being one of the greatest to ever do it. While the entire planet was screaming his name, all you could hear was a hollow, meaningless static. His physical dominance was so overwhelming that even the welterweight king, Yuto Takeda, was forced to sit up and take notice. Meanwhile, that bitter-faced Ryu was missing from the festivities because he was busy with work. He was in the middle of a showdown with a local thug called Ryu the Butcher, wondering why the hell he was wasting his time on such low-level garbage. When his crew arrived, they were stunned to find he had single-handedly wiped out the entire gang. Just thinking about Yu's face was enough to send Ryu into a blind rage. He vented his frustration by stomping on the guy until his anger finally cooled. Ryu was absolutely disgusted at how much time he'd wasted. As for Jay, he's the kind of supportive best friend everyone wishes they had. But Yu's empty expression proved he didn't care about the gold or the glory. The mystery of why this cat-loving ghost even boxes remains a total secret. Jay still celebrated the win with Stella, and the coach leaked that our favorite blondie is finally set to make his debut soon. Jay carries a gentle, innocent expression that belies the ferocity of a seasoned warrior. The trainer reminisced about the days when Jay's father ruled the ring, back when they used to trade blows as rivals. He strictly forbade Jay from studying used footage, knowing that guy operates on a supernatural level with a peerless technique. Instead, the coach urged him to analyze the combat style of Yuto Takeda, the reigning king of the ring, renowned as the premier infighter on the planet. Despite the expert guidance, the cold truth is that Jay is still a novice compared to the elite legends of sport. The mentor recalled a certain fighter revered by generations of boxers, the same man who rescued you at the very start. Jay is currently pushing his body to the absolute limit for his professional debut. In this world, some people carry inspiring tales of triumphing over life's bitter hardships. Then there are those who let bitterness consume them the moment they taste a bit of success. Finally, there are titans like you, looming over the division like a final boss that every other boxer dreams of toppling. While every person walks their own unique path, the true hero of this saga is revealed to be the charismatic blonde warrior, who realized the child he once protected has ascended to world champion. He made a surprise appearance at the training center, leaving young Johnny and the trainer completely speechless. Radiating a brilliance like the morning sun, the man remembered a sacred vow he had to keep. Back to Jay, he is embracing life fully, fueled by the conviction that finally, he will shatter his own boundaries to become a true combatant. This chapter shines the spotlight on Jay's personal journey. After you dismantled that hot-headed rival, Coach Typhon stood by the window, lost in a somber, brooding trance. He had wagered everything on Ryu being his star pupil, but that dream has now turned to dust. Typhon is a man of honor who originally hoped to pass the torch of his gym's legacy over to Kay. At least, that was the grand fantasy he played out in his mind. The reality shifted when a superior diamond emerged, crushing the old one into mere pebbles. He felt his years of dedication vanish into thin air when Ryu walked away from the sport forever. But just as hope faded, a new contender stepped into the light. Jay and his father strolled into the gym unexpectedly, leaving the trainer in a state of total bewilderment. The blonde youth immediately began moving heavy iron with explosive energy. Jay struggles with a significant impairment in his vision. Jay's father recognized his son's burning hunger for the ring. He and Typhon were fierce competitors back in their glory days. Even though Typhon boasted a legendary overall record, Jay's father always found a way to best him when they faced off head-to-head. Typhon possessed the looks of a model and the power of a heavyweight, a technician who lived and breathed the sacrifice of the sport. Jay's father was an immovable fortress, absorbing every strike Typhon threw with stoic endurance. The father confessed that his son's failing eyesight is a massive hurdle to overcome. A childhood injury had left him on the verge of total darkness. Because of this, the green-haired youth finds it nearly impossible to judge the gap between him and his target. At his current stage, Typhon is subjecting Jay to a grueling regimen, so he learns to sense what he cannot clearly see. He drilled into Jay that his only path to victory is to tank punishment and outlast his foe. That is his only window for a counterstrike. However, mastering distance is only half the battle. Jay took a punishing uppercut that nearly shattered his jaw because his own hits lacked lethal sting. He has countless obstacles to climb just to match an average pro. Jay fired back with a gritty hook from point-blank range. Typhon wanted Jay to overwhelm his rivals with a relentless, non-stop barrage of combinations. He went as far as banning Jay from using glasses, forcing his eyes to adapt to the chaos of combat. Every fiber of his being was hardened to create a survivor's anatomy. Typhon refused to let his clumsy student enter the ring unprepared for such a steep disadvantage. Their training pressed on, even against the backdrop of those quirky cooking shows blaring from the television. Typhon's intense, uncompromising coaching style forced him to remember the raw spark that first drew him to the ring. He viewed the boy's potential not as a static jewel, but as a living, breathing tree. While some are born with a fixed destiny, a tree will continue to reach for the sky, even after being snapped by the storm 1,000 times. Typhon's mission is to mold Jay into a massive oak capable of weathering the most violent gales. Time is a precious currency dealt equally to every soul. Our three main players are no exception. While you achieved godlike mastery in a mere heartbeat, Ryu collided with a wall and crumbled into defeat. Finally, there's one who refused to settle for the comforts of today. He waited for the seasons to change until his hard work bore fruit. At long last, Jay's first pro fight is on the books, and his rival has been chosen. His mentor felt a twinge of dread, admitting that the opponent was a predator designed to tear rookies apart. It's a classic battle of a titan versus a resilient insect. Rock Kong doubles Jay in victories and has almost no defeats on his record. In truth, Rock is a former champion, a master of close-quarters combat with an ocean of experience Jay simply doesn't have. Essentially, Jay is fighting a mirror of himself. But at level 100, Typhon noted that beginners are never given such a lethal draw, but the slots were locked. Pyo feared our boy would be lunch. Typhon smacked his bald head and barked at him to find some optimism. This old man lectures about vision despite having no visible eyes himself. Luckily for Jay, they have a resident infighter who is a national star. Remarkably, that mentor is Steve, the reigning middleweight king. This guy is a discount Mike Tyson and immediately mocked Jay as a light snack. The level of disrespect coming from him is off the charts. Legendary infighters are masters of the phone booth war, trading hooks and uppercuts. It is a brutal game of mental and physical attrition, the kind of ugly boxing where you must be a human tank. Typhon coached Jay to stand his ground with the unyielding strength of deep-rooted timber. It was obvious he would still be outmatched in a raw power struggle. The coach admitted Jay's frame was built for agility, not the heavy toll of an infighter. Facing a veteran whose skill set completely eclipsed his own, the big question remained. How could he possibly bridge such a massive gap? Our youth surged forward with surprising speed to slip inside Steve's guard. This created a momentary lapse in the opponent's defense that no one saw coming. Jay lunged in and targeted the Iron Mike lookalike from an unexpected angle. The result was Jay getting his face absolutely flattened. It's clear he has a mountain of lessons to learn from a pro who knows every dirty trick in the book. Yet, rookies have one hidden edge. Their history is a blank slate, while the veterans have a long trail of footage to be exploited. Jay's greatest weapon is that there is zero data on his fighting style. Conversely, his opponent has spent years under the bright lights of televised matches. Typhon's master plan was to use that archive to map out Rock's every movement. They mapped out his patterns, noting how he prioritizes hooks and uppercuts in the opening minutes. He thrives on throwing crisp straights and pouncing on the slightest defensive lapse. Typhon realized the liver shot would be the former champ's undoing because it targets his hidden vulnerability. Liver strikes are agonizing because they paralyze the spirit. He coached Jay to dangle bait, luring the ex-champ into a false sense of security. That is the precise moment they would strike and send him to the mat. The diligent student's training became a frantic, high-stakes grind. He gave 100 to every single drill. By the finish, Jay possessed a powerhouse frame despite his youthful face. On the eve of the battle, his heart was drumming a frantic rhythm against his ribs. His father noticed the boy was missing from his room late at night. He found him out in the cold, grinding through shadowboxing in the wind. The father was struck by how far his son had come. The young fighter admitted he was terrified of facing such a formidable adversary. The nightmare of failing in his very first appearance weighed heavily on his soul, fearing he would be branded a complete failure in the eyes of the world. Sensing his son's inner turmoil, the father offered comfort by recounting his own terrifying debut. Being a pro is about surviving each battle, and while the record matters in this business, Jay's father believed there was a deeper truth beyond just winning or losing. He recalled witnessing a fighter who burned with such internal light that the scorecard became irrelevant. He left his son with a final mission, to discover his own personal why within the ring. Jay sat in the silence, letting his father's wisdom sink in. He locked his focus onto his opponent, vowing to leave every ounce of his spirit on the canvas. The day of the debut finally arrived, and the boy's limbs were trembling from the sheer adrenaline. Pyo joked that it was only right for him to feel weak since he's still a small fry. The veteran coach immediately shut him down, reminding Pyo that during his own debut, he was so terrified he nearly soiled his own trunks. Meanwhile, Jay stepped toward the arena with the focused gaze of someone ready for his destiny. His father stood among the fans, his voice joining the roar of support for his son. The youth climbed through the ropes, fueled by a newfound resolve. He stepped into the blinding lights and came face to face with a mountain of muscle, a rival who looked far more intimidating in the flesh than on screen. Jay mastered his fear, centering his mind on his hard-earned skills. Typhon gave him one last look, reminding him to stick to the plan. Jay kept in mind that he had to masquerade as a long-range specialist before pivoting to brutal close-quarters combat. The boy memorized every conceivable strike the veteran might hurl his way. Jay felt his self-assurance surging back. Yet the very second the bell chimed, a heavy leather glove zoomed directly for his temple. All those motivating pep talks dissolved into chaos when the blonde youth hit the deck, leveled by the very first punch thrown. Typhon realized that Rockong hadn't hesitated for a second to end it, knowing nothing of his rival's style. Any lesser fighter would have stayed down for the count. But this is our golden boy Jay, The kid who stood his ground against a swarm of bullies even when the odds were stacked against him. That same grit is about to ignite. Jay has endured everything from the malice of street thugs to the heavy hands of a titan-like classmate, and now he's absorbing blows from a national legend. He's a seasoned pro at using his face as a target, and strangely, that resilience is his greatest weapon. The newcomer mused that actually getting hit helped settle his pre-match jitters. The champion was secretly impressed by the kid's nimble movement. The duel sparked back to life. This time he was focused on shielding his jaw. The national star wanted an early night, charging in at full speed to close the distance. However, the strike that should have ended it met only air, evaded by Jay's superior quickness. He danced around several more savage swings, weaving an illusion that he was a master of evasion. Rakong decided he would simply drown Jay in overwhelming force. He prioritized the precision of his attacks by smothering the space. The pursuit of the fake outboxer was on. The moment he lunged, Jay stunned him by diving inside and firing a thunderous, bone-rattling uppercut to his jaw. That single explosive connection sent the veteran straight to the floor. The former king was dazed, having been completely outmaneuvered by a perfect strike. He began to see he had been lured into a trap by a natural-born brawler. Typhon sensed that the genuine war was only just commencing, now that both men had felt the weight of each other's power. The struggle intensified as both warriors traded heated provocations at point-blank range. A grueling war of attrition took hold as Jay anchored his feet to the mat. Rakong was genuinely taken aback by the rookie's raw durability. They traded leather at a punishing, rhythmic pace. Typhon recalled that the boy in the ring possessed neither the raw genius nor the power of the sports icons, yet something profound set him apart. It wasn't just a grind, as every pro works hard. There was a unique, undeniable soul in the kid's technique. The champion noticed it too, seeing Jay evolve faster than any novice he'd seen. Yet he was still just a beginner, enduring a storm of punches from a superior foe. Compared to his sessions with Steve, this opponent was far more predatory. Jay leveraged his speed, using a quick sidestep to find a fleeting window. He unleashed a rapid-fire sequence of jabs on the veteran, but they lacked the sting to even make the man blink. The flow of the fight was a mirror image of his sparring days with Steve. The same patterns played out, only this time, Jay's reaction time was noticeably sharper. The corner held absolute conviction in the boy's potential, who was now backing Rakong into a corner and ghosting every punch. After all, Jay had already felt the impact of strikes much more sophisticated than these. It gave him the poise to dodge and strike back. Typhon watched in awe as his pupil transcended his limits, making a victory for Jay feel like a tangible reality. As the round drew to a close, the coach gave tactical orders to protect his points lead in the next frame. As for Rakong, he was undeniably moved by the rookie's heart. It felt almost surreal, because Jay was performing far beyond the expectations of a newcomer with his brilliant defensive maneuvers. His fluid slips carried the ghost of a fighter even more formidable than Jay, a subtle nod to the one they call Salty Face. Even so, Rock believed Jay still lacked the final edge needed to close the deal. Meanwhile, Jay's father began to sense the rising danger of the situation. The second round of the bout commenced. Jay fought with a raw, blooming confidence. Every move was calculated as he surged forward, raining a blizzard of punches to seize control of the ring. It was a textbook way to pile up the score, and the mirage of an easy win began to shimmer before him. Rakong threw a vicious hook, but it only whistled past our boy's ear. He tried to stay light and agile, knowing a single lapse in focus meant lights out. Regarding the source of the father's anxiety, he prayed Typhon noticed the subtle signs. However, the coach was too caught up in the thrill of the kid's evolution, firmly believing the victory was already in the bag. Surviving the second act, the coach urged Jay to conserve his oxygen so he wouldn't hit the wall. Everyone knew Rakong was looking for a knockout blow. Then a sudden, chilling realization hit the corner. Jay was draining his tank way too fast, looking exhausted despite his elite conditioning. Typhon saw the truth when he looked into the opponent's eyes. Jay's father had feared this all along, the crushing mental weight of a pro debut turning into physical fatigue. This psychological battlefield is a vortex of stress that can shatter a fighter's spirit. It's a world apart from the gym, and Jay was drowning in the heat. So even though he was landing flashy shots, the effort was hollowing him out. Rakong sensed this frailty and began to manipulate the rhythm, treating Jay like a puppet under his control. Typhon knew that if the tide didn't turn, Jay was headed for a total collapse. He anticipated Rakong's finishing move and placed his final bet on the boy's inner strength to outlast the seasoned pro. To ignite some fire in him, He told his student to simply be himself and fight his way. And so, the third and final round of the match began. As expected, it devolved into a brutal test of wills, but there was a shift in the dynamic. The veteran had banked his energy, while Jay had spent his like water. Jay's agility had plummeted, and now he was catching blows he used to slip with ease. The audience could see the life draining from Jay's momentum as he fell into a defensive shell. The struggling rookie found himself pinned against the ropes as more punches began to find their mark. He managed a few counters, but they were weak and ineffective. Typhon was paralyzed with worry for Jay. He was fighting a desperate battle just to stay conscious. He managed to ghost one more wicked left hook, earning a final nod of respect from the former champ. Despite that heroic effort, Jay's fatigue betrayed him, and he ate a massive hook squarely on the chin. This was the definitive blow, the one meant to end the story. His body crumpled, hitting the canvas with a heavy thud. The final countdown began as Jay lay there, staring at the lights and feeling the champion's terrifying strength. He was drowning in the experience gap. Yet, this is the boy who survived a lifetime of beatings. He wasn't about to stay down and drag himself up once more. Rock Kong could see the scars of 1,000 battles in his eyes. The rookie had earned his eternal respect. To pay homage, Rock Kong prepared his most lethal strike, an omen of disaster for Jay. The scale seemed to tip finally, but this was the exact moment Jay had gambled on. He tightened his core and found the perfect gap to deliver a thunderous shot to the liver. Sadly, despite putting every ounce of his soul into that final strike, the blow was parried, and in the blink of an eye, Jay was sent crashing back down to the floor. The match looked like a total defeat for our blonde hero, who couldn't best the veteran no matter how hard he pushed. He lay there in the silence, questioning what it truly means to be worthy. Even his rival was secretly hoping Jay would rise from this and one day surpass him. Victory and defeat are written in the results, and while many climb toward the summit, only a few ever get to breathe the rarefied air of the peak. For Jay, the path was clear. He refused to surrender even if the scorecard was already lost. He was determined to leave everything in the ring, even if the ending was set in stone. Even after 2 devastating drops, he rose to his feet one last time. The official was ready to wave off the bout with the newcomer taking the loss. But he sensed the youth's insatiable hunger and razor-sharp focus to continue the brawl. Honoring his grit despite the damage, the ref let the fight proceed on the condition he'd end it if the kid hit the floor again. The frame carried on with Rock Kong's strikes slicing through Jay's defense. He clearly had zero intention of showing mercy, maintaining a stifling amount of pressure on his rival. Then, repeating his previous tactic, he trapped him in the corner and let loose a storm of leather. In his heart, Jay accepted that he might be fated to lose his debut, but that was irrelevant. He didn't take up boxing to outshine others. He stepped into the ring to find the profound essence of true power, even while absorbing heavy blows to the face. Jay's warrior spirit was still roaring for him to stand his ground. Rock Kong was stunned to find himself pushed back even by the rookie's spent condition. The blonde fighter knew he was running on absolute fumes. So the outcome would be decided by one final clash. Rock Kong recognized the rookie's elite potential, compared to every other prospect in the division. Jay's father shouted his support from the stands, while the trainer pondered the staggering hardships the boy had to scale to reach this platform. Typhon sensed a spark in the kid, which is why he accepted the match. The man had practically signed his student's death warrant for the sake of that spark. He sought to find his own answers through Jay's relentless heart. Rock Kong's salvos actually gained ferocity rather than fading, to the point where Jay was only remaining upright by leaning against the ropes. A thunderous straight punch jarred the boy, as he'd never encountered such raw force before, instead of feeling resentment or envy toward his rival. Our valiant blonde hero felt deep admiration for his opponent's incredible discipline and years of sacrifice. Their combat was the culmination of every hardship they had endured up to this second. It was a deep dialogue between two warriors. Both carried unique sagas of how they were forged. The scorecard became meaningless. And right there, in the heat of battle, Jay learned to embrace the pure bliss of boxing. The finishing blow was incoming, Rock Kong's most lethal straight right. Even as he commanded his legs to pivot, his muscles felt like stone. Jay summoned every dormant spark of energy to ghost the punch. In that instant, the rival's defense vanished. He had a fleeting window for a liver shot. But tragically, his tank was too empty to fire, just as Jay resigned himself to an unavoidable loss. He suddenly visualized Ryu's devastating counterstrike from their past encounter. He mimicked the move in a heartbeat, burying a paralyzing liver shot followed by a massive right hook to the jaw. Rakong collapsed and stayed down for the count. After spilling blood, sweat, and tears in this uphill battle, Jay snatched the victory. Meanwhile, that bitter-faced rival's life is spiraling toward rock bottom. He's been handed a 6-year prison sentence. In stark contrast, the boy who chose the path of growth just triumphed in his professional debut. Jay was lost in a daze of disbelief, while Steve was genuinely blown away by the performance. Coach Typhon was ecstatic that his intuition paid off, letting Jay's star shine. The boy's father was bursting with a pride beyond words, and his rival, Rakong, questioned if he would have even had the fortitude to execute such a surgical series of counters at the final second. Those were the instincts of a true elite. Rakong confessed he'd never had more fun in a ring. He became the kid's biggest advocate and pledged his support. Jay is a total klutz outside the gym, but his bravery spoke volumes about the depth of his training. It was obvious to the veteran that this kid has a spectacular path ahead and will eventually hunt for the title. However, he dreaded the boy's eventual clash with the reigning champion, an unstoppable force of nature. After the bout, Jay lay in the dark, but sleep wouldn't come. Flashes of the struggle kept playing on a loop in his mind. The weight of finally becoming a professional fighter hit him like a physical blow. The youth looked back at the mountain of obstacles and pain he'd endured, marveling at how far he'd come for this moment. He grinned like the most joyful child on earth, kicking his blankets in excitement. He knew the only reason he survived was because of Ryu's unintended influence. That night, rather than resting, he rose to shadowbox against the ghost of his old enemy. He tried to weave and recreate the high-stakes moments from the ring. Except this time, the Phantom caught him with a crushing blow, realizing that he had truly just narrowly escaped with his life in the actual fight. Jay dreamed of a rematch with Ryu, unaware the poor guy is currently rotting behind bars. Drained from his workout, Jay prepared to leave, but then he caught a glimpse of Yu's lethal shadow. The mental spar was over instantly. Our boy realized he was a mere insect compared to the god of the ring. He might have called it quits, but Yuto Takeda was training like a demon to face the monster that broke Gene. Yuto, with absolute confidence, neutralized every projected attack. And like a legendary world champ, he was ready to go another 100 rounds if needed. The scene shifts to a reporter detailing K's public outcry regarding the match outcome. He officially declared that his next mission is for Yu to dominate the welterweight division. K intended to bypass the rankings and challenge the champ immediately, but the rules blocked his path. The coach mockingly told Yuto to cherish his belt for the fleeting moments he has left. Directly after the media circus, a bout was finalized between Yu and Elias von Heiberg. He sat at the pinnacle of the world rankings for his weight class, and his challenger was the lightweight king, Yu. This division was a shark tank of the most lethal hitters. Though Elias was touted as the peak of physical fitness, he completely disregarded his opponent. He thought he was untouchable, but he had no clue he was about to get smoked. Elias's primary objective was to topple Yuto. Is it a surprise he was floored by Yu? Because that is exactly how it played out. The man was systematically dismantled as he ghosted every single one of his strikes. Yu was merely toyed with him, not even bothering to throw a counterpunch. Elias felt a deep sting of shame, unable to graze his opponent's face even once. A warrior of his caliber would naturally feel degraded by such cold, calculated disrespect. By the end of the first round, Elias's ego was a pile of rubble. His trainer barked at him to stop panicking and get his head in the game. Round 2 commenced, and, well, lights out, Elias. That cocky jerk might as well retire, because Yu deletes anyone who stands in his way. This match was a public execution meant to showcase his power to the welterweight king, Yuto. It was a clear message. I'm coming for your throne, and I'm coming now. Yu demonstrated that he can end a fight the moment he tires of it. He is the peak of natural genius, while Yuto is the living embodiment of pure, unadulterated grind. He was out logging miles while his corner was falling apart with stress. They once thought Gene might be a simple hurdle for you, but it was now a crisis, seeing Yuto's fiercest rival suffer such a crushing loss. Yuto kept running like a possessed man. The man knew the odds were against him. His coach knew he was walking into a buzzsaw. Everyone saw the writing on the wall, yet he refused to stop. Yuto finally returned home to recover. Haunted by those vacant eyes, he questioned if victory was even possible, admitting he was terrified of the coming storm. To grasp the soul of the welterweight champion, his mentor believed, they should be defined simply as the ultimate workers. Peter cruelly remarked that those who rely only on hard work are destined to be losers. And he hit a painful truth. Takeda's coach noted that proud boxers often boast about the countless hours they spend in the gym, but she viewed it as nonsense, believing you can't separate a legend from the crowd based on effort alone. She argued that every pro trains until they break, but the GOATs are chosen by talent. She felt there was no peak without natural gifts combined with sweat. The routine itself wasn't the secret. She loathed that narrative because if a fighter brags about work, it's a sign they have no special spark. And then our man Yuto appeared, a living contradiction to her cynical philosophy, proving his worth through ruthless, unending dedication every single day. She could stake her reputation on the fact that no other warrior pushes half as hard as he does. She vividly recalls his first day at the gym, just an average kid with zero natural gifts. His father simply wanted him to learn the art of self-defense. Naturally, the coach wasn't sold on his potential and suggested judo might be a more forgiving path for the boy. Ultimately, the kid's father vanished on a milk run and never returned, a tragic pattern that seems to haunt every fighter in this story. Later, during his debut session, Yuto began drilling the fundamental mechanics of boxing. While those born with elite athleticism can move with a natural, fluid grace, this boy was arguably the least promising candidate to ever pursue a professional license. He was trembling and stumbling around like a fragile amateur. In essence, Yuto was written off as a commoner with no innate spark, yet that very same boy now reigns as the world champion of a premier weight class. When she inquired about Mio's health, she learned that the young woman's condition had finally reached a steady state. The three of them were inseparable as children. Mio and Hiroto were always by each other's side. Mio was the delicate, clumsy one who relied on her friends. Soon, they were basking in the glow of their youth. During those years, Masaki dedicated a massive amount of her life to the ring, while Hiroto decided to channel his energy into mastering judo. He wore a constant, radiant smile once he and Mio officially became a couple. But that shift strained their tight-knit circle. She wasn't shocked by their romance, though it left her feeling quietly devastated. Yet, the trio continued to treasure the precious time they shared. Masaki valued their bond above all else and chose to be the pillar of support for her friends. She was deeply thankful for every shared moment, even as she selflessly wished for their happiness. Tragedy struck when Hiroto suddenly passed away, just as Mio's health began a terrifying downward spiral. Before his passing, Hiroto was buckling under immense pressure and had considered leaving his career behind. As an officer of the law, he couldn't turn a blind eye to a gang of thugs assaulting a defenseless stranger. His moral compass took over, as he stood his ground against men he viewed as nothing more than pathetic cowards. He instilled a powerful legacy in his son, that true strength belongs to those who refuse to retreat from their fears and instead ignite a spark of bravery in the hearts of others. He fought with every fiber of his being to protect the innocent. But sadly, the weight of his injuries was too great, and he didn't survive the aftermath of the encounter. Masaki received an unexpected, urgent call from him. It sent a jolt through her. She instinctively knew that something catastrophic had occurred. Hiroto's voice came through one last time as he entrusted Yuto's future to her care. On that dark day, the boy lost his father while Mio's condition reached a life-threatening breaking point. Tragically, Masaki carried the crushing weight of grief as she delivered the news. She collapsed in tears, pleading for her friend to come back to her. In her most vulnerable hour, Masaki bared her soul and confessed her deep love for her friends. Despite her desperate pleas, Mio followed Hiroto shortly after, succumbing to her illness. The double loss left her spirit completely shattered and hollow, to the point where she struggled to find any reason to keep moving forward. Clinging to his father's final wisdom, Yuto vowed never to let fear rule him, and pledged to be a beacon of courage for others. That became his ultimate drive to get strong. The boy wasn't born with a drop of talent. His true gift was an unbreakable mental iron. Masaki asked if he was truly ready for the ring. She warned him of the brutal reality, how often he would be tasted the canvas. But the boy didn't flinch. The little warrior only wanted to honor the man his father was. And so, an unbreakable bond between mentor and student was forged. Her singular focus became passing her legacy to Yuto. He was all she had left. She saw the boy's journey as her only remaining reason to exist. It's no secret to the gym, but despite the hype, this kid was initially a complete disaster. He spent an entire month struggling just to master a basic straight punch. His movements were so stiff, it felt like he was memorizing equations rather than feeling the rhythm of the technique. It took years of agony to build this powerhouse. Yuto has transformed into a terrifying force of nature. Then came the Great Awakening. 15 years of dedication sculpted this titan. They focused first on forging a body of steel, His day began with a 6-mile run the moment he opened his eyes, followed immediately by 2,000 core reps and 1,000 push-ups. He is essentially the Saitama of boxing, the traditional ring drills. Never stopped throughout his teens, but it was vital. Every drop of sweat was a brick in the wall of his indomitable spirit. Early on, he faced massive hurdles against other fighters even after his strength peaked. To explain the science of a growth peak, Misaki used a development chart. Talent and effort are intertwined. Everyone starts at the bottom and enjoys rapid growth at first, the most thrilling part of the journey. But eventually, you hit a wall where limits take over. Even elite pros suffer through these long plateaus. It's different for everyone, but if a fighter grinds through the stagnation, they can achieve a mastery that transcends raw skill. After this peak comes the inevitable decline of age. Champions possess a rare blend of talent and grit. Early on, Yuto was honestly pathetic. He showed zero progress after 3 years of hell. His peers were leaving him behind, but imagine turning all that failure into becoming the world's most feared infighter. Misaki noted that a specific moment in a hospital room changed the entire trajectory of his life forever. Back in middle school, the boy looked up to heroes like everyone else. For Yuto, his father was the only hero that mattered. Starting a new chapter at school, Yuto realized he didn't fit in with the crowd. He saw the world clearly. There were those who prayed and those who were prey. His class was no different, with a loudmouthed bully tormenting the quiet kids. Yuto became their protector and stunned the room with his fearlessness. The bully finally got a reality check he didn't expect. Whispers that Yuto was Hiroto's son began to spread like wildfire through the halls. The class thought he was untouchable until he took a direct hit to the face. The bully swung with everything he had. But Yuto didn't even blink. He stood like a statue, making the attacker look like a desperate, weak child. The thug fled in shame while Yuto's legend grew among his classmates. The students were desperate for him to finally topple the local tyrant. Unfortunately for that loudmouth, the school's top bully was still terrorizing the weak. The champion of justice arrived just in time for the rescue. The thug tried to act tough and launch himself at Yuto like a rabid animal. But with a single, clinical punch, Yuto gave him a lesson he'd carry forever. The skill gap was simply astronomical. By knocking him out, he restored hope to the hopeless, proving that heroes who bring light actually exist in this gritty world. On the walk home, the boy apologized for always hiding behind his strength. The frail kid expressed his awe at Yuto's power, though Yuto dismissed the praise, insisting he was just someone who worked harder than the rest. Yuto decided to bring this shy kid to meet his mentor. Misaki was thrilled to finally have a new student. She was ready to whip Yamaguchi into shape. Misaki boasted about her Olympic gold and her dream of molding him into a champion. She even slashed the membership fees because she was that eager to teach. Yuto suddenly realized he'd been training for free his whole life. The big dummy should be more grateful during the workout. Yamaguchi stood in awe of the insane intensity Yuto endured every single day. Misaki made it clear he shouldn't worry about being too good because his natural talent was non-existent compared to pros. The boy was floored to realize that even a beast like Yuto was considered untalented by pro standards. Misaki urged him to watch Yuto's grind closely, because sheer effort will always make a man stronger, no matter how much the world tries to break him. During the return journey, Yamaguchi was beaming, filled with a newfound fire to change his life. In this life, you don't choose your starting point. Some are born into comfort, while others are raised in a living hell. Yamaguchi was cursed with a mother who was lost in her own addictions. She tormented him just for believing a loser like him deserved a friend. She only kept him around for the child support checks after getting dumped by her latest fling. Timidly, he asked his mother if he could try his hand at boxing. She spat on the idea, offering nothing but cruelty. The scene then shifts to the bully, who was still fuming and plotting revenge after his embarrassing defeat. His crew was dying to see what that guy could really do in a street scrap. Turns out, they'd stumbled upon a warrior training for world dominance. Meanwhile, back at Yamaguchi's grim reality, he proved he was dead set on a transformation by joining Yuto's morning run. Yuto was thrilled to have a wingman, and coached him to maintain a steady, gentle pace. Predictably, Yamaguchi was gasping for air while the guy leading the way just kept blitzing ahead like a machine. His admiration for Yuto skyrocketed, seeing a peer grind with such terrifying intensity. Yamaguchi felt a surge of fire to reclaim his life, despite the chains of his environment. By the end of the trail, Yuto beamed with pride that his friend didn't quit. He shared his awe. At the stunning sunrise, a wave of pure bliss hit the boy after the sweat. For the first time, that broken kid felt truly alive. The night before class, The bully discovered the justice seeker only hunted the most dangerous predators. The guy had dismantled actual killers. He's on an entirely different level of madness. He became obsessed with testing himself against power, making Yudo his ultimate target. The polite, gentle soul even invited the class tyrant to join them for a meal. The thug couldn't fathom Yudo's genuinely kind nature. Even after catching a beatdown, the bully woke up to a sincere apology note from Yudo. But sometimes that kind of pure grace feels like the ultimate slap in the face. The brat spat on the gesture and stormed off in a blind fury. He felt haunted by the interaction, especially since his peers started mocking him now that he'd lost his appetite for terrorizing them. Life moved forward while the bully faded into the background. Yudo's sessions with Yamaguchi intensified as his friend finally found his rhythm. Then came the night the world broke. Kazu called Yudo, revealing he'd snatched his best friend Yamaguchi. He styled himself as a gritty anti-hero from some comic book. The guy was draped in edge, but Mr. Anti-Hero was playing the role of a pure villain, and vowed to erase Yamaguchi if the authorities were alerted. Yudo sprinted to the location and immediately confronted the psychopath face to face. Kazu is the sort who finds life is just a game to be played. He found zero thrill in crushing weaklings who couldn't even stand in his shadow. Since Yudo's reputation was growing, Kazu had targeted him for the hunt. Yudo was livid that a life was being gambled for such a hollow, petty ego trip. He exploded toward Kazu to strike. But the genius slipped the blow like it was a slow-motion dream. The maniac even threw out a compliment for Yudo's form. But in truth, he was just treating him like a disposable toy. Even a local bully realized there was no path to victory against a titan like Kazu. The man who had shattered every gang in the district, a literal force of nature. But there was a subtle hollow feeling about his opponent that Yudo noticed. He saw the truth. Yudo had no natural spark. He was just a shell filled with zero innate genius. Just a boy repeating basic drills like a scripted character with the most elementary techniques. Kazu realized the trainer had to build this talentless kid from the ground up just to reach this level. Kazu buried a hook in him, making it clear they weren't even playing the same sport. He noted that Yudo's entire arsenal was built on primitive simplicity, while Kazu was a pure, God-gifted prodigy of the sweet science. Finding the dance tedious, he unleashed a terminal strike. Yudo fought through the pain, demanding to know why such power was used for malice rather than mercy. But the guy just gave him a cold, dismissive look, and proceeded to dismantle him until he was at death's door. It was a brutal, one-sided execution until Yudo finally hit the pavement. Yamaguchi watched, drowning in the guilt of his own weakness and inability to save his friend. The selfish can never grasp the beauty of sacrifice. Stumbling home that night, the broken boy found his mother being beaten and degraded once again. The following morning, Yudo opened his eyes in a hospital to find a farewell note. Yamaguchi was killing himself with manual labor just to survive the day. He accepted the lie that a normal life was forever out of his reach. Crushed by the cruelty of his world, he severed his ties and vanished from Yudo's life. The moment Yudo finished that letter, something within him snapped. His entire aura shifted. Even as his natural physical peak loomed, he vowed to transcend every human limit. In that transcendent state, Yudo stood before Masaki and declared he would become a living legend to prove that fate can't stop a man who gives his all. That was the moment the world champion Yudo Takeda was truly born. Masaki tore into him during training after learning about the bloodbath with Kazu. She was well aware of Kazu's terrifying talent, the boy labeled as the next all-time great. Masaki chose to bet on Yudo's dream of toppling the giant, fueling his obsession with hellish training. As Yudo ground his bones to dust, Yamaguchi's soul withered, in a dead-end job that offered no escape. The night of destiny arrived when Yudo stood across from Kazu for their rematch. The outcome was a mirror of the first, total annihilation. But even as he fell, Yudo promised that one day he would burn Kazu's talent to the ground. Following that bitter defeat, the boy decided to evolve his strategy. He walked away from school to commit every waking breath to the ring. Masaki, acting as his guardian, wrestled with whether she should steer him away from such a brutal path. She imagined the words his parents would have for him, and ultimately gave him the gift he needed most, her unwavering belief. Yudo's training regime became a descent into madness, moving from one exercise to the next like a piston. The bell rang for their third showdown with Kazu. Yudo was broken and beaten yet again. Unshaken, he returned to the gym to grind even harder than before. Then came the fourth collision. Yudo tasted the canvas once more. He rebuilt himself and challenged the genius for a fifth time. Kazu was actually starting to find it all quite tiresome. Yudo was defeated yet again. Yamaguchi wept in the shadows of his own despair, completely surrendering to the darkness of his life, while Yuto bled every day to turn a fantasy into reality. Years blurred by, and he had lost to Kazu dozens upon dozens of times. The instant he woke up, his brain only screamed train. The stress was so high he lived in a fever dream. But Masaki watched in awe as he physically shattered the ceiling of his own potential. He became a living miracle, evolving past his biological limits. When Yuto faced Kazu once more, even the prodigy was stunned by the weight of Yuto's evolution. He still won, but he was actually exhilarated by the challenge for the first time. Yuto couldn't even speak through the exhaustion, only mumbling about his own technical flaws. Kazu was finally mesmerized by a man who refused to stop improving. And then, one day, Yuto became a genuine threat to the genius. As his old friend prepared to end it all, Yuto, now 3 years into the pros, had leaped across the abyss. He had become a titan that dwarfed Kazu's talent, finally landing the strike the world had waited for. Yamaguchi suddenly recalled that glowing sunrise, the one he'd shared with Yuto on that very first morning. A man who outworked destiny was born, Yuto Takeda in his absolute prime, proving that boxing is the ultimate testament that dedication can rewrite any story. No matter how tragic the beginning might be, the champion's soul is to prove that light exists for everyone who refuses to quit. The grand stage is set, a final war between the people's champ Yuto and the cosmic phenomenon Yu. The arena roars for Yu's supernatural talent as he emerges. Those cold, gifted eyes have set the entire world on fire. This is the warrior who humiliated Gene by never letting a single glove graze him. And now he's ravenous for a second world title. Emerging from the opposite tunnel is the champion, Yuto Takeda. He is celebrated as the globe's premier infighter. It was Yuto's legendary work ethic that forged the man who ruled the welterweight ranks. The disparity in their physical frames is nothing short of startling. Yu's hollow eyes gazed forward with a chilling lack of emotion. The world's attention is locked on these two, each representing the pinnacle of sheer grit versus raw genius. Yet, even the veteran pundits are betting on a swift, surgical execution by Yu. They don't believe the sitting king has a prayer against this cold, calculating predator. Misaki whispered their final tactics to the blue corner, his heart hammered against his ribs as he stared. At that nightmarish combatant, Yuto told himself that hitting the canvas wouldn't be the end, for his legacy was built on rising again. The bell rang, and he surged forward, attempting to scale that impossible mountain while weaving through lethal straits. Yuto breached Yu's defensive perimeter, forcing the fight into a phone booth brawl. But our protagonist ghosted away, masterfully resetting the distance. Misaki's blueprint was simple: never give the monster a moment of peace. Analyzing the slaughter of Gene, they realized Yu's primary strikes were beyond human reaction. The only path to victory was to collapse the space and smother the opponent's reach. Yuto applied relentless pressure to ensure Yu never found the room to trigger his fatal blow. Their gamble was to push the fight into the deep waters of the 12th round, betting on the fact that Yu had never been tested by duration. They hoped his anatomy would finally betray him. But this predictable, straightforward gambit was exactly what Kei had anticipated. In their war room, Kei had meticulously drilled Yu on every one of Yuto's assets. His defensive shells are nearly impenetrable, while his electric pace and bottomless stamina make him a terrifying endurance athlete. Essentially, because Yu thrives on the outside, Yuto was tailored to be his perfect nemesis. Yuto's conditioning is so supernatural that he barely breathes heavy even in a marathon slugfest. Initially, Yu intended to duel him from the perimeter, but he felt the urge to prove a point. Shifting his weight, Yu sent shockwaves through the arena by mimicking the champion's signature crouching guard. Kei wanted the audience to witness the true terrifying beauty of natural talent. The entire world watched in stunned silence, Yuto included, who refused to let his mind wander and stayed committed to the offensive. Then, the first heavy leather connected with his jaw, leaving the spectators in a state of disbelief. A second strike followed instantly, landing flush and leaving the champion in a fog. He was reeling, wondering, how is this even possible? The nightmare was that he was mirroring his every reflex with haunting precision. Worse still, he was swifter and sharper than the man who had spent 10 years perfecting those moves. Misaki stood frozen, while the warrior in the blue corner was having a profound crisis regarding his very existence. He realized this was a level of God-given grace that no amount of work could touch. The bitter truth was that Yu would win 1,000 times out of 1,000. The roar of the crowd was deafening as Yu continued his mimicry, a flawless copy. His prowess is drowning the champion in a one-sided massacre. You showed no sign of letting up. And every trick or feint in Yudo's bag was immediately neutralized. When Yudo tried to bunker down in a high guard, he was pulverized from an angle he couldn't see. Just as Yudo used to overwhelm rivals with volume, Yu was now visiting that same hell upon him. Misaki saw the writing on the wall and prayed he could just reach the end of the first round, so they could find some desperate way to rewrite the script. The first round closed along with Yudo's spirit. He looked like a man who had stared into the abyss and blinked. Misaki barked at the dazed fighter, telling him there was no room for a mental breakdown. The poor soul was left speechless by Yu's untouchable power. Misaki searched for a single crack, a tiny imperfection that even a god like Yu might possess. She planned to target that weakness with everything they had in the rounds to come. Meanwhile, Kei sat back, enjoying the easiest payday of his career. Yu originally didn't respect Yudo's skill, but Kei reminded him that this man is a late bloomer who evolves under fire. He warned that Yudo might actually push you to the limit. But our hollow protagonist honestly couldn't have cared less about the challenge. As round 2 approached, the experts wondered if Yudo had a hidden ace up his sleeve. The bell rang, and Yudo charged like a bull, only to meet a devastating straight right that nearly snapped his head back. Yet he fired back a counterstrike almost purely on instinct. Misaki's new directive was simple: stay in the fire, trade blows, and force your mind to download his rhythm. And so, he threw himself into the slaughter. Despite absorbing a horrific amount of punishment, Yudo was starting to find his spark. He believed that as long as a heart beats, there is a glimmer of a chance. Yudo's resolve hardened. He was ready to take 100 hits just to land one. He vowed to remain standing no matter how much his body screamed. Now it was Yu who felt the sudden shift in pressure. Even Kei was intrigued by this display of pure, unadulterated willpower. The silver-haired coach sensed that Yu was still just toying with the king, hiding his true destructive potential. The atmosphere turned electric as Yu darted back to create a killing zone. Yudo lunged to close the gap, but his hope began to dissolve into agony as he was buried beneath a relentless avalanche of leather. Every escape route was cut off as the monster unveiled a mere shadow of his true capability. With his guard momentarily split, Yudo absorbed a gut-wrenching blow to the midsection, forcing the world champion down to his knees in the center of the ring. The miracle he prayed for was still nowhere to be found. He was systematically breaking the champion before a global audience. Amidst the thousands, one boy watched. It was Yamaguchi, screaming for his hero to find a way. The narrator notes a harsh truth about dedication. It's glorified in stories, but in reality, it is a lonely, soul-crushing cycle of repetition that burns the mind out. Misaki saw the ghosts of his past fueling him as he held his broken body together. There were moments after training when she almost told him to quit for his own safety, but she could never bring herself to say it. Back in the squared circle, the welterweight king was drowning in a sea of pain. His lungs burned, desperate for a single clear breath. But the warrior in the blue corner drew strength from the people he carried with him and hauled himself back to his feet. Yet you stood there, a statue of indifference. The mystery of how to defeat a god remained unsolved. The round pressed on with Yudo frantically reading the movement. He accepted that he had to bleed to breach Yu's reach. He finally lunged inside, making Yu feel the heat of his presence. The masterful Kei was impressed by the sheer stubbornness of the comeback attempt. But even Yudo began to realize his clock was ticking down to 0. Yu flipped the switch to total aggression, leaving him a fraction of a second to choose a defense. The monster fired a finisher, but something legendary occurred. The world champion sliced through the trajectory of the attack, sending Yu stumbling for the first time. Coach Kei was absolutely electrified by the worthless hard worker's spirit. Round 2 reached its fever pitch as Yu's explosive lunges forced a cold sweat from the champ. The king stood firm against strikes so violent that even his incredible, iron-like physique began to fracture. Yudo ignited one final, desperate charge, only to be met with a blow so heavy it sent him crashing to the mat for the second time. Misaki was on the verge of tossing in the towel. As our warrior lay sprawled across the mat, the man appeared utterly broken. But in that darkness, he recalled precisely what he was fighting to protect. He hauled himself up, the living breath of his own convictions. Yudo Takeda ignited the arena. Not a flicker of conscious thought remained in his gaze. It was so glaringly evident that even the official was shaken. Poor Yamaguchi realized that. Yudo was pouring his very soul into the fight to prove to the world that hope never dies. He was the beacon who helped him restart and conquer life's cruelest trials. Even his mother was finally finding her way back from addiction. The champ absorbed a stinging strike. Yet he forged ahead when any sane man would have quit. He just kept brawling. Yamaguchi cried out, pleading for him to just stay down and rest. The round concluded with Yuto officially being the only soul to endure 3 rounds against you. The coach lashed out at him. But the boy was so drained he could do nothing but try to close the gap. His consciousness had already dissolved into a thick fog. Misaki urged him to just survive until a single opening presented itself. She wondered what the ghosts of her past would think of her now. Misaki felt a wave of remorse for failing to give him a simple, peaceful life. The 3rd round opened with her accepting her own failures. Yuto immediately absorbed a barrage of savage hits. Despite the champion's agony, Kei was fascinated by Yuto's potential as he evolved with every passing second. He was the classic underdog hero, growing exponentially to topple the Titan. Kei viewed this as a vital lesson for you before his ultimate clash with the Titan of the heavyweights, Eren. From the 4th through the 6th round, Yuto's immortal spirit and lung capacity remained unbreakable. He had survived 1,000 deaths, praying for a miracle to strike. Coach Kei mused about the boy's internal state. It was obvious he was hitting the wall, and Kei wondered how he would react to the pressure. Yuto suffered another catastrophic knockdown. No one in the arena wanted to see him stand again. No one, except the warrior himself. He fought for leverage, but his nervous system was completely fried. As his glassy eyes met Misaki's, a memory of a starlit talk surfaced. She had told him he was pushing too hard, exceeding the limits of human necessity. As a final lesson, she had bared the cold truths of life and how to withstand them. There was a terrifying risk of being left shattered after giving everything. Misaki feared this for Yuto above all. She wanted him to value his life, having already lost the friend she loved most. But knowing such beautiful souls had made her own life feel whole. She believed Yuto should honor that gift by letting go of his heavy burden, the world champion. No, the boy she had raised from a child had become her life's greatest treasure. Yuto Takeda, eyes blazing with a divine fire, stood up once more. His inner light made you vividly recall Jay's relentless iron will. The round surged forward with you dancing away from a massive, high-caliber attack. Evading the champion's strikes was becoming a desperate struggle. Yuto Takeda seized the center of the ring with overwhelming presence. His coach was floored by the impossible. Yuto lacked the natural grace of a genius, yet in this fire, he had found that perfect flow. The boy with zero talent had stepped into the realm of gods, evolving at a pace that defied logic. This juggernaut seemed unstoppable, until 3 lethal, pinpoint strikes from you found their mark. Yuto's frame buckled. The monster's hidden power erupted as the slaughter ended. Coach K was losing his mind with manic joy, acting as if he'd just witnessed the divine. The second you unleashed his inner beast, Coach K finally saw the masterpiece he craved. The monster's awakening left the welterweight king in a life-threatening state. Misaki was trembling with rage, ready to strike you down. But K intervened, physically restraining her from the champion. Misaki spat that there was no sport left in that ring, only murder. She saw you and K as demons, while Eren Tide watched the only man who could challenge him. Yuto's body was so broken his jaw was in pieces, effectively ending his time in the ring forever. Misaki sat in a hollow daze, haunted by not stopping the fight sooner, and forever introducing him to the violence of boxing. Misaki wept, feeling she had betrayed the memory of her lost friends. But Yuto managed a faint, heart-wrenching thank you for everything she gave him. Misaki was flooded with the memories of the life they built together, feeling eternally grateful to the boy who gave her a reason to wake up. A fruit basket sat nearby with a note from Yamaguchi, cheering on his big brother. Soon, Yuto's recovery defied the odds. The doctor mentioned a young patient who worshipped the boy in blue. This child had lived on Yuto's secret donations for a rare illness, fighting a losing battle every day. Yet, seeing the champ's grit on TV gave the boy the will to live, much like Yuto rising from the mat. The child declared his dream to be just as strong as his hero. The boy's words echoed the legacy of Yuto's own father. Yuto broke down in tears, hoping he'd finally become the man his father expected. He was finally allowed to be human. Scene shifts to the vile Santorino brothers. The middleweight king, Fabrizio, just saw the rookie crush 2 titans, his brother and trainer. Marco Santorino knew they were the next targets on the list. Yuto Takeda's tragic fall didn't just end one reign. It triggered the collapse of 2 more kings. You became a 4-division conqueror, drawing crowds Fabrizio could only dream of, with you blitzing through the weight classes like a ghost. His next objective was the most notorious scoundrel in the sport. Fabrizio suddenly stormed the stage, catching everyone off guard. The man was greeted by a wall of boos due to his toxic reputation. Fabrizio didn't flinch, offering backhanded praise for Yu's untouched face. To stir the pot, Fabrizio drew a revolver as if daring Yu to dodge lead. The crowd erupted in panic, watching this madman brandish a weapon in front of the reigning champ. Our stoic protagonist didn't even bat an eye, as Fabrizio's finger slowly tightened on the trigger. It was just a cruel prank to rattle the world, typical of Fabrizio's twisted humor. The public's loathing for him hit a new peak after the stunt, until Fabrizio fired live rounds into the ceiling, silencing the room. He vowed to settle the score with his fists instead. The scene shifts to Carmen, appearing at our hero's doorstep. She arrived with a full security detail, leaving Yu completely baffled. They began sweeping the apartment under Kay's orders. Finding hidden lenses meant the game was afoot. Carmen handled the bizarre deliveries and found another of Fabrizio's gifts. He had sent our hero a decapitated cat just to get under his skin. She ordered her team to clean it up and explain that. Both Santorino brothers were clinically unstable. Marco uses every dirty trick to break an opponent's mind before the bell even rings. They are animals, but Kay's team knows how to handle swine. Carmen was in charge of sanitizing Yu's entire world. The psychological war has begun. After a full sweep, they unearthed 30 listening devices spying on our boy. Carmen noted that a fighter named Chavo Urias took the middleweight crown after Bob Norris stepped down. That's right. The very same Bob currently on the broadcast team. He was one of the original 5K turned into weapons. Carmen realized that Kay's latest students were moving further and further away from being human. Immediately after winning, Chavo crumbled when Fabrizio used mental warfare to break him. The master of puppets was Marco, ensuring the champion was a shell of himself before the fight. This proves Yu's next foe needs more than skill. They need a shield for their soul. These men are snakes. Carmen warned Yu to trust only her and the coach. Yu's relentless regimen persisted under Carmen's vigilant gaze. She observed that his existence was rather bleak, consisting of nothing but a repetitive loop between his front door and the weight room. All at once, a shadow crossed Yu's expression, as if he had descended into a deeper well of melancholy than ever before. Following their workout, as they trekked back, he questioned the presence of the sentries. She explained they were securing the perimeter and urged him to save himself first if he were ambushed in the streets, confidently stating she could handle any home invasions. Carmen was forced to step in as his personal chef, as every other living soul was a potential security breach. She strictly forbade him from dining out, knowing that underpaid workers are easily swayed by a handful of cash to spike a meal. Ultimately, Carmen prepared a massive feast for him, feeling quite proud of her culinary prowess. However, as she sat across from him, she was completely taken aback. She witnessed Yu wearing a look of sheer revulsion. It was a visceral reaction she had never seen him exhibit before. The poor girl was stunned when the champion couldn't even swallow a bite without retching. Carmen's ego took a massive hit as Yu fought a losing battle just to finish his plate. He rinsed off in the shower before turning in for the night. Years of punishing discipline had sculpted him like a marble masterpiece, and inevitably, even Carmen found herself unable to look away from his physique. She marveled at how he had transformed into such a powerhouse since his first day at the gym. After he finished, she was bewildered to find he had no interest in the bed. He chose the hard floor instead, leaving her confused once more. Since Carmen was tasked with his constant protection, they shared the same sleeping quarters. She began to sense that he was far more human than the hollow shell she first met. Looking into his eyes, she could tell he was perpetually on the brink of breaking down. The duality of this ring demon having a vulnerable side piqued her curiosity. The security detail under Kay's command funneled every second of surveillance footage back to him. The old man was essentially stalking Yu's life in high definition. By the following morning, the elite guards were gasping for air, trying to mirror the champ's pace. Regardless of their professional training, they were no match for the lung capacity of a 4-division king. When Yu finally returned home, he encountered a disheveled Carmen with chaotic morning hair. She slammed the door in a panic before reappearing, acting perfectly poised. He was left standing there in total confusion. At the training center, Kay sat him down to analyze Fabrizio's most recent outing. It was a clash between the middleweight title holder and a top-tier challenger named John Reynolds. The trainer pointed out the look of pure exhaustion and stress on John's face. It was clear the Santorino brothers had been tormenting him long before the bell rang. The man was unraveling while the brothers smirked at his mental collapse. The fight initially seemed like a fair contest of skill. You listened intently as the coach broke down the reality. Fabrizio is a virtuoso of the street fight. He is the most deceptive champion with the most jagged style. He abandons all conventional defense, committing 100 of his soul to the offensive. Fabrizio leans into a villainous persona, intentionally making himself the most hated man in the ring. He goads rivals into fighting with emotion, luring them into a trap of his own making. Kate even hinted that Fabrizio used chemical enhancements to close the gap in natural power. Peter was watching from the bleachers, remembering his own unsettling interviews with the pair. Truth be told, neither brother had any genuine love for the sport of boxing. Marco openly mocked the fans, believing their true service was providing a bloody, high-stakes spectacle. John was rocked by an illegal headbutt, yet the official turned a blind eye to the foul. However, the moment John attempted to fight fire with fire, he was instantly docked points and scolded by the ref. It was painfully obvious the referee was in their pocket. Marco glowed with pride at how easily the Santorinos corrupted the sport. A professional showcase had devolved into a back-alley mugging. The reason John lost his composure was the bombshell discovery that his own daughter was seeing. Marco, that was a psychological blow that even a legend like Mike Tyson couldn't have survived. Marco had groomed the girl into believing he was a misunderstood hero. Despite her father's frantic warnings about the man's true nature, she blindly placed her faith in Marco's lies. Then, the day came when she returned home broken and in tears. The truth was devastating. Marco had systematically used and discarded her. This was the fury John carried into the ring to kill Fabrizio. Fabrizio weaponized that grief, baiting John into a mistake that led to the knockout. Despite being the superior technician, John fell to a mountain of cheap shots and mental torture. This is the exact psychological minefield Yu is walking into. Back at the crack of dawn, Yu was out training with Carmen. They were being trailed by several suspicious figures lurking in the shadows. A local drunkard standing in their path had been bribed with a fat envelope to ruin Yu's gear. They had even pumped him full of drugs to ensure he wouldn't hesitate to act. As Yu approached, the man staged a stumble, but the champ moved with such supernatural grace that he dodged the spill effortlessly. Carmen had already calculated every risk. She made it his top priority to keep a wide berth from any strangers. She also shielded him from the press. Marco was flooding the news cycle with toxic lies about Yu's character. Carmen was fully aware they were trying to weaponize the media against them, but she was ready to return fire with interest. She had successfully embedded her own informants within the Santorino camp. So by the next day, it was Marco who found himself ambushed by a swarm of hungry reporters. Instead of being frustrated, Marco was actually thrilled by the escalation of the game. In this business, cash is the absolute power, and Kay was sitting on a mountain of it. Everything was under control, except for our hero's diet, which he clearly found to be utterly tasteless. Every package delivered to the house was incinerated immediately for his protection. Carmen refused to leave him alone and kept him off the grid, but she wasn't worried about his boredom, because he's such a shut-in that he wouldn't know what to do with a smartphone anyway. Carmen emphasized that while Fabrizio wouldn't dare lay a hand on him before the fight, Yu's beloved cat was fair game to those monsters. She told him to be hyper-vigilant in guarding his majesty. Suddenly, we see the coach staring at the cat with a predatory look. He's clearly up to no good. Half a decade has flown by since Yu first stepped in her life. The former high schooler was now a legendary 4-division champion. She viewed the upcoming win as a certainty, but she wondered about Kay's endgame. Was all of this just a preamble for the final war with Aaron Tide? She feared that even if he beat that Titan, Yu would simply evaporate like a ghost once his purpose was served. While she was lost in these dark thoughts, a gang of thugs blocked their path. She was startled, wondering how she had overlooked the local criminal element. Carmen tried to step in front of Yu, but the champion was already methodically eliminating the threat. He disarmed them in a blur and put bullets through their ankles with cold precision. The warrior was a heartbeat away from finishing them off when Carmen screamed for him to stop at the last possible second. She realized with horror that he truly intended to execute those men. Just as he had with Jean and Yudo, he was beginning to lose his restraint. Despite this chilling, robotic side of him, she still clung to her belief in his soul. She desperately searched for a single pulse of emotion beneath his icy exterior. To find it, she impulsively invited the champion out on a real date. The 4-division king of the world is a complete novice who has no idea how romance works. Carmen walked him through the basics, and surprisingly, Yu agreed. And so, on their first real day of freedom, Yu arrived to collect her looking exceptionally dapper. However, her heart sank slightly because our hero intended to go out in the most generic background character attire imaginable. Carmen took charge and styled his hair herself. She discovered that the veteran Kay had instructed him to maintain those sharp spikes specifically for his bouts. With his hair finally on point, she insisted they go on a shopping spree to upgrade his fashion game. Carmen selected the most flamboyant garments and coerced him into a fitting. Both of them appeared utterly out of their element. Yet she stood her ground, demanding he sport the look. You was visibly miserable while Carmen was having the absolute time of her life. Amused by his total state of bewilderment, they cycled through a mountain of different experimental looks. Every single ensemble sent her into fits of laughter. Then the man donned a sophisticated suit and transformed into a high-end runway model. Carmen gave her seal of approval and marched straight to the register. Their adventure led them to the theme park. The massive roller coaster failed to stir our hero's pulse, but at least the girl and his feline companion were having an absolute blast. They dived into every thrilling attraction the park had to offer. The guy even strolled around clutching a cat balloon like an absolute legend, while scrolling through their digital memories. Carmen grew frustrated with Yu's perpetually stoic expression. She assigned him a mission to mimic the specific facial technique she was about to demonstrate. Carmen executed her most dazzling smile, while Yu's attempt looked like a complete catastrophe. Their next destination was the terrifying haunted house. This girl was lost in a deep fantasy about their future together as a couple. The master plan was to cling to him the moment she felt a chill of fear. She sternly cautioned him not to launch a physical assault if a ghost appeared. Yet the hypocrite was so paralyzed with terror that she actually pummeled the zombie performer to an absolute pulp. The girl ended up neutralizing the threat all by herself anyway. Carmen began to suspect that her heart was truly beginning to beat for our boy. More terrifying than any prop was Jean's sudden, lifeless stare. The two women nearly frightened each other to death, while the two men simply observed one another in total silence. Carmen was stunned to stumble upon the former world king in a place so mundane. She was suspicious at first, but remembered this man possessed a mountain of pride and couldn't be bought. Stella openly insulted you, blaming him for forcing her husband into an early retirement. But Carmen wasn't backing down. She roared back with a fierce defense. They shared a table with Stella and Carmen in a suffocating atmosphere, while Jean was amazed to find you there. He sensed a change. The former lightweight king could never scrub the memory of their clash from his mind. What struck him was the newfound softness in Yu's gaze, as if he had reclaimed a piece of his soul. He glanced at Carmen and wondered if she was the catalyst for this change. The man was playing the role of the ultimate devoted father, openly doting on his child for the world to see. A stray ice cream cone suddenly plummeted directly onto Yu's head. This sent shockwaves through Jean, as our hero would normally never allow himself to be touched by something so slow. Carmen reviewed the data from his bout with Marco, who had actually pushed him to the limit back then. That strategist specialized in elite warfare and made even Jean sweat. Sadly for him, Jean's power secured the victory. But Marco's toxic hunger for the win was transparent to everyone in the room. The retired lightweight king warned you to keep his guard up because his rival plays dirty. As they went their separate ways, Jean was haunted by the ice cream mishap. He truly feared you would suffer a defeat if you remained that distracted. The evening wound down. The rendezvous concluded with the two of them sharing a quiet conversation. Carmen prodded him, asking if he had finally discovered the purpose he was hunting for. You confessed he wanted to find it, but now his mind was more clouded than ever. She asked if he would abandon the ring, if that inner light remained elusive. Carmen suggested he try looking for that spark in the simple joys of a normal life. She wanted him to savor the beauty of the world so his search could finally end. She made a bold move, hinting that the light he sought might be sitting right beside him. After the sky lit up with fireworks, a random girl approached you under the guise of fan. But she was actually delivering a cryptic threat from Marco to Carmen. She tore the message into tiny pieces without even glancing at the words. Everything was going perfectly until that dark shadow crept in. Carmen was still basking in the glow of the date, ready for them to return to the rhythm of their daily lives. In that moment, you made a rare request, expressing his desire for more dates with her. She beamed with a yes while Marco watched from the shadows, savoring his twisted observations. Their routine resumed, as it always did, and you genuinely began to enjoy every meal she prepared. But as his affection grew, his killer instincts began to fade. The trainer was livid, and summoned Carmen for a private confrontation. He lambasted her for allowing him to get too comfortable and happy. Coach K was beyond frustrated, even accusing her of falling in love with the asset. Carmen fought to defend her actions, but she was silenced and stripped of her protective detail duties immediately. In her place, he was assigned a bizarre, clown-like figure as his new shadow. Carmen trudged home in a bitter, resentful mood. She was ambushed by a stalker lying in wait. The sadistic middleweight King Fabrizio had been hunting for this moment, recalling the boy's original query. You never did figure out what makes hurting people so addictive, did you? Carmen was left in a coma, following the savage assault Fabrizio delivered. Yu's world shattered when Kay broke the news. Kay shouldered the guilt, claiming he was negligent regarding Carmen's protection. He warned you not to let personal grief rot his mind, insisting he stay locked in on the grind. At the media event, Kay crossed paths with Marco. He immediately charged him regarding Carmen, but Marco simply smirked it off. A journalist asked for their mutual thoughts. Marco claimed he had nothing but respect for a coach who shared his bottomless thirst for winning. However, he also boasted that his fighters were merely puppets, and since his new rival was a freak of nature, it was a fair match. Then came Coach K's devastating retort. The man went old school and dropped a brutal, disrespectful joke about Marco's mother. The room exploded in chaos while Marco actually lunged forward in a murderous rage to strike him. Kate dared him to take the shot, ready to dismantle him on the spot. Rarely had Marco's composure been shattered so completely. The media quickly turned their focus to Fabrizio, who looked into the camera and promised to end Yu's life in the ring. The air grew heavy as the microphone was finally passed to Yu. The silent warrior replayed the few genuine moments of joy, with the only person who ever saw the man behind the machine. Ultimately, this violent life led to Carmen's blood. Yu spoke up, vowing he wouldn't finish the fight quickly. He showed his teeth in a smile. That chilled the marrow of everyone present, promising to make Fabrizio suffer for all 12 rounds. Peter was stunned. For the first time, Yu had expressed a human desire, the desire for vengeance. Following the briefing, Marco's fury boiled over while. Fabrizio is loading up on stimulants like a madman. He's driven to use the maximum dosage just to keep pace with Yu's supernatural prowess. Carmen regained consciousness on the morning of the showdown. The spectators are going wild, captivated by Yu's legendary streak of conquering multiple weight classes, stepping out from the shadows. Yu made his way toward the squared circle. His presence caused the entire stadium to erupt, chanting his name in a thunderous roar. However, for the man in the opposite corner, the festive atmosphere instantly soured into expressions of raw hostility. There was no glory for this challenger. Instead, he was met with a wall of pure vitriol from the fans. The Santorino brothers didn't flinch at the backlash, boldly flashing middle fingers to the entire crowd. The official wrapped Fabrizio's hands to ensure no foul play, though Peter suspected the whole process was merely a theatrical performance for the cameras. The youngest Norris felt the odds favored Yu, believing the champion had finally moved past his mental turmoil. Meanwhile, Fabrizio looked like a laboratory experiment. His midsection was so shredded it looked practically inhuman. Coach K was fully aware of their chemical shortcuts and bluntly instructed Yu to let loose and do whatever he felt necessary in this scrap. As the opening bell loomed, Yu's face remained a mask of total indifference. The champion has become a bloodthirsty predator as the air between the two warriors grows heavy with malice. The battle ignited with Fabrizio lunging forward in a desperate offensive. His current velocity is nearly identical to Yu's own lightning-fast reflexes. This is the result of Marco's master plan, transforming Fabrizio into a freak of nature just to snatch the victory. The middleweight maniac refused to let up, keeping the heat on the champion. Marco had designed this as a mental execution. Noting Yu's untouched record, he wagered that Yu actually possessed a deep-seated phobia of being hit. Fabrizio then threw a filthy low kick, an illegal strike that would break a normal fighter's spirit. But Yu glided out of harm's way, saved by his divine instincts. Yet, dodging so awkwardly should have created an opening, allowing Fabrizio to strike just as opponents did in Yu's debut. He was left stunned when our hero evaded the blow simply by tracking the dance of Fabrizio's shadow. Yu countered with a ferocious strike that sent Fabrizio airborne with a single, devastating impact. The stadium was speechless as the notorious cheater hit the canvas. Down and out after a solitary exchange. Even more chilling, Yu's muscles were twitching in a bizarre, rhythmic fashion. Coach K had no intention of fighting fair. He had administered his own specialized performance boosters. He watched with glee as the drugs pushed Yu's limits into the stratosphere. Something feels deeply wrong. Somehow, through pure chemical stubbornness, Fabrizio dragged himself up from that vicious hit. The round pressed on while Marco realized with horror that Yu was intentionally striking his face to prolong the pain instead of finishing him. This was Yu's grim vow to the Santorinos. He would dismantle their world over all 12 grueling rounds. The focus shifts to Carmen. She thought back to her time in Fabrizio's shadow. Her first memory was the day her family was snatched by insurgents. As a young girl, she watched helplessly as her parents' lives were extinguished before her eyes. That void of loss left her shivering with a terror that froze her very soul. She had abandoned all hope, waiting for her own end to come. Then, a younger Kay intervened, saving her and mentoring her until she reached adulthood. Once she came of age, she sought to prove her worth by working at his side. But the man she once knew as Kay had evolved into something unrecognizable. When Carmen was held by Marco, she remained physically unharmed despite their psychological tactics. She kept her composure, standing firm against the tide of fear and doubt. Marco entered her cell and remarked that he wouldn't have had to play so dirty if she had been cooperative from the jump. Cutting to the chase, he revealed he had a specific proposition for her. Intriguingly, his inquiries were centered entirely on you. Carmen insisted their bond was strictly business, but Marco saw right through her, knowing she dreamt of giving the fighter a quiet, normal life, helping him flee the clutches of this savage, cutthroat industry. He knew a man as twisted as Kay would never permit such a fairy tale ending. The killing machine raised in Kay's cold shadow was destined to lose his soul, becoming nothing more than a puppet for a delusional old man. He asked if you had ever truly chosen this life. His offer was blunt. He needed her help to ensure Yu's defeat, effectively breaking Kay's hold on him. Though Marco was the villain, Carmen couldn't deny the truth in his words. It was crystal clear that Kay's madness would eventually drive Yu over the edge. Yet, she still harbored a sliver of faith in the man who rescued her. She hoped a fragment of humanity remained in both of them. Carmen declined the offer, telling Marco to try winning the old-fashioned way. She then remembered waking up in her hospital room, finding Clown Nose, one of Yu's newly appointed guardians, at her bedside. He filled her in on the current state of the massacre in the ring. Carmen realized then that Marco had released her without so much as a bruise. She struggled to make sense of his mercy. The truth was, Marco didn't want to ignite a rage in Yu that could never be extinguished, so he let her go. So, if the Santorinos were innocent, why was Carmen in a hospital bed? She claimed it was a run-in with street thugs, even though she had easily handled such trash in the past. Back in the ring, Yu was conducting a public execution. The fans watched as the hated middleweight king was torn apart by his own brand of cruelty. The analyst Bob was certain Yu could have dominated this fight without any chemical help. But this was Kay's world. He wanted to humiliate anyone who dared challenge his authority. He was the ultimate puppet master, beating enemies at their own game. He had even considered killing Yu's cat and used Carmen's accident as the ultimate fuel for Yu's rage. After his own defeat, John Reynolds finally heard the honest truth from his daughter. Marco hadn't touched her. He only tried to frighten her into leaving. She pleaded with her father to stop the vendetta because they were never harmed. This flipped the script on the Santorino brothers. They weren't the demonic villains the rumors suggested. But that realization came too late for Yu, who was currently grinding them into the dirt without a hint of compassion. Carmen, though physically shattered, felt a desperate need to intervene. But Clown Nose warned her to stay put, knowing Kay's malice had no bottom. He reminded her that Kay was a cold-blooded ghost who had ended many lives long ago. He begged the coach to stop the slaughter right there. Fabrizio had already absorbed a career-ending amount of trauma. Before the match, Marco had told his brother to study Yu's every move. Knowing Yu intended to prolong the agony for all 12 rounds, Fabrizio realized victory was a fantasy. The only twist was Yu's lack of interest in a fast finish. Fabrizio dropped his guard entirely, adopting a low stance to exploit his reach, but Yu was a blur. He lunged and vanished, ghosting behind his opponent in an instant. Yu unleashed a hailstorm of punches with inhuman velocity. The flickering image of a broken Carmen drove his hands to move even faster, becoming a blur of violence. Kay watched with cold satisfaction, proving that no amount of trickery can withstand absolute, crushing power. The current version of Yu was a walking natural disaster. His wrath was unstoppable. He punctuated this with a sickening blow to Fabrizio's lower vitals, ending the Santorino bloodline with a single, spiteful strike. The low blow was plain as day, yet the fans cheered and the official looked away, refusing to penalize the champion. Marco knew Kay had greased the referee's palms with enough cash to buy silence. The walls were closing in on him. His face was a portrait of hopelessness while Kay loomed over the scene. Like the apex predator of the Shadow War, Fabrizio was being reduced to a bloody pulp. He finally drifted into unconsciousness as the first round drew to a close. He was retching and staggering, his body so traumatized he could barely find his feet. The arena was screaming for the downfall of the villains, eyeing the Santorino brothers with absolute scorn. Later, within the quiet walls of the sanctuary, a woman knelt in prayer, her heart heavy with a desperate plea. The eldest brother vaulted into the ring to shield his sibling. Marco reminisced about the time their mother gave Fabrizio a tonic to sharpen his performance. Despite his reservations, Fabrizio gulped it down without hesitation. She had urged them to surrender if the tide turned, for that mother's heart truly bled for her sons. Fabrizio was desperate to win for her sake, but in this moment, he couldn't even process the words coming out of his brother's mouth. Marco immediately sensed a looming disaster. The instant he noticed the sickly pale hue of his brother's lips. That was the moment he uncovered the depth of Kay's malevolence. This devil had spiked the milk Fabrizio drank just before the opening bell. Their poor mother was a soul who required constant, tender care. The three siblings bore different hair colors, remnants of their mother's struggle to settle their father's debts. Marco didn't despise their poverty. He figured it was just the hand they were dealt. But then he witnessed his mother's frantic tears over the monthly rent. Throughout their youth, Fabrizio and Marco never spent a single moment behind a school desk. They sacrificed their education, desperate to earn enough so Giulia could have a future. Marco acted as the mastermind, orchestrating their every move. He would weave a web of conversation to distract the marks while Fabrizio stealthily liberated their wallets. That was their hustle, the only way they knew how to survive. But their mother's spirit began to fracture under the weight of those unpaid loans. She would vanish into the shadows of the night and crawl back at dawn. The brothers felt her silent agony and vowed to buy her freedom from this hell. This world is a meat grinder for everyone, whether you're rich or poor. The slums show no mercy to children. They were brutalized by a man who stormed in to accuse their mother of theft. He threatened to unleash the law unless she submitted to his demands. The next morning, she faced her children with a hollow gaze. The boys stood in stunned silence, eventually enduring a lashing from their own mother. They knew stealing was a sin, but seeing his mother's broken state, Marco's blood boiled. He refused to accept a reality that crushed his fragile mother. To them, cruelty was the only law, and she wept as she struck them, apologizing for her own failures. Marco turned his back on this world, finding his only purpose in the pursuit of vengeance. The boy pleaded with his older brother to teach him the mystery of words. Marco and Fabrizio soon discovered that world champions lived like kings and never went hungry. The current match devolved into a horrific spectacle with Fabrizio being systematically torn apart. Back then, the brothers toyed with the idea of seeking refuge in a classroom and asking a teacher for a way out. Marco embraced the thought, beginning his brother's education by teaching him to read. He returned that evening after a long, exhausting search for their local school. Marco took on every grueling scrap of work he could find to pull their lives together. While his family finally found a moment of rest, Fabrizio realized his brother was grinding his life away, hour after hour. Marco was fueled by a need for revenge against the man who debased his mother. He knew early on he was destined for the shadows. Yet, Marco's deepest wish was for Fabrizio and Giulia to remain untainted. He planned to forge his brother into a champion or a legend, while he personally handled all the blood and grime. That night, the boy set out to hunt that grotesque, drunken predator. The man reached down for a stray dollar bill, but in that split second, Marco blindsided him with a heavy club. The child had underestimated the sheer resilience required to drop a monster. So he lured him away, leading him into a labyrinth of hidden traps. Stumbling over a cleverly hidden snare, the man crashed face down into a thick, sticky puddle of tar. Taking his opening, the boy rained a hail of jagged stones onto his skull. He knew he couldn't survive a fair fight, so he fought like a ghost from the distance. The bald maniac exploded in a fury, walking straight into Marco's trap. The alleyway was a minefield he had prepared just for this moment. The drunken fool chose bloodlust over logic, charging blindly ahead. As the pursuit intensified, Marco triggered his master snare. A heavy stone crunched into the man's vertebrae, yet he still clawed forward. Marco unleashed another trap, shattering the man's nose in a spray of red. But the persistent demon refused to stay down. The boy tried to sprint for safety, until he turned to face him, brandishing a lethal blade. The old man mocked the child for playing at being a killer. Marco feigned a move, creating a split-second opening to land a punishing strike, dropping the boy to his knees in the dirt. The brute insulted Marco's mother, calling her trash and vowing to snuff out the boy's evil spark. Marco agreed, declaring that a piece of filth like him truly deserved to be erased. Fabrizio joined the fray, and together the brothers hammered the monster, leaving him balanced on the very edge of death. The two boys conquered the beast and reclaimed the stolen cash. To ensure the message was loud and clear, Marco took drastic steps to make certain the man would never prey on another soul. Once the adrenaline faded, his younger brother admitted he had no heart for school. He wanted to walk the path of his big brother. Marco vowed they would master the ring and become world champions so they could never be stepped on again. The following day, The man was found broken and paralyzed after the boys' savage defense. They even brought a smile to their mother's face with the feast they bought with the spoils. Even if the meat pie was modest, it brought a flicker of joy to the house of Santorino. Marco's mother lived for the peace of Sundays, because she could find solace in prayer in the company of her boys. The next chapter for Marco and Fabrizio was the art of boxing. Sadly, their village lacked a proper gym, leaving them only with the gritty world of underground clubs. One fateful day, a local drunk offered to show them the ropes. Luciano. Moni was his name, though to the kids, he was just another nobody. This old man had been a ghost at the scene of their fight and had witnessed their potential. Marco met his gaze with a lethal threat. The old man saw the fire of the damned in their eyes and offered to train them. Thus, they found their first master. He demanded they fight like demons, though he offered no formal technique at first. Fabrizio and Marco began to trade blows, while Luciano dissected their raw abilities. He saw that Fabrizio was a born predator, dominating his older brother with ease. But when it came to the mental chess match, Marco reigned supreme. He was the architect of their future. Luciano spoke of the two pillars of boxing, the mind and the body. Each boy possessed only one. The brothers confessed their burning desire to conquer the world. Luciano warned that desire wasn't enough. A true king must master both pillars. Since each was a specialist, their journey would be a grueling uphill climb. But the secret heart of boxing is a maniacal obsession with victory. That was the fuel in the Santorino's veins. The drunkard promised he would carve them into world champions if they followed his lead. From that moment on, he began to mold them into weapons. Luciano ignored their flaws, choosing instead to sharpen their strengths. Instead, lean into your natural talents with everything you've got. He was a total savage when it came to their training sessions. The years vanished. They hit their teens and blossomed into men. Once they reached adulthood, they hunted down the deadbeat father who had ditched his family, leaving them drowning in a sea of debt. They roughed him up and forced his hand, coaxing him to sign the documents unless he wanted a permanent souvenir of their rage. Luciano stayed out of their personal drama and didn't judge their choices. He wanted to offer guidance, but reminded himself he wasn't their blood. Marco invited him over for a holiday feast to celebrate Christmas. Transitioning to the family meal, the old drunk and the boys acted as if he were their employer. Back home, their mother was stunned to host an unexpected guest. Marco introduced Luciano as their boss, and she welcomed him with genuine warmth. Julia had also grown up during those years and was startled to see the older man there. She had always been the perceptive, sharp-witted type, so Marco had to give her the silent signal to keep her mouth shut. Julia quickly melted the tension and even started playfully tugging on Luciano's beard. It seemed like Marco's mom might lose it, but even she ended up joining the laughter. Finally, the feast was laid out. The family offered a prayer before diving into the mouth-watering spread. After that evening, Luciano expressed his gratitude to the brothers for giving him a taste of true joy. Marco invited him to move in, but the old drunk believed the only home for a man like him was down in the gutter. Luciano said his goodbyes with some raw, heartfelt wisdom. He warned them against arrogance, noting there's always someone tougher and more brutal out there. He urged them to walk away from the darkness and strive to be decent men. Fabrizio changed the mood and ignited a snowball fight. The old mentor took a direct hit to the face. Frolicking in the snow, they felt like carefree children again and cherished every second. Marco vowed they would still conquer the boxing world after purging the crime from their streets. He had already embraced his dark path. Marco only aimed to be the necessary demon required to take out the trash. He held good intentions in his own twisted way and didn't care if he paid the ultimate price in the end. Luciano didn't judge them for their sins, believing everyone carried darkness. He wished them luck before tragically falling to a mafia hit. Julia was reminiscing about Luciano with her mother. When disaster struck out of the blue, their mother's health collapsed instantly. Maria whispered a prayer for her son's tranquility. But fate was cruel as he systematically dismantled Fabrizio in the ring. Julia went to collect her mother, who was still struggling to recover. Her son was enduring a literal living hell. But he still thirsted for more. The bout turned into a grotesque bloodbath, leaving even Bob baffled. He couldn't fathom why the medical staff and the ref hadn't called it. Normally, this would be stopped on the spot. But Marco understood the association wanted the Santorinos to be the ones to quit. After all, the spectators were mesmerized by the carnage and cheering for the violence. Coach K had orchestrated everything perfectly. The round concluded, but it was only the fourth of 12 scheduled rounds. Marco urged him to throw in the towel, arguing that even without the belt, they'd have countless ways to get rich. But his brother was mortified and refused to surrender halfway. He felt sick just imagining the shame. One day, Maria and Julia were cornered by a pack of criminals. While they escaped, Luciano was mangled and took a horrific blade to the stomach. As the fifth round began, you loomed over his prey like a shadow. Fabrizio recalled Luciano's words. He once thought they could rule the underworld, but warned them against it. He urged them to live as elite athletes, even with legends like Gene and Bob around, whom they would likely never surpass. He even cautioned that one day they might cross paths with a genuine nightmare. Luciano's prophecy came true as Fabrizio stared into the eyes of a true predator. He reminded them that winning at life is a myth because one enemy is always replaced by another. Humans have only a brief moment in the sun, peaking before they inevitably wither away. That was the legacy of his own family, hinting that he had once walked the same dark road as the Santorinos and lost everything. He didn't care about the grand purpose of teaching them to box, even if they never touched a world title. Later, the brothers had to scramble to fund their mother's emergency brain surgery. You poured a rain of strikes onto Fabrizio, leaving Kay deeply satisfied. He wanted his fighter to show zero compassion. Fabrizio fought to stay conscious while Marco remained paralyzed by indecision. Luciano's life flickered out with one final message for his boys. Julia rushed her mother to the emergency room as her vitals tanked. Fabrizio was running on empty, while Marco pleaded with him to end this pointless slaughter. But he refused to back down, believing that quitting would make all their previous sacrifices meaningless. The massacre continued, even though Marco saw clearly that his brother was light years behind that terrifying striker. He was ready to stop at the moment he felt his brother's life was fading. Incredibly, the man was still breathing in this fight. By round 7, Fabrizio was officially the only man to survive Yu's fury for so long. The nightmare hitter struck without mercy, leaving no room for a counter. He remembered a childhood talk with his brother, when they were just boys. As round 8 opened, everyone in the building started to wonder what the point of this continued suffering even was. Fabrizio refused to give up the ghost, even if it meant being shattered beyond repair. Round 9 started with you still methodically torturing the man. He had likely landed over 300 clean shots. The other man absorbed every blow while questioning his very soul. At the start of round 10, Fabrizio was fueled by a profound rage against the world. He loathed how people had to bleed and beg just to have a normal life. By round 11, the canvas was painted with the middleweight king's blood. Finally, round 12, the ultimate round. Having survived this long, Fabrizio's face looked like it needed a total reconstruction. Marco was finally reaching for the towel. When the association's goons physically held him back, the line between right and wrong is so incredibly thin. While Julia pleaded for her mother's life, Marco was in a state of terror for his brother's survival. The world was watching a live, public execution on their screens. Marco screamed for Fabrizio to just turn and run. You pulverized his face with savage, pinpoint strikes. Blow after blow. This time you removed the safety and tore into Fabrizio's body. The middleweight champ had blacked out on his feet, but you didn't stop the assault. Fabrizio was in such bad shape he had gone deaf. He only saw a demon shredding his reality. Fabrizio tried to swing back, preparing for a final stand. He showed his true grit and refused to flee the ring. Fabrizio challenged him to just keep swinging. Only 5 seconds remained on the timer. The monster wound up for the final, lethal blow. He was genuinely going to kill him. 3 seconds left when Julia was summoned by the surgeon. 2 seconds left as her family memories flooded back. The ultimate heartbeat is you, launched at full power to take the man's life. The world gasped at the sudden arrival of a radiant fighter. Appearing mid-ring, he intercepted Yu's punch and shielded Fabrizio. While Julia learned her mother had survived, the bright figure who once saved you had finally returned. Some knew the face, others were clueless. But it was clear as day. Jay had stepped back into the ring. The crowd wondered if a comeback was happening. You told him they would settle things in the ring next time. He brushed right past Kay, who seethed at his uninvited guest and even muttered a threat on his life. The tension between the alphabetical elites in this story is reaching a boiling point. Marco wasted no time summoning medical aid for his battered brother. With the welterweight crown secured, you claimed another victory without even breaking a sweat. Critics once predicted he'd crumble in the deep rounds, but he proved he's the undisputed king. Peter saw you as a warrior who had transcended the peak of human capability and crossed the threshold into something altogether supernatural. The match reached a fever pitch when Jay, now retired, physically intervened to halt the carnage. Normally, such a stunt would earn immediate arrest, But Jay was a special case. His motives for entering the ring remained a mystery to the public. Peter recognized that Kay had forged a demon that was mutating into a truly terrifying force of nature. Jean and Stella observed from the sidelines. His wife was consumed by anxiety. However, the former lightweight king believed Kay was the true menace they should all fear. He harbored a desperate hope that someone would eventually pull you back from the abyss. Yuto Takeda was also a witness to the brutal display. His new partner sensed the heavy shadow of sadness looming over him. Yuto didn't deny it, because he saw a reflection of his own past friend in Yu's hollow gaze. The focus shifts to Jay, who understood that Yu's power had grown far too immense. While Jay wanted to celebrate his friend's triumphs, he was deeply unsettled by the dark path he was treading. Taepong urged him to drop the worries, reminding him he had his own championship to conquer. Jay had carved out his own legend in his division and was now standing on the doorstep of a title shot. Fabrizio eventually came to the hospital with his brother by his side. He was stunned to find himself still breathing after that encounter. Marco explained how Jay had stepped in, a revelation that left both of them bewildered. He wept as he apologized for pushing Fabrizio into such a violent corner. Rather than holding a grudge, the former middleweight champ felt as though a crushing weight had been lifted. They both broke down in tears, knowing they were just broken kids who had sold their souls to provide for their mother. Once stable, they reunited with her, finally finding peace in the warmth of their family. They remained true to their hearts, and thus the chapter closes on the Santarinos, who found their redemption as their story ended. Now, the stage is set for Yu's next challenger to emerge. Coach Andrei Vlchenko was electric with anticipation, eager to find a fighter capable of toppling Victor. Amidst his inner silence, the boxer was hounded by a barrage of queries from the media. They probed for his thoughts on Jay's interference, but he was deaf to their noise. His only demand was the return of Carmen to his side. Kay lied, telling him she walked away out of fear that more monsters like the Santarinos would come for her. Kay felt a flicker of mockery for Yu's attachment, recalling the fleeting moments of warmth the two had shared. Kay granted him a week of solitude to reset. During this hiatus, Yu wandered through the existential questions of life. A profound sense of void haunted his every step. He saw it in the mindless pulse of dance clubs and the sterile silence of surgical wings, where the dying clung desperately to their final breaths. Was life's purpose hidden in the grind of a corporate cubicle, or in the fiery passion of activists screaming for change? Could it be found in the depth of sorrow? Yu was starving for a reason to exist. He was a fragmented soul, chased by the ghosts of his upbringing. With every passing event, Yu's psyche was unraveling at the seams. He held a weapon to his temple, ready to end this cycle, until the sight of his cat pulled him back from the edge. The broken champion retreated to sleep, seeking comfort in his pet. The scene transitions to Aaron, who is contemplating the silent cemetery above. The glittering graveyard of stars strewn across the night sky. The heavyweight titan shared deep, poetic thoughts with his wife. He confessed a growing dread, sensing a looming catastrophe approaching them. Angela provided the unwavering support of a devoted partner, anchoring him. Her warmth restored his resolve, while Yu continued to wither away, drowning in isolation with only his cat for company. Coach K beamed with sadistic pride at the raw power in Yu's strikes. Their ultimate target was now clear, the legendary Aaron Tide. Though Victor was the immediate obstacle, Aaron was the true test that loomed on the horizon. The trainer was obsessed with molding a perfect vessel to shatter the heavyweight king. The training grew exponentially more punishing. Yu proceeded to steamroll through several more challengers. It was the same story every time. Fools thinking they were special until they were flattened by a single punch. The first super middleweight bout was over in less than 2 seconds. The second, against a massive brawler, ended just as quickly. The champion of that division, Rockstone, was utterly erased. In the third encounter, Yu's rival began to panic, sensing the impending slaughter. The coach agreed that fear was the only logical response. This delusional man thought he was the hero of his own story, destined for an upset. That fantasy was shattered along with his jaw as Yu ended the fight in under 2 seconds. The final hurdle was the light heavyweight king. He too was neutralized just 1 second after the bell. Yu had become an untouchable ghost in the ring, no longer fighting for glory, but simply executing anyone in his path. Peter knew the final boss was Aaron, regardless of the upcoming clash with Victor. The fate of that upcoming match was still shrouded in uncertainty. Andre was actually hoping to see his own pupil humbled when the man with the mohawk walked in to see the coach. The cruiserweight king was unimpressed by the hype surrounding Yu. Andre was blunt, telling him he stood no chance against such a monster. Victor nearly struck his own mentor in a fit of rage. This man is fanatically obsessed with his hairstyle, convinced that anyone without a mohawk is beneath him. Bizarrely, he had even amassed a loyal following of men who shared his eccentric look. It's no wonder the coach was exhausted by his absurdity. Peter assigned the green reporter, Tommy, to handle the sit-down with Victor. The reason for this choice became clear very quickly. The answer revealed itself the moment the young man entered the training facility. The gym was a chaotic mess, where thugs were currently tormenting a frail-looking kid. When he tried to state his business, they intimidated him into a humiliating situation while the terrified boy begged for mercy. The interview kicked off with Coach Andre, who didn't hesitate to insult his own fighter. He was brutally honest, trashing his student's character without a hint of regret. Andre explained his coaching journey began 8 years ago with a dream of classical boxing. He aimed to mold someone in the image of Jean-Pierre Manuel. Initially, his gym was a temple of discipline and hard work. Then the Mohawk arrived. He looked like a total joke, but carried a punch like a freight train. Victor stunned the coach with his raw, explosive power. Andre stepped up as head coach, aiming for the world title. Victor was buzzing with manic energy. But for Andre, it marked the beginning of his greatest headache. When he told the newcomer to freshen up, Victor went on a rant about the spiritual power of Mohawks. Andre realized his star student was an absolute moron. However, his natural talent was undeniable. He tried to instill the fundamentals of a jab. But Victor viewed such a basic move as a personal insult to his style. Andre decided to let him run wild. He even made a reckless wager that he'd grant any request Victor had once he claimed the world title. On the day of Victor's professional premiere, he did absolutely nothing except swing chaotic, overhead haymakers. Naturally, that left him wide open, and he took several heavy shots to the face because of it. The coach believed having a one-trick arsenal was a recipe for disaster, but the tables turned in the 4th round. His rival became far too arrogant and overconfident. But in a stroke of misfortune, the guy slipped and walked right into a bone-shattering punch to the jaw. It was a spectacular lights-out knockout. And thus, this beast secured his very first professional win. Andre was convinced that pure luck carried the day, so he prayed the next opponent would give him a reality check. Instead, Victor flattened that guy just as easily. The pattern continued. His lucky strikes ended the careers of one fighter after another. Andre couldn't make sense of the absurdity. Even with terrifying power, it was hard to believe. To imagine that a single, unrefined move had propelled him all the way to the Cruiserweight Championship showdown. By that point, the Mohawk Saint had amassed a cult-like following of believers. Before the bell, Victor reminded his weary coach of their bet. He'd be sporting a mohawk the moment the belt was won. That was the exact second Andre realized his dignity was officially over. We've all heard the Bruce Lee quote about fearing the man who practices one kick 10,000 times. The Mohawk Saint is the human embodiment of that. He spams one move until he gets a title shot. During the clash against the tactical Rupert Einstein, even the expert analyst Bob Norris had to admit this lunatic's technical skills were absolute garbage. Yet, there was no escaping the fact that he remained completely undefeated. Victor was the first champ to disregard every fundamental rule of boxing and still walk away with the gold. The match commenced. And this Einstein fellow was delivering strikes with mathematical precision, outclassing Victor with every calculated move. Essentially, it was a battle between a hollow-headed brawler and a shredded, genius version of Einstein. Victor hit the canvas, and in a strange twist of fate, Andre, the coach, was actually cheering for his own student to lose. The Mohawk Saint realized he was staring down a true boxing mastermind. But fueled by pure spite energy, he dragged himself back to his feet. He endured a 12-round thrashing until he was a walking wreck. Even Andre felt the sting of annoyance because every previous rival had fallen for that same flashy bait and lost. The coach was firmly in Einstein's corner, who was unloading punches that looked like something out of a superhero comic. Victor attempted a counter, but it was like throwing paper at a brick wall. The genius paused for a heartbeat before launching a physics-defying, energy-packed strike. It was a masterclass performance as Victor was sent crashing down once more. The whole world assumed his time was up. Einstein even urged him to just accept the obvious gap in their abilities. However, that specific insult was exactly what ignited the Mohawk warrior spirit. It turns out this guy comes from a long line of Mohawk-rocking parents. He was a total wild card, a mindless force of nature who simply didn't know how to surrender. Victor told the intellectual Einstein that he didn't care about the future the way the educated do. Labeling him a single-celled organism, Einstein was ready to end his career both literally and figuratively. He charged in for the finishing blow. But disaster struck when even the brilliant Einstein slipped and absorbed the full, unbridled fury. of Victor's desperate swing. The bout concluded with Victor somehow snatching the win from the jaws of defeat. Andre's dignity was doomed as a new cruiserweight king was crowned, leading us to the current chaos. Andre insisted that the hidden truth behind Victor's reign is nothing but a series of extreme, supernatural flukes. Andre argued that luck is the only reason the guy hasn't been retired. In truth, his student's very existence is a middle finger to the entire sport of boxing. Young Tommy was starstruck, but he wasn't just excited for the upcoming spectacle with Victor. The trainer clarified that all of Yu's current work was merely a prelude to the war against Aaron Tide. The coach was certain there was no way that fortunate fool could pull off another miracle. The Mohawk man suddenly burst in, showing zero respect for the ongoing interview. His mind was entirely occupied by his bizarre training methods. Tommy was left completely bewildered. He was swept up in the hype as Victor delivered a grand speech about becoming the planet's most formidable creature. The guy's dream was simple: to be a man worthy of the Mohawk he wears. His logic was foolproof: crush the biggest threats to prove his strength. So he vanished into the wilderness. He sparred with wild boars, bulls, and kangaroos, literally anything with a pulse. And the crazy part? He actually won. His final test was a massive grizzly bear, a raw, man versus beast showdown for the ages. But as fate would have it, even the bear was unlucky, slipping and falling to its demise. Victor cemented his reputation as the strongest being alive. That was when he fixated on a new, prehistoric target. He reasoned that dinosaurs were once the kings of Earth, and he couldn't fathom how they vanished if they were so tough. The cruiserweight freak found his answer in the raw laws of nature. His focus shifted to perfecting the ultimate punch. He didn't view Yu as a threat at all. To him, Yu's power was like a flickering candle next to the sun of his own fist. The legendary training arc commenced. The guy was obsessed with naming ridiculous, flashy moves. He scaled Mount Everest just to perfect his mountain-shattering punch. He chased a cyclone to master the tornado strike. He even plunged his fist in a molten lava to refine his magma punch. He even tried to box the tide itself to develop the tsunami strike. Andre was reduced to begging the heavens to put an end to this insanity. He was literally asking Zeus to strike the man down. Incredibly, a bolt of lightning actually hit Victor. It was a moment that called for a celebration. The coach believed his long nightmare was finally over. But the Mohawk guy, like a man who just hit the cosmic lottery, walked away without a scratch. He's one of those freak outliers who survives the impossible. Meanwhile, Yu is so cursed that even opening a soda can end in a disaster. At the gym, the elite trainer Luciano is feeling a deep sense of dread regarding Victor. That's because Yu's next foe appears to be the golden child of the goddess of fortune. He voiced his dark premonitions to Kay about the upcoming clash. Returning to Victor's madness, the guy was literally punching through glaciers in the Antarctic. Arnold suggested the coach start preparing for the unexpected, given they were fighting a total anomaly. On the flip side, Victor was training like he was in an action anime, inventing an iron fist inside a dark cave. Arnold continued to warn them about the dangers of fighting a luck merchant. The signs were everywhere. Yu's laces kept snapping for absolutely no reason at all. This had Arnold panicked, believing the bad juju was already beginning to take hold. The Mohawk King showed off his blistering speed with his new machine gun strike. Arnold pleaded for a safe, point-based strategy, fearing that hunting for a KO would trigger a cosmic backlash. Meanwhile, Kay mused that even if they played it perfectly, the shadow of a loss might still be inevitable. A light bulb suddenly exploded and narrowly missed Yu's head, sending Arnold's anxiety through the roof. At the chapel, Andre was praying for the laws of science to hold firm. Young Tommy was praying for a growth spurt and a paycheck, a short king fighting a two-front war. The Mohawk guy was busy following his usual bathroom routine. He accidentally caught holy water on his knuckles, dubbing it the Holy Blessed Strike. This man has more specialized moves than I have contacts in my phone. Kay concluded that destiny is an unmovable force, and that includes the fate awaiting you. He dismissed the very idea of defeat, viewing it as a physical impossibility. The moment of reckoning finally arrived. Two elite gladiators were poised to collide and redefine the history books once more. In one corner stood Yu, the invincible titan chasing his 8th consecutive weight class conquest. In the other, the reigning cruiserweight king. The final result remained an absolute enigma to the world. Bob Norris, our hero's most devoted fan, was certain of a win. The technical disparity was simply too vast. Consequently, the bookmakers had completely written off the Mohawk warrior. But he couldn't care less. His only goal was to flatten anyone with a trendy haircut and a bored gaze. As Andre pumped him up to claim the title of the world's strongest, Victor let out a primal howl like a beast of the wild. igniting a fire of pure adrenaline throughout the stadium. Even young Tommy had transformed into a dedicated Mohawk loyalist. Aaron was also glued to the screen, just like the rest of the world. The bell rang, and both warriors charged into the center of the ring. In a freak accident, Yu's footing gave way the split second the action started, leaving both Andre and Kay absolutely paralyzed with disbelief. Those long-shot odds seemed like a cakewalk for Victor, a man forged by survival and daring feats. Victor connected with a monstrous haymaker, sending our boys soaring across the canvas. The globe stood still as the official raised his hand and proclaimed Victor as the undisputed champion. But this earth-shattering upset was merely a cheeky prank by the storyteller, who nearly rebranded the entire series as the Mohawk. Following this hypothetical bout, Victor became an unavoidable legend, seen as a god among men who eclipsed even Aaron, such as the mystical influence of the legendary Mohawk hairstyle. He dominated the press circuit, boldly announcing his plan to become the apex predator of the galaxy. The masses chanted for their new Mohawk sporting deity, and before long, he was being urged to lead the nation as president. Andre watched the surreal madness unfold, unable to trust his own eyes. The universe conspired in the champ's favor. They even disregarded his foreign citizenship for the sake of his glory. Eventually, he ascended to the presidency, fueled by his meteoric popularity. You might think this is all a farce, as the man spiraled into a glorious frenzy and launched an era where fistfights became the standard for maintaining global harmony. Universal peace was finally cemented by the knuckles of one man, the Emperor of Earth, Viktor Grigorievich. He mandated that every citizen adopt a Mohawk, but unfortunately, the dream turned dark when an extraterrestrial fleet invaded. Victor personally boarded a rocket and hurled himself into the cosmos to brawl with the aliens. While these epic fantasies were swirling in his mind, the Cruiserweight King was actually lying face down, out cold on the mat. To rewind to the reality before that fever dream, when you lost his balance. He channeled the memory of Ryu's legendary Jetstream strike, perfectly mimicking that devastating technique. Yu delivered a cataclysmic punch that folded the world champion instantly, ending the contest in a mere 1 second after the start. For Andre, this was likely the most exhilarating day of his professional life. The outcome surprised absolutely no one, not even the seasoned experts in the booth. Victor's journey in the ring reached its abrupt conclusion right then and there, and the reality of his defeat finally began to sink in. His mentor could finally unleash a lifetime of pent-up lectures, mocking him relentlessly for participating in the briefest match in the history of the sport. Victor and his coach found common ground. The thrill of the fight was all that truly mattered. Victor offered a hand of respect toward you, and you met him halfway, returning the gesture. The fallen champion was stunned that such a slender, delicate hand could generate such a terrifying, bone-crushing impact. Detecting Yu's inner conflict with the violence, Victor urged him to walk away from boxing. But Kay, acting like a persistent parasite, slithered in and branded him a pathetic failure. Naturally, such words were meant to derail any thoughts of freedom. And that is how the curtain fell on the Cruiserweight title saga. You had dismantled 4 legendary kings of their respective divisions. Peter noted that Victor's style wasn't just luck, but a masterclass in endurance. It served as a testament to Coach Andre's brilliance. I have sculpted my protege into the ultimate combat vessel. Had Victor not been such a chaotic eccentric, his raw power could have challenged Aaron Tide himself. But the Joker fell before Kay's most recent nightmare. The final showdown between the 2 titans of the ring is fast approaching. Coach K is vibrating with excitement, having spent years anticipating this specific collision. The legendary Aaron Tide studied the fight and prepared to face the microphones. Off the clock, he's a gentle giant who lives for his children. The following day, Aaron delivered a manifesto that rocked the foundations of the sport. He spoke candidly about walking away, refusing to remain a puppet for the manipulative old man who discovered him. This bombshell announcement was a devastating blow to Kay's ego. Aaron's revelation sent the boxing community into a tailspin, but he responded with cold finality, stating he had nothing left to prove to the world. He refused to be a circus act for the masses. Coach K accepted the gauntlet and began hunting for every crack in the champion's armor. Kay was obsessed with cementing Yu's dominance, as Bob Norris witnessed Kay's spiraling madness. He had walked away from the ring entirely, choosing a different path. The very concept of the sport had lost all meaning to him. Jason Freddy suffered the same fate. Every soul K touched became a hollowed monster that eventually fled. Coach K had scoured the planet in search of his 5th and final masterpiece. In his quest for talent, Kay was looking for something beyond human, something spectral, an entity that would eclipse even his previous champions. He pushed his limits to find a superhuman anomaly. Then, just as his hope faded, his eyes fell upon his driver, Aaron, a man possessing a jaw-dropping physique and a massive, imposing frame. He was desperate to see those muscles in action in the ring. But much like you, the answer was a simple refusal to inflict pain on others. They were forced into a detour due to a massive gridlock. Suddenly, the driver told Kay to stay back and call for help. With those words, he leaped out to protect a woman from a violent assailant. Kay sat in the shadows, electric with anticipation for the scene to unfold. The attacker refused to release his hostage, even after Aaron gave him 3 clear warnings. The criminal snapped and drove his blade deep into the woman's leg. Surviving an encounter with a knife-wielding madman is no small feat. Kay watched, eager to witness this man's raw physical power in a life-or-death struggle. The assailant lunged with the blade, but he froze in horror when the metal failed to even scratch the man's skin. Kay marveled at the iron-like muscles concealed beneath his everyday attire. He was the precise breed of prodigy that Kay had been aching to discover for a lifetime. Aaron calmly pleaded with the thug to retreat. Even after the blade bit into him, he harbored no desire to retaliate. Aaron eventually slammed the man against the brickwork, the sickening crack of a skull vibrating through the air. This titan had just, quite literally, ended a life. And Kay was savoring every gruesome second of the spectacle. Law enforcement swarmed the scene to secure the area. The officers were paralyzed with shock, realizing a single strike had unleashed such catastrophic devastation. Before they were swamped, Aaron offered an apology to Kay, but the coach surprisingly covered for him. He had no intention of letting his prized prospect rot in a cell. So he manipulated the evidence to frame himself as the primary victim of the stabbing. In case it wasn't obvious, this old man is utterly untethered from reality. Kay ensnared him by promising to reveal the hidden purpose behind his formidable existence. Once the investigation closed, Aaron walked free, his actions deemed a clear case of self-defense. Inside the gym, Aaron was systematically dismantling seasoned brawlers. Despite the fact that he was a complete novice to the sweet science, Kay was obsessed with unshackling the man's raw, unbridled power. Just then, a ghost from Kay's coaching past emerged from the shadows, hungry for a bit of vengeance. Kay viewed him as nothing more than a disposable test subject. He dismissed the man as rabid trash without even a glance. Yet, Kay liked the prospect of a reunion, provided he could survive a round with the newcomer. Fueled by arrogance, the veteran stepped into the ring, oblivious to the slaughter awaiting him. Freddie Jason was a legendary titan who had ruled over 4 different weight classes. He was the 4th masterpiece and the most feared striker in the region. Jason was the embodiment of dread. He used psychological terror as a catalyst for strength to freeze his enemies in place. He was a true freak of nature, held back only by a madness that prevented him from becoming the all-time greatest. The bell rang, and Aaron was instantly buried under a deluge of lethal strikes. Yet he remained an immovable fortress while his opponent burned through his stamina. This colossus had managed to plant a seed of pure terror in the heart of a world champion. He towered over his foe, offering gentle, haunting words of consolation. Aaron coiled his muscles, preparing to launch. Jason had once been rescued by Kay and shown a glimpse of a higher world. But now, he had been demoted to a mere training dummy for his former mentor. Aaron delivered a blow so powerful it bypassed the canvas and sent the man straight to intensive care. Kay wanted that dominance burned into Aaron's psyche. He wanted him to believe that his entire worth was defined by his lethal superiority over other men. Aaron evolved into a terrifying phenomenon, eventually claiming the heavyweight world title. Aaron bolted awake in the dead of night, his body conditioned for his grueling boxing regimen. But then the reality hit him. He had walked away from the violence. Relieved of the burden, he attempted to surrender back to sleep. The silence was sweet, yet his restlessness nagged at him. He spent hours honing his stamina in the dark. Much like you, Aaron watched the vast crowds cheering for the champion during his morning runs, while you retreated into a world of total, hollow isolation. At the end of his sprint, Aaron felt a surge of clarity, believing he had finally broken his chains. Back at the house, he shared a quiet meal with his family. The big man was forced to finish his greens, proving that even a world-class titan can't win an argument with a determined wife. Meanwhile, you stood motionless, gazing down at a bowl of cat food, noticing that his tiny companion had suddenly lost its appetite. Aaron spent the day at the fair with his daughter, feeling a pang of survivor's guilt for experiencing such pure, unadulterated joy. The focus shifts to Kay, who had commissioned a reinforced heavy bag for you. He knew he had a monster to slay. Aaron's wife offered him a sanctuary of words, reminding him of his inherent goodness, while you was occupied with obliterating his training gear from every conceivable angle. The giant basked in his domestic bliss, while our protagonist looked more physically imposing than ever. He looked like he was carved out of granite and fueled by pure aggression. Kay knew he wouldn't have to lift a finger to drag his champion back to the ring, because on one fateful, dark evening, a desperate Carmen arrived to plead with Aaron's family for salvation. She collapsed in their arms, weeping that Kay intended to destroy her. The situation was grim because the law was powerless against a man of Kay's influence. The adversary they faced only understood the language of horrific, calculated violence. Carmen begged the retired heavyweight king to step back into the spotlight for one final war to save Yu's soul. She believed that if you tasted defeat just once, Kay's psychological grip on him would shatter. As for Yu, his world was crumbling as his cat began coughing up blood, a grim omen following Carmen's plea. In the end, it was Aaron's own wife who urged the champion to return to the ring to preserve a human life. She realized there were souls in the dark who desperately needed a hero, and she insisted that, this time, victory was the only option. Armed with unshakable resolve, Aaron prepared to face his final destiny in the ring the following day. The sporting world erupted in a frenzy at the official news of the heavyweight champion's dramatic return to the squared circle. This clash was destined to settle the debate on who truly reigns as the greatest of all time. To prepare, the giant sought the guidance of a veteran coach who looked like he was living on borrowed time. The old mentor immediately cautioned Aaron that he was walking into a buzzsaw. Elsewhere, a curious officer made the fatal mistake of snooping around Kay's private facility. Once he breached the perimeter, he stood frozen in awe, watching a man dance through a literal barrage of cannon fire. He was enduring a suicidal training cycle to prepare for Aaron's world-ending power. In the champion's camp, his coach explained that his sparring partners required heavy-duty blast suits, because a standard guard wouldn't prevent them from being sent to the morgue. Entering the ring with Aaron was like standing in the path of a tactical nuke. The weeks vanished as both legendary warriors pushed their bodies to the brink, pushing through the pain to achieve a state of absolute combat perfection. You managed to get his cat to a specialist just in time. But the news was somber. The animal was at the end of its natural life. Meanwhile, Aaron was surrounded by love, a family cheering for his triumph. Then, the day of the ultimate showdown arrived. Every one of Kay's long-term schemes had finally reached its fruition. Kay reminded you of the very first lesson he had ever taught him about the sport. You must utilize that godlike instinctual evasion. Otherwise, it's over. You won't survive the first exchange if even a glancing blow connects with your chin. Kay's only command was simple: execute the world champion before he can find his range. Ignoring the stakes of the fight, you asked the coach to look after his cat if he didn't make it out of the ring. The coach gave his word, and they marched toward the arena. The roar of the crowd was deafening, signaling the start of the fight of the century. The world held its breath for these two icons. Aaron was dead set on crushing Kay's dark ambition by saving you through defeat. The battle to crown the ultimate monster begins right now. The heavyweight king sensed the profound void within his opponent's spirit and prayed he could guide him back to humanity. Assuming the role of a grim savior, he lunged forward the instant the opening bell rang. Our protagonist began a frantic, high-speed dance of evasion, while you countered with the same strike that had erased countless champions before. The outcome was terrifying. The punch didn't even rattle the human mountain. You vanished before a counter could land. The boy survived the champion's initial fury with such blistering speed that the spectators could barely track the motion with their naked eyes. Before the bell, Kay had told you to empty his entire clip. Aaron possessed a physical dominance that could bury him if he hesitated for even a second. The training was a joke compared to this reality. The heavyweight champion's mentor echoed the same sentiment to his fighter. He warned him to stay alert for Yu's supernatural reflexes and terrifying agility. Yu hammered away at the giant, but his punches seemed to disappear into a wall of solid muscle. The warrior facing him is a monolithic mountain of sinew. Striking him is like shattering your own knuckles against stone. He has no need for a guard when his physique is a natural fortress. Aaron's mentor urged him to trap you in the corner to seal his inevitable triumph. As he aggressively sought to drive you into the ropes, Kate immediately deciphered their strategic intent. But that was precisely the scenario he had already mapped out. Rather than escaping the trap, our protagonist defied logic and stepped boldly into the corner. The arena was baffled by such a reckless move, as it stripped away his only means of evasion. Aaron prepared to end the spectacle with one final, crushing blow. But this is you. He seized the moment and hammered home 4 thunderous strikes that rattled the giant. His coach realized then that you had been masking his true lethality since the opening bell. Now it was the Titan's turn to go all out. He shifted into a terrifying beast mode, as these two predators locked eyes in a lethal gaze. The true war, not of athletes, but of monsters, has officially commenced. The assault ignited with a blistering jab aimed at Aaron's skull. Punches ripped through the atmosphere while you danced through shockwaves that threatened to shred him. He wove a tapestry of counters and narrow escapes, leaving the referee in a state of utter bewilderment, wondering how he ended up in a cage with such supernatural entities. Round 4 became the ultimate litmus test between velocity and violence. Even his seasoned mentor was awestruck by the sheer magnitude of Aaron's unleashed power. He is dictating the rhythm against you, who continues to fire back with strikes too fast for the human eye. They lunged at one another, but the heavyweight king was clearly closing the distance. Every blow Aaron unleashed sent tremors through the very floorboards. You had to calculate air resistance and kinetic impact while dodging the impossible. Momentum alone couldn't save him forever. The tension was suffocating as the ring became a kill zone. A single connection from Aaron meant certain death. The boy's biology was overclocked, screaming to keep him from being erased from existence. Kay suspected Aaron was still holding back and hungered for the monster to reveal his true apex form. He is the embodiment of terror and triumph. He crushed legends in boxing's golden age to become the greatest heavyweight ever. Countless styles challenged him, only to be pulverized by the absolute pinnacle of the sport. Peter pondered what boxing meant to such a legend. He had searched for the essence of life, but the meaning had blurred. It seemed like just a brutal game of gaining riches by breaking others. Then, for the first time in his career, the heavyweight titan unleashed a razor-sharp strike, slicing a piece of flesh from Yu's ear. The invincible ghost had finally bled in the square circle. Round 4 closed as the focus shifted to Peter's dialogue with Aaron's coach. They explored the burden of genius and how those with godlike gifts never feel the superiority that ordinary people imagine. Instead, their isolation and overwhelming strength breed a deep sense of dread and loneliness. The coach warned Aaron to stay sharp, as their prey was not a man who stayed down. Kay stared at Yu's bleeding ear, his face remaining a mask of cold, unfeeling stone. The slaughter resumed in the 5th round, and only Bob from the broadcast booth sensed the terrifying shift in power. Yu was being systematically hunted and overwhelmed in this exchange. Aaron felt a strange kinship, glad to find a soul who understood his isolation. He had broken so many who worked a lifetime only to be erased in seconds. He assumed you shared that hollow bond, believing they weren't boxing, but merely repeating a cycle of meaningless violence. The geniuses and monsters the world adores weren't gifted by God. They were cursed by him. Yu's defense began to fracture as more strikes grazed his shoulders and chest. The perfect evasion was failing against the Titan's relentless pressure. Aaron's goal shifted to saving you from the true demon, Coach K. But then the unthinkable happened. The heavyweight king froze and spat out a spray of crimson. K mused that simple fear could never break you, a boy who was raised by the void itself. Furthermore, despite Aaron's legendary durability, K had forged you into a weapon, specifically designed to liquefy Aaron's internal organs from the inside out. From the very first day, his entire training had been a countdown to this anatomical destruction. The internal trauma had finally reached its breaking point. Kay thought his idiotic former pupil should stop seeking philosophy and start fighting for his life. You gave him no respite, raining agonizing strikes across the giant's frame. The boy's hollow eyes mirrored the approaching Reaper, striking a new kind of terror into Aaron. Aaron coughed up blood as his own titanic power, which was once his greatest shield, was now accelerating his internal collapse. Kay had once mocked his hesitation to kill. Aaron was a man without fear in a world where violence rules through it. Every sin is a product of the fear of losing something precious. But that fear fuels everyone except this heavyweight anomaly. He was beyond fear, yet his mercy was the flaw that kept him an incomplete monster. He had defended his crown and eventually defied Kay, stating that boxing held no truth for him. Kay told him to stop searching for meaning and simply accept his place as the apex of the food chain. Aaron loathed that answer and walked away from the madman, his coach. Felt his dreams were an impossible mirage when even absolute strength became a prison. He had lost all hope until he discovered his ultimate masterpiece, a being more transcendent than humanity. Aaron now felt a hollow pain he had never known. The cold touch of death as agony flooded his veins. The match had become a kill-or-be-killed reality. The heavyweight king realized he was a fool for attempting to play the savior. He had suppressed his true nature as a predator born to extinguish others. He remembered a girl at the orphanage. He was only 11 when he first tasted blood. A childhood friend had sparked a heated, childish argument. He had only meant to push her away. But his uncontrolled strength ended her life in a heartbeat. That was the moment the boy understood his true isolation. He was born to destroy. Coach K had offered him a different path, a world of luxury, status, and championship gold. He lived like a deity among men, basking in the spotlight. But even the gold turned to ash. Aaron found no purpose in his own existence. Until one night, in a state of despair, fate led him back to the woman he saved. She became his light and gave him a reason to breathe. The heavyweight king chose survival. Instead of saving you, he would now annihilate him. For the first time, Aaron adopted a textbook boxing stance. He never needed technique before, but the stakes had changed. This was a fight for his life, and the gloves were off. Kay savored the visual feast. This was the meaning of life he worshipped, the absolute dominance of superior power. Most fighters rely on skill or grit to overcome strength, but with this heavyweight behemoth, no technique was required to rule the world. Until now, the battle for survival was beginning. He couldn't survive a single clean hit from a pro stance Aaron. Our boy was in a desperate struggle to dodge those sonic boom punches. The first jab arrived with lethal speed. You couldn't escape it. His only salvation was a desperate parry. He executed it with surgical precision to keep his own hand from shattering. It seemed impossible, but it was Yu's only path to avoid being crushed under the champion's relentless advance. The second strike came even faster, making his knuckles scream. The champion's power was becoming an inescapable tide. His skin was tearing as the room for air vanished. Yu evaded another death blow by allowing Aaron to graze his cheek. Bob Norris realized they were witnessing a biological killing machine designed to end human lives. His wife no longer saw the man she loved in the ring. He had become a primordial entity focused solely on his own survival. The analyst was ready to stop the slaughter, until he saw Yu aggressively adapting to every lethal movement. Despite his wounds, he was firing back with devastating pinpoint counters. Rather than ending the match, a primal instinct told Bob to witness this to the very end. Blood from both combatants sprayed and pooled across the canvas. It was a theater of war, where survival hung by a thread. Coach K surrendered to the euphoria of the carnage. This was the only spark that gave his existence purpose. The arena erupted in a deafening roar of excitement, making Carmen's silent agony feel even more isolated and tragic. It's finally time to unmask Kay's history, as the narrator dives into the dark past that turns even villains into sympathetic figures. Kay walked away from boxing to become a paratrooper, carrying a level of raw potential that was nothing short of legendary. Kay viewed boxing as a mere game of ego. Refusing to be a puppet in a choreographed show, he sought the visceral reality of true combat, abandoned his mentor, and enlisted. The newcomer rapidly ascended to become the crown jewel of the K unit. He carried out high-stakes missions, meticulously mastering the cold science of ending lives. After claiming his first soul, he successfully silenced any lingering whispers of remorse. He functioned with robotic precision, convinced he was a shield for the high ideals of peace and justice. During one mission, he even rescued a helpless young boy. Let's just refer to him as Pumpkinhead. Once the campaign ended, Kay was hailed as a brilliant soldier destined for the highest ranks. The boy he protected gave him a small trinket, whispering his dream to grow up and be a hero just like Kay. He was moved by the gesture and began to nurture the seeds of Pumpkinhead's ambition. He discovered a sense of calling he'd never known. After a string of successful operations, he was promoted to captain and became an elite shadow. Kay left a wife and child behind as he plunged back into the furnace of a hellish war zone, facing off against a ruthless band of mercenaries. In this chaos, he entered a trance-like state of flow, carving a path of safety for his entire team. They stumbled upon a comrade who was bleeding out, desperately gasping for them to save themselves and flee. Kay processed the threat instantly and barked orders for the squad to dive for cover. They survived the blast, but at the cost of a single, tragic casualty. Kay realized a master-level mercenary was lurking in the shadows, orchestrating the ambush. He refused to gamble his men's lives on a risky push. Kay took the lead himself, charging into the heart of the enemy nest. He felt the presence of a target inside, while another was setting a detonator. Both men were driven by a savage will to live. The explosive ignited just as Kay breached the room. In a cruel twist of fate, the mercenary he found himself wrestling was none other than Pumpkinhead. Stalling for a heartbeat, he was haunted by the memory of that boy's innocent, beaming smile. Then Kay squeezed the trigger. That was the moment life decided to strip away the mask and show him its hideous true face, K emerged as the sole survivor of the mission. His features were a map of grief, yet he maintained a hollow facade of composure. Try to reintegrate into a peaceful society. He was constantly tormented by the friction between the two opposing worlds he inhabited. One realm demanded a predatory, kill-or-be-killed instinct, while the other was devoid of such stakes from the fires of the battlefield. He stepped back into civilian life. A growing void within him began to consume his soul. He held his son again, but the ghosts of his actions followed him into the light. K's mind fractured further when he was jolted awake by a terrifying night terror. A dream where he shot his own flesh and blood, a dark metaphor for the innocent lives he had extinguished during the conflict. He confessed the horrors of his last mission to his wife, describing how he had murdered the very boy he once saved. K remembered time, standing still until the lead tore through the boy's skull, erasing his future in an instant. That crushing weight left his devoted wife sobbing in pure, heartbreaking pity for her husband's broken spirit. His wife was a saintly woman who lived solely to support him. She lived in constant dread that her next knock on the door would be the news of his death. K swore to her that after one final tour, he would lay down his rifle and embrace a quiet life. Everything shattered while K was on deployment. He received word that his family had been wiped out in an instant. A driver had lost control of his truck, crushing them while they were simply shopping at the market. The culprit walked away with only a suspended sentence, as the court ruled it a tragic accident. That was the day the K the world knew finally died. He hunted down the driver, preparing to introduce him to a level of unimaginable suffering if he didn't provide the answers K sought. K had reached the end of his rope and was ready to become a god of vengeance. The trembling driver told him he was forced to choose, save K's family or save a dozen others at once. It was a cruel, real-life trolley problem, and in that split second, K's world was sacrificed so that others could live. The man begged for mercy as K pressed the cold steel of a pistol against his forehead. He pleaded for his own family to be spared. The man cried that he needed to be there for his daughter's birthday, but K had already realized that everyone is eventually claimed by death, just as his wife and child were taken. He pulled the trigger without a hint of emotion, ending the man's desperate pleas. That moment echoed the death of his grandfather, whose face was a mask of melancholy before his spirit departed. That was his first brush with loss, the moment he accepted the absolute finality of human life. He returned to the front lines, performing with a cold efficiency that made him seem more machine than man. Everyone around him sensed he was a walking shell, hollowed out by trauma. A fellow soldier tried to reach out to check on his sanity. K claimed he was perfectly stable and had cleared all his psychological evaluations. He asked Stallone if he found any real reason to keep breathing. The man admitted he was just existing without a purpose, and tossed the question back to K. K answered that he once watched a wolf devour a helpless lamb. Then he saw a lamb saved from the wolf, only to be snatched up by a different predator moments later. He watched the lamb's futile struggle and became obsessed with seeing how the story ends. Back in the war zone, he stood paralyzed by indifference as bullets and bombs rained down. Here's the chilling truth about his mental health screenings. This sociopath gamed every test, giving the perfect answers to stay in the field. His mind had descended into a madness far deeper than mere insanity. K is a walking mausoleum, burying every person he ever cared for. He is a monster so sophisticated he can outmaneuver a psychiatric evaluation. K let out a primal roar when the dark epiphany finally struck him. He descended into a brilliant madness, realizing that in a godless world, humans are free. The strong can feast on their power while the weak simply vanish. In a war zone where others felt trapped by fear, this demon found absolute liberation. He cast his helmet aside and sprinted headlong into the crossfire. Bullets were irrelevant as K synthesized the only logic that made sense to him. True divinity is achieved by snuffing out another life. That is the only proof of total power. In the wreckage of his life, dominance was the only truth left. Challenged to a brawl on the battlefield, K accepted with a terrifying grin, and completely dismantled his challenger. He realized that ultimate power didn't require steel, but the raw clash of bone and fist between apex predators. Stallone was gone. K had embraced the chaos in his skull. He nurtured a starving need to prove who stood at the peak of existence. This brings us back to the present, to the gruesome spectacle currently being televised to the masses. Carmen could feel the encroaching darkness of K's madness, while Aaron's wife screamed for him to just walk away. Two monsters, both crafted by the same architect, are battling to be the god who holds the keys to life and death. The round closed with Aaron's corner arguing he still held the edge because of his superior physical mass. Fate seemed to whisper that you was doomed, as his injuries grew more catastrophic with every passing minute. Kay knew the hourglass was running out for his fighter. He warned him that this next round was the endgame. If he didn't end it now, he would be crushed. Kay was ready to unveil the birth of a new, dark deity to the world. The heavyweight titan is now fighting for his very soul. Holding the lives of his family close to his heart, he withstood a barrage of agonizing blows, until one of his strikes forced Yu's left shoulder out of its socket. With a crippled arm and internal bleeding in his right hand, the end of the bout was inevitable. Away from the spotlight, Aaron also sought to find life's true essence. His wife offered a beautiful perspective, giving him a heartfelt truth instead of a vague concept. Yu's presence in the ring began to falter. He was pinned against the ropes, unable to stall any longer. The ultimate crossroads between life and death had arrived. One represented the perfect killing machine, while the other embodied frozen apathy. The warriors lunged for their final clash. Aaron threw a hook designed to shatter Yu's mind, while Yu drove a powerful straight toward his heart. Time slowed as their knuckles grazed the very edge of each other's bodies. Aaron's wife shared that the grace and significance of our existence is found in the act of loving others. Aaron reclaimed his soul at the very last heartbeat. Both competitors were merely children fighting the shadows of isolation. A seismic crash shook the arena as the heavyweight king hit the floor. Aaron Tide was toppled, while Kay's dark ambition came to life. The globe watched the terrifying end to the fight. Kay wished for our protagonist to find peace after that magnificent display, while he looked down at Aaron with a gaze of pure ice. The former champ was rushed to the ICU while his wife stood watch, and whispered prayers for his recovery. That boy once had a solitary dream back at the orphanage. He simply wanted a family, but that dream was being torn away once more. Dread consumed her spirit until the specter of death became unbearable. Mercifully, the surgical team managed to save the champion's life, though he remained in a precarious, critical state. His daughter Emily was terrified that her father might never wake up. She burst into tears, leaving her mother to provide whatever comfort she could. Carmen made a sudden appearance to apologize, taking the weight of the blame on herself. Instead of showing anger, she told Carmen that this fight was strange because you could have easily been the one in that hospital bed. As his fist was about to collide with his skull, Aaron faltered at the final millisecond and pulled back. He chose to hold onto his humanity despite a lifetime of torment. He refused to remain the beast that the coach had meticulously crafted. She felt a surge of pride for her husband and resolved to stay resilient for him. Yet even with those brave words, the fear of losing him caused Aaron's wife to crumble in sorrow. That evening, the champion of 9 weight classes returned to his home, retreating to his bed with his cat, the only companion who never left his side. The warrior Yu had carved his name into the annals of history, becoming the quickest to dominate 9 divisions in just 22 matches with a perfect record, but the curtain hasn't fallen yet. Jay Ryu declared his comeback to the ring and picked his first target, Fabrizio Santorino. The entire world grieved for Aaron's tragic condition, while a different crowd cheered the rise of a god-tier fighter. Even Aaron was just a stepping stone. The world bore witness to a supreme entity birthed by a madman's obsession. Meanwhile, Jay Ryu's sudden resurgence sparked rumors about a potential clash with the undefeated Phantom. The boxing community was left swirling with unanswered questions, but Kay stepped into the limelight at his press conference to provide the answers. Peter inquired about the road ahead. Kay stated that he planned to bring you back down to middleweight to maintain his peak form. But there was a deeper motive. The real reason the old man wanted him back in that division was Jay Ryu. The coach intended to prove a point and essentially declared a public eulogy for Jay Ryu. Bob, the analyst, knew a collision of this magnitude was coming. Kay and Jay Ryu represented 2 completely opposite views on existence. Bob looked back on his own time facing Jay Ryu in the ring. He was the kind of competitor who commanded respect from everyone. Jay Ryu didn't have a perfect record because he had known the taste of defeat, but one thing was certain. He would push anyone to their absolute limit. Watching Jay Ryu was about more than just a win or a loss. He ignited a profound sense of purpose in the hearts of the spectators. Chavo remembered him as a truly exceptional warrior. Countless others held Jay Ryu in high regard for that very same reason. He was the kind of person who made you want to give your soul in the ring. That fighter has returned because the true king of the canvas isn't a monster like Aaron Tide or you, but the one who embodies the very soul of boxing. He tore through the rankings, dismantling every foe to secure his bout with Fabrizio. On the morning of the showdown, the world debated if the Golden Boy could overcome Santorino to reach you. Fabrizio also made his grand return. Unfortunately, his opponent was still bitter about the dirty tactics from their last encounter. In the heat of it, He delivered a headbutt and was immediately penalized by the official. Fabrizio calmly explained that the days of cheating were over. For the first time in years, he ignored the hype and embraced the raw truth of the sport, even if it meant being hissed at by a crowd that hadn't forgotten the Santorino brothers' past. But Fabrizio remained unfazed. His opponent battered him relentlessly, fueled by a refusal to forgive a man with such a stained reputation. Despite the beating, Fabrizio gently asked if the man had finally released his anger. He had truly grown up. He realized that such rivals are part of the game, but he had only kept his title through deception. He was done tarnishing his reputation with schemes and eventually won the fight with pure, honest skill. Both brothers wept as they celebrated their first victory as genuine athletes. Fabrizio won back the interim middleweight crown, and they felt a joy far deeper than when they first cheated their way to the top. The day of the championship match arrived, Jay Ryu versus Fabrizio. There was a fear he might revert to his old tricks when under pressure, but the golden boy Jay Ryu was completely unbothered. Marco told his brother to be wary, as the opponent was a true master of the craft. Fabrizio had always dreamed of a challenge like this. He deeply admired Jay Ryu and didn't want him to be destroyed by a monster. So instead of fighting for glory, he hoped to stop Jay Ryu's path. The match began. And in a flash, an opening appeared. The first knockdown for Fabrizio. The veteran didn't even see the punch coming, and only managed to beat the count at the very last second. Fabrizio realized that Jay Ryu was now fighting with everything he had. He unleashed a storm of punches to pin Jay Ryu down, who struggled to parry every single incoming blow. Jay Ryu was a unique fighter who lacked a set style. He adapted and shifted mid-bout, leaving no predictable patterns for others to study. Marco tried to analyze the movements, but nothing made sense. Because of that, his only advice to Fabrizio was to overwhelm Jay Ryu with every ounce of strength he possessed. That is the battle currently unfolding. The Santorino brothers realized they could never reach the top alone, so they merged their talents to reach for the ultimate prize. They abandoned the tricks and focused on the beauty of sport. They proved they were true warriors. Jay Ryu took a heavy hit and felt a sense of pride in how much they had evolved. Then he struck back with a brutal shot to the liver. That dropped Fabrizio to his knees. He was stunned by Jay Ryu's hidden strength, yet it still felt small compared to that of the monster. He desperately wanted to end the match before Jay Ryu was killed. Fabrizio dragged himself back up. He thought back to the very first time they met him. They were once just desperate rookies fighting to save their mother. Boxing back then was just about crushing others through grueling training. It was a cold mission to destroy, but that darkness was absent in this ring. Fighting Jay Ryu felt more like being accepted and comforted than being attacked. It was as if the warrior was offering a gentle embrace to his soul. Fabrizio refused to let him walk into the jaws of a monster like you, while Jay Ryu sensed the concern and fired off light-speed jabs to show his resolve. Marco was baffled as to how Jay Ryu could fight without any discernible habits. Even Gene's flawless technique had rhythms that could be broken. But this man was a complete blank slate. Fabrizio saw a light in his eyes that provided all the answers he needed. He chose to quit and spoke quietly to the ref. The words they shared in that ring remain a mystery, even to Kay. The true deity of boxing is set to clash with the planet's most formidable creature following his triumph. Jay Ryu has officially announced his intention to challenge you in the squared circle. He claimed the interim championship title after a hard-fought victory over Fabrizio. The entire globe is in suspense, wondering how the showdown between these two icons will unfold. During a candid sit-down with Peter, you remarked that boxing is merely the art of hitting and not getting hit, just as his mentor instilled in him. Peter observes that while Kay molds the most powerful warriors, they all seem to lack a vital spark. They are missing the essence of humanity. Conversely, Jay Ryu remains a complete enigma. His obsession with facing you in the ring is a puzzle to all, especially since this beast sent his own trainer to the ICU after just one sparring session. Meanwhile, Aaron's wife keeps a tragic vigil by his bedside as he lingers in a coma. The following day, at the media briefing, Kay spoke on Yu's behalf, dismissively stating that the return of the legendary fighter is irrelevant. He is set on proving that this bout will be the most savage in the annals of boxing because he has reached his peak. His ultimate ambition is to dismantle Jay Ryu simply to satisfy his own dark cravings. Following that chilling proclamation, the spotlight turned to Jay Ryu, who voiced a resolute goal. To emerge victorious at any cost, Jay Ryu's own coach feared. He had lost his mind by challenging a titan like Yu immediately after his comeback. His true motives remain hidden. Jay Ryu mused on the vast vacuum of the cosmos. He spoke of a deep-seated melancholy, The purpose of life felt elusive. Meanwhile, Yu's tiny companion breathed its last and succumbed to the inevitable. The boy always questioned if his life held a deeper significance than mere survival. The ghosts of his past were never far behind. That cramped basement was the only world the child had ever known. Within those suffocating, dark walls, a broken woman brought a new life into the world. She felt the faint, fragile warmth of his first embrace. Countless souls enter this existence to play out various destinies and navigate the turbulent waters of sorrow, happiness, and utter hopelessness. The cycle of life and death is the shadow of humanity, and the boy was no exception to this rule. But every time the heavy door creaked open, he faced the boogeyman, a living nightmare come to torment him. The child endured relentless abuse from his father in that cellar. He eventually ran out of the emotions needed to process his suffering. The father vented his rage on the boy without mercy, while the child silently prayed for the end. Yet, despite the agony, the boy's spark refused to fade. He had surrendered his will to live and even his ability to weep. The child became indifferent to everything, for that grim reality was his only teacher. Using the last of his flickering strength, the boy prepared a simple meal for his mother, only for her to shatter the bowl against the wall. She had completely abandoned her own well-being. The boy would silently mop the floor, urging her to eat for her health. Scavenge the same meager scraps amidst the decay of their foul, rotting sanctuary. The boy spent 7 long years imprisoned in that cellar. One day, an alien creature breached the basement and changed his world. The world's shadows finally took shape. The arrival of this stranger allowed the captive to break his bonds. He climbed toward the light until he reached the top, and stood before the vast, open world for the very first time. 7 years after his birth, the boy finally discovered the sensation of being free. He felt the rush of the air and gazed up at the infinite tapestry of the stars. A tall girl spotted him and offered a warm greeting. He was too stunned by the interaction to even form a reply. The boy was constantly haunted by a sense of impending disaster. The girl gently asked him for his name, but the very concept of a name was foreign to him. Noticing his scars, she realized he was in desperate need of help. She decided to act as his guide and show him the world beyond his walls. They encountered an elderly man who offered him a piece of candy. Though the flavor was surprisingly terrible, the boy cherished the treat because it was a luxury he had never imagined. That was the moment he realized the world held hidden sweetness just waiting to be found. They saw a student spiraling into despair while buried under exam prep. The young man was weeping, crushed by the weight of academic expectations. Later, they crossed paths with a man pacing in circles, lost in his own incoherent thoughts. They followed his strange path for a while before finally reaching their destination. The girl was enchanted by a stray cat that had just birthed a litter of kittens. She helped him scale a vantage point that offered a breathtaking view of the city lights. The girl mused that everyone's path leads to the same end, and she was just a small part of grand, complex design. The sheer scale of existence filled her with dread. But the boy, having survived a literal hell, couldn't grasp the source of her fear. To him, the night sky was a peaceful resting place for stars. The sight evoked a feeling he couldn't name. He eventually returned to the basement to find his mother, and immediately told her of his journey to the outside. Meanwhile, the girl found herself being stalked by a sinister old man. He spoke with newfound wonder about the sights and sounds of the world he had touched. His reward was a violent strike from his mother, who was paralyzed by her fear of being left behind. In her desperation, she sobbed and begged him never to leave her side. The girl managed to escape her assailant by using a taser in self-defense. The boy lived on a sphere where everyone hungered for meaning. Until that day, such desires were completely unknown to him. Now, his only craving was to step back out and explore the horizon. He taught himself to measure time by the rhythm of heartbeats. He calculated that his mother would sleep for roughly 21,000 beats at a time. So, synchronized with that internal clock, he would slip away into the light. He would count the seconds while reliving every precious memory in his mind. He memorized every alleyway and corner, yet the girl was nowhere to be found. Suddenly, she embraced him from behind, thrilled that he had come back to find her. She asked what he was doing, and he explained his method of counting heartbeats. She leaned in, resting her ear against his chest to hear his life's rhythm. Then, she led him on another adventure through the bustling streets. The boy sampled every confection and observed the diverse lives of the people as they hurried through their daily grinds and personal battles. He spent time playing with the growing kittens and slowly felt his own spirit beginning to take root and grow. One day, the girl found she no longer had the strength to climb the stairs. Her health had taken a sudden, devastating turn for the worse. They sat together in a quiet field while the boy kept up his rhythmic counting. She gently broke the news that her time was running out. A terminal illness was consuming her, and even radical surgeries had failed to stop its spread. She admitted she used to believe she was the hero of her own epic story, only to realize she was a mere speck of dust destined to return to the earth. She couldn't define the meaning of life, wondering why creatures strive to leave a legacy. She turned to the boy for solace. For the first time, the boy lost track of his heartbeats. The world continued its indifferent rotation, and when he returned home, his mother had reduced their meager belongings to splinters. She lunged at her son, her hands closing around his throat in a blind fury. As the light began to dim, the boy's only question was to finally know his own name. A torrent of grief escaped his eyes, the moment the mother grasped the horror of her actions. She begged her son's forgiveness and even prepared a simple meal for them to share. Later, as they settled in for the night, she urged him to recount his adventures in the world above. He was washed over by a rare serenity, dreaming of a tranquil future. The girl had even shown him the art of sketching. He illustrated a vision of a joyful family, but by the following sunrise, calamity struck as his mother chose to surrender her own life. The boy's father was a ruthless criminal, and his mother was a soul lost to the dark side of the nightlife. They had united under the illusion of mutual understanding, but the woman's betrayal drove the man into a frenzy, leading him to imprison her in the darkness below. As the spark of his mother's life began to flicker out, the boy shook with terror while cradling her fragile form. The girl had desperately wished for him to find a normal home, believing that one day he would find that sanctuary for himself. But the monster of a father exploded in a murderous rage at the sight of his dead wife. In his blind fury, he thrashed the boy until his skin was painted in crimson. He knew only how to bleed his frustrations onto the child, forcing a young mind to ponder what joy could possibly be found in inflicting such pain. He felt the light of his life was finally extinguishing. Yet even as he was being shattered by the man he called father, his only desperate prayer was to feel a single ounce of love from him. This drove the man to the brink, but that day the boy's instincts awakened. He struck back with a blade, and at the tender age of 7, his innocent view of existence was scorched to ashes. The boy chased the light toward the surface, but the girl wasn't there to hold him. She had left behind nothing but a simple sketch of her feline friend. The elderly man who shared his sweets had passed away in the quiet of the night. The student buried in his books had met a tragic, accidental end. The boy stood witness to the cold finality of it all. Despite the girl's memory, the man had slaughtered the cat and her entire litter. Shadows of the grave were everywhere. The girl who once cherished his art had also faded away. The tally of the lost grew ever higher. No matter where he fled, the darkness followed. Shattered and hollow, he collapsed in the shadows of an alleyway under a flickering lamp. It was then he met the small, furry companion who had been his shadow until now. But now, even his most loyal friend, the little creature he adored, was gone. The following day, you appeared at the gym like a hollow specter after nights of restless wandering. Anan cautioned Kay about the boy's frail state, but Kay dismissed the concerns, believing his apex predator was in the perfect mindset for a slaughter. The day of the reckoning had arrived. The golden boy stood ready for the duel, while the trainer meticulously groomed the hair of you, preparing him for the spotlight. The man lectured him with cold precision while slicking his hair into place. The warriors were summoned to the grand stage as the middleweight world title bout commenced. The invincible, undefeated Titan was set to clash with the legendary soul, Jay Ryu. The atmosphere was electric because this challenger possessed a spirit unlike any before him. The world clamored to know what drove him to stand before you in this ring. Even Jay Ryu's presence loomed large in the arena. Jean was in attendance as well, much to Stella's irritation. He watched to see if he would drown in the abyss or find a sudden path to redemption. Yuto and his wife watched with bated breath. They were paralyzed by the machine-like efficiency of the man who broke every champion. Even Yuto Takeda confessed to feeling a primal dread when facing him. Everything he had sacrificed to achieve was rendered meaningless by the invincible striker. But with every victory, you drifted further into the void. Yuto Takeda prays for the champ to find new dawn. The Santorino brothers harbored little hope for the current state of the battle. They couldn't fathom why Jay Ryu would choose to step into the cage with a nightmare like you. As for Victor, he is inconsolable because you never returned for his signature haircut, Aaron Tides. Wife harbors a deep, burning resentment for you and his manipulative mentor. If she remains glued to the screen, she seeks the truth behind Aaron Tides' ultimate sacrifice. The gladiators ascend into the ring. Fabrizio noted that you appeared invincible, especially after his godlike display against Aaron Tide. Though his weight was lower, there was no doubt Yu was the sovereign of the middleweight realm. The eyes of the world are locked onto the center of the ring. The bell tolls, and the war is officially underway. Strangely, both fighters remained frozen, neither making a move to strike. The official was forced to intervene, urging them to engage in the fight. Yu looked at the golden boy, silently asking if he understood the world's ultimate agony, the core of existence, and the burden of being a monster. He searched for an answer from the man standing before him, the one ready to face the personification of the grave. Yu surged forward, painting the canvas with the crimson of Ryu's blood. The opening round had barely begun when Ryu felt the gaze of a true demon pinning him down. This was no mere contest. It was a descent into a world of pain that mirrored Yu's own bloody history. His only instinct was to manifest violence and suffering. Coach K watched with a sadistic sense of accomplishment. While the spectators trembled for Yu's humanity, he walked the lonely path of a god. He felt a crushing sorrow watching mortals struggle for a meager existence, knowing their light would soon vanish. Ryu felt the concentrated fury behind every one of Yu's heavy strikes. For Yu, life's only purpose was the brutal destruction of his foe. He revealed a terrifying, inhuman facet of his soul. He didn't allow his opponent even a heartbeat to recover, while the world held its breath, wondering how Ryu could possibly survive the onslaught. Even through this merciless battery, Ryu willed his broken body to remain standing. The world witnessed a titan that had transcended human limitations. Ryu absorbed catastrophic damage, while the onlookers could only gasp in confusion at his resilience. Coach K viewed the slaughter as a flawless manifestation of his twisted ideology. The crowd even began to jeer the legendary Golden Boy for his perceived lack of offense. Years ago, Bob Norris held the middleweight crown, but another fighter had also made his professional debut. He tasted a humiliating defeat, yet acted as though he had won the world. Ryu gave a profound dignity to the concept of weakness. This sight made the coach's blood boil. He was determined to force the world to see the true depravity of the monster he had painstakingly built. He was unbeatable. His power was the ultimate proof. Round 2 commenced with more vicious, bone-breaking strikes, leading into a desperate round 3. Bob Norris was lost, unable to see where this path of destruction would end. Enduring just to show heart seemed futile, as you had dismantled men like Fabrizio over 12 rounds. Ryu's trainer wondered what his goal was, because so far his efforts seemed to be in vain. Driven by the memory of that abandoned and lonely boy, you funneled his bottomless sadness into a storm of rage. But Ryu stood his ground, meeting the monster's hollow gaze with unwavering resolve, standing as a defiant shield against death itself in the ring. The orphans are glued to the screen, watching this clash of spirits. Carmen had returned to care for these children after fleeing Kay's shadow. Kay dismissed it all as a trivial coincidence, believing that no mortal soul could ever scale the heights you had reached. To face him was to experience total isolation and a world of agony. The pain he endured had become the very foundation of his fighting soul, mirroring the grueling trials he had outlasted. The announcers were utterly baffled by the unfolding drama. Suddenly, Ryu surged forward, adopting a gritty, inside-fighting stance. Carmen witnessed Yu's profound misery and shared a moment with the head of the orphanage. He is the most formidable warrior she has ever encountered, yet that very strength means no one is left to challenge or rescue him. The director remarked that his rival was a soul of equal depth, a boy from that same home. The director had never met a youth with more grit than Ryu in all his years. When he first returned to the gym after his hiatus, Ryu sought to honor a vow made to a child he met on his travels. Though his own sands were running thin, he was desperate to deliver a message to that boy. Ryu collapsed to the mat after suffering a staggering knockdown. The medical staff had implored Ryu to hang up the gloves, but he kept pushing. To the world, he appeared to be in peak physical condition. But internally, he was already at death's door. His mentor had forbidden him from stepping into the ring. Yet Ryu was obsessed with uncovering the essence of purpose. He chose to seek it through combat, hoping to touch Yu's soul. Ryu may have returned with unprecedented power, but all this time, he was merely pacing himself. He was hoarding his vitality for you. Fabrizio, of course, saw right through it. But now he's fuming because Ryu is offering no resistance in the ring. Ryu was battered relentlessly and hit the canvas for a second time. Yet he hauled himself back to his feet once more. He struggled for breath as crimson flowed from every wound on his body. Ryu endured the slaughter just to reach out to the boy. Round 5 concluded with Ryu surviving yet another savage onslaught. His trainer reminded him of his very first professional appearance, and how he entered the ring despite nursing shattered ribs from the day before. This man harbored a divine devotion to boxing, even as he withered away against a monstrous foe. Even in the face of ruin, Ryu held the sport in sacred regard. It is the arena where souls meet and reveal their truths. Ryu was convinced that boxing was the ultimate expression of love. Round 6 loomed with Bob's grim forecast that Ryu would deliver only a single strike, and it would be his last before the final bell. He intended to channel his entire existence into one blow, the kind of strike you would find impossible to evade. You rained down catastrophic punches, systematically dismantling the Golden Boy. Before the eyes of the world, Kay was consumed by boredom, certain that absolute force would erase everything, since all life eventually dissolves into the void. Carmen could feel the depth of Yu's sorrow. She called him the most isolated fighter on earth, a man who had moved beyond mere obsession, beyond relentless toil, and even beyond the reach of luck. He had dismantled every champion of every human ideal. Carmen had fought tooth and nail to save him, but was left only with a shattered spirit. Most people have a pillar to lean on, but Yu was a void. He had lived his entire life in total isolation. The director countered that, in this very moment, Yu was not alone at all. There's a man dying 1,000 deaths just to whisper a lesson about love. Ryu weathered his most brutal storm while his coach clung to a shred of hope. That his student held a secret strategy. He kept standing to rescue Kay's monster. Round 6 became a literal river of blood for the warrior. Rounds 7 and 8 slipped away as he was pummeled, defending a dream that seemed unreachable. No one understood his motivation, but he refused to stay down. He stood up for the boy shivering in the corner of the ring. His body surrendered more blood as the crowd watched the horror unfold into the 11th round. It was no longer a sport. It had transcended the limits of human endurance. The final round approached. Kay demanded he finish the job without mercy. Meanwhile, Ryu's body began to waste away just to stay conscious. He had shriveled into a shadow of himself. He was lost in the fog of battle. His coach realized his very mind had sustained catastrophic trauma. But instead of throwing in the towel, the coach reminded him he was there to show someone the meaning of love. Fueled by that memory, he stepped out for the final round, a clash of shadow and light. A duel between life and the grave. One fighter carried a message in his knuckles, while the other carried only a hollow silence. The final chapter of this war has finally begun. Ryu's martyrdom continued under a hail of relentless strikes. He stripped away every layer of his soul until only love remained. He thought back to the stories on the screen, of a savior who gave his life for the sins of the world. But the boy couldn't understand how such grace could exist. He had 1,000 grievances for God, demanding to know why he was born into this living nightmare, why he stood by while he suffered or allowed such cruelty to breathe. The boy screamed for answers in a world of rot, clinging to the divine for a reason. As he hammered Ryu, Yu's spirit buckled under the weight of his own desperate questions. Ryu beamed at him like a radiant sunrise in the dark. It became clear that raw power is no match for a lonely heart. This world is teeming with people lost to vice. They worship at the altar of greed, never knowing the peace of gratitude. Fury fuels them, and dread poisons their future. Some lives are snuffed out by random chance, while others are broken by cruelty. Many simply wither away from sickness. This world is impartially heartless, forcing everyone to bleed just to survive. The epiphany he reached was that, in the end, only defeat waits for us all. Even the Creator admits we must all eventually face the dark, the cold truth of our world. That was the bleak vision Kay wanted him to embrace. A million stories told, and every one ends in the dirt. Kay urged him to abandon the fight and give in to the void. The director whispered to Carmen that death is most terrifying when you are solitary. No matter the bonds you forge in life, you step into the final shadow completely alone. Yet if a god did exist, he would lay down his life for love. Ryu became the living proof of that sacrifice. Though his skin was drenched in red, his spirit refused to break. Kay grew livid as Yu allowed the match to continue. The Golden Boy, soaked in his own lifeblood, had made peace with his end. Kay barked at the monster to end it. But Yu's conviction had crumbled into dust. The Golden Boy finally timed the impossible punches, leaving Kay paralyzed with shock. He refused to fall, defying every law of the ring. Instead, Yu was the one flagging, buckling under the psychological weight of the war. Kay acted like a cornered animal, trying to force a stoppage, but even the official was too awestruck to move a muscle. The world watched a miracle manifest. The fighter who had long ago embraced his end was now fighting to save a child. From the opening bell, winning was never his objective. Ryu pressed on with a mortal resolve as he tried to push the light away. Terror gripped you, revealing a vulnerability the world had never seen. In the final 10 seconds, Ryu marched forward, ignoring a dozen strikes. He advanced until you was cornered. The lonely child whom no one ever rescued finally felt the warmth of Ryu's grace. He extended a fist with infinite slowness and softly touched Yu's brow, connecting with him for the first time in his legendary career. The bell rang as the stadium dissolved into a sea of tears and cheers. A profound shift swept through every soul as the boy finally broke and wept. Ryu held him close through the pain as the curtain fell on the battle. Following the bout, the clarity of soul returned to Yu's gaze. While Ryu was rushed away, his life hanging by a thread. For the first time in his existence, the boy felt the cold shadow of isolation vanish. In the aftermath, Aaron Tide's mentor slipped away in silence, his heart broken by the tragedy he helped create. Haunted by his failure to stop the slaughter, he had visited Aaron's bedside every single day. Later, Aaron's wife shared the news of the passing with her husband. She once carried a bitter grudge against you, a resentment that had severed her ties with her own kin. Ultimately, she embraced her fate and placed all her hope in her husband's recovery. She vows to stand by him, waiting for his eyes to open as she moves forward. The world's elite fighters resumed the rhythm of their daily lives. After the final bell, Kay padlocked the gym and drifted into the shadows. Rumors of his end swirled, but no truth was ever found. Ryu became a similar enigma. The public lost his trail, wondering if he had returned to his nomadic wanderings. Carmen dedicated herself to the orphanage, striving to heal the scars of the broken. So many legends have been written in blood upon the canvas, reaching their final chapter. Just as he once was, a desolate boy sat shivering beneath the vast night sky. Our hero, now a man, stepped into the light to save him, gently asking if the child was all right. He soothed the boy with Ryu's wisdom, promising that the stars shine for him alone, no matter how dark the world becomes. You found peace with Carmen and the orphans, beautifully finishing his chapter, yet the tapestry of this world has more threads to weave. The next legendary confrontation pits Ryu against Ryu Baxash, as they cross paths once more within the squared circle. Ryu's first professional appearance lasted a mere 2 minutes against a grizzled veteran. He stepped into the spotlight for his second outing. Taki offered words of comfort, but Ryu felt an unusual calm. A rare intuition told him this night was different. The contest ignited with a lightning-fast jab to the face. Though he faced a seasoned warrior, Ryu knew this was just the gateway to even more formidable rivals. He maintained relentless pressure, fueling his strikes with explosive energy, driving his opponent to the mat for the final count. Taepong sensed this was the dawn of a new Ryu, one who had shattered his previous ceiling. Ryu secured the win, setting off a powerful momentum of triumph. He began to truly embrace the life of a fighter, his mind fixated on boxing even in his quietest moments. In the ring, he transformed into a predator, dismantling every challenger and building a flawless streak. It was a perfect storm of victory, personal evolution, and pure passion. Yet, such rapid success can often breed the twin poisons of arrogance and the dread of falling. Ultimately, Ryu tasted defeat. He lacked the divine gifts of the monsters, and his mortal frame reached its limit. Taepong urged him to embrace stillness, knowing recovery is the silent half of strength. While the old coach playfully terrorized the boy, swearing to shave his head if he ever stumbled again. The higher the peak, the more the fall stings, after that initial heartbreak. Taki feared the boy might never have the heart to return to the gym. But when they stepped through the doors, they found him hammering the heavy bag with ferocious intent. Without a hint of self-pity, Taepong realized Ryu was driven by a soul-deep love for the sport. He evolved through the pain of his loss. While he lacked the meteoric speed of geniuses, he possessed a limitless capacity for growth that they could never understand. The focus shifted to Siha, who watched Ryu with a bored yawn, the man destined to challenge his throne. Ryu was electric with anticipation for the looming title fight. He had battled through fire and grit, enduring the highs and lows to become a genuine contender. As he and his mentor traded shouts of intense determination, Taki was a nervous wreck, certain Ryu would be decimated within the first few seconds. Siha was a nonchalant slacker, notorious for drifting late into training sessions. He saw no challenge in a fighter like Jay Ryu, though his coach warned him that complacency is a champion's greatest enemy. The duel between the two elite athletes ended in a heartbeat, as Siha dismantled his foe without even breaking a sweat. He reigned as the youngest junior welterweight king. Though the same age as Yu, he had already defended his crown 9 times. He was right for the global stage, yet he chose to remain the big fish in the domestic pond. They studied the footage of his clash with The Rock. The very man Jay Ryu had faced in his debut. Rock threw a taunting straight to pin him against the ropes, before attempting to bury him under a relentless flurry of blows. Siha danced out of danger, but to Jay Ryu's eyes, it appeared as though The Rock was dominating the champion the entire time. However, the truth was far more sinister. The Rock looked haunted, as if he knew the fight was lost long before the bell. The second round ignited and vanished in the blink of an eye. It was a complete reversal of the first. Siha had uploaded the data from the opening round and used it to erase his opponent in next. He allowed everyone a chance in the first round, yet remained untouchable, regardless of the fury they threw at him. Jay Ryu's defeat was a mathematical certainty if he couldn't end it in those first 3 minutes. They brainstormed ideas, but found no opening. Even the coach was at a loss against such an adaptive genius. Jay Ryu lacked a one-hit knockout power or a signature move to close the curtain. His rival was the perfect counter to technical fighters whose movements eventually fall into predictable rhythms. He was a living algorithm, deciphering human habits with robotic accuracy. Jay Ryu's refined skill would be his own undoing, so the coach simply told him to return to the raw basics while they searched for a miracle. Jay Ryu shadowboxed against the ghost of the junior welterweight king, but found every imaginary opening closed. He knew the 4 fundamental strikes he had polished for years, but feared those tools were too simple to halt such a sophisticated predator. In the midst of his struggle, Rock appeared and spoke with Jay Ryu, sensing the boy's inner turmoil. The contender was spiraling toward despair, fearing his lifelong dedication would fail him. Rock saw right through his mask and confessed his own deepest regret, that he lost because he stopped believing in the value of his own sweat and blood. He realized he had betrayed his own journey. He wouldn't have felt this shame if he had just given everything he had. Before departing, Rock asked about those instinctive dodges from their first encounter. Jay Ryu admitted his body had simply reacted, bypassing his mind. It wasn't a fluke of luck. It was the biological payoff of his relentless training. Rock challenged him to ignite every ounce of his spirit in the coming fight, fanning the embers in Jay Ryu's soul. Jay Ryu sprinted back to his mentor, having finally found his internal compass. But the coach was already one step ahead. He had recruited legendary help to sharpen Jay Ryu's edge. As Jay Ryu stepped into the gym, Yuto Takeda and Masaki stood waiting in the shadows. Jay Ryu and Yuto Takeda even shared the exact same humble mannerisms when they bowed. Siha remained a lazy genius, refusing to train, convinced he would easily extinguish Jay Ryu's flame. After weeks of grueling sessions with the world champion, Jay Ryu was pushed to his absolute limit for 2 months, and now the hour has come to reveal his true power. Jay Ryu's coach was stunned by the champion's natural, effortless physique. The man seemed to possess a perfect form without even trying. But when Jay Ryu shed his shirt, the room went silent at the sight of his rippling, stone-carved muscles. He looked like a masterpiece of human effort. Siha offered a hand, feigning sportsmanship. But in that single touch, he was already downloading the secrets of his opponent. The moment of the grand battle has arrived. Jay Ryu reached this peak through sheer, unadulterated willpower, while Siha had already begun picking him apart the very second their palms met. Siha is utterly consumed by boredom, aspiring to challenge the titans of the global arena once this bout concludes. The 2 most formidable warriors square off in the ring. Siha is confident in his triumph, yet he is acutely aware of his own boundaries. He admits he would fall to monsters like Yuto. He understands his precise rank among the elite. The sheer force of Siha. Siha only feels a spark of adrenaline when facing an unpredictable foe, he mused. What surprises Jay Ryu might unveil during their confrontation. The bell rings, and Jay Ryu connects with a startling knockdown. Siha's mentor is stunned to witness such an explosive evolution from the underdog. But the title holder isn't easily toppled and has already regained his footing. The second round commences as Jay Ryu attempts to replicate his opening assault. However, the champion has already deciphered the strategy, yet he still gets caught off guard. Finally, Jay Ryu's time training with Yuto has forged a legendary work ethic. The world's most diligent athlete outclassed him at every turn. Ryu was desperate to bridge the gap with the world champion, using every ounce of his soul. By the second week, Ryu refined his regimen, though he still marveled at Yudo's perfection. The third week offered no reprieve. He struggled to mirror Yudo's relentless tempo. He discovered that precision and grit are inseparable when not a single motion wavered during his drills. The retired legend still hungers for progress, driven by a fire that refuses to die even without a rival. By the fifth week, his limbs felt like leaden weights. He tasted true dread as the sheer mass of his exhaustion seemed to crush him. Ryu surrendered himself to the grueling ordeal Masaki had orchestrated. His entire world narrowed down to the heavy bag swaying before him. He yearned to embody the raw power his father once possessed. In that moment, he shattered his glass ceiling and transformed into a powerhouse. Siha is now trapped in a nightmare against this unyielding, iron-willed challenger. As fatigue sets in, Ryu delivers a crushing blow that sends the champ to the canvas. A single knockdown away, and Ryu will claim the throne. The boy was only 9 when he decided that existence was far too dull to endure. But now he faces a gladiator bringing a visceral challenge to the squared circle. Even Yudo and Masaki arrived to witness the clash. Though the training was brief, his growth is bearing fruit. Labor isn't the only metric of progress. It means abandoning comforts to hunt for excellence. It requires shedding every distraction until life is stripped to its barest essentials. All that sacrifice is then forged into a focal point, yielding breathtaking results. The arena erupts for our hero as he traps the champion under a storm of leather. Round 1 lingers, offering the only window to topple Siha. He pours on the pressure. But then, the tide turned. Siha's adaptation reaches its peak as he negates the challenger's toil with a sliver of raw talent. The brilliant junior welterweight king lands a massive strike as the bell rings, leaving Ryu in peril. Because despite being floored twice already, Siha is poised to introduce him to a new world of pain in the following round. He feels neither bored nor thrilled by his encounter with Ryu. Masaki and Yudo speculate on how this war will resolve. The champion ponders what hidden trap the challenger might still be holding back. Taepong warns his pupil that he will stop the fight if it doesn't end in the next round. The round begins, and Siha completely stifles Ryu's momentum. He delivers a punishing blow that sends Ryu crashing down. But suddenly, Siha realizes he took a devastating hit in that same microsecond. He recognizes that Ryu's plan is to absorb the damage just to swarm him relentlessly. The brawl continues with Ryu mirroring every ounce of agony he receives. He is forcing the match into a brutal test of pure physical endurance. Counter-strikes are notoriously lethal, often paralyzing the body before the mind can process them. That is why Ryu hardened his physique to withstand such a savage battery. He brought the fight to the king after training like a demon to add mass. It was a clash of a natural predator against an ordinary man. Yet even with that new armor, he suffered immense trauma with every exchange. Ryu's footwork began to fail as the damage accumulated. It was his final chance. His sheer will cornered the foe, prompting Siha to strike for the liver. The body's most vulnerable point, a wave of blinding agony washed over him. Yet in that flicker of time, he fired a counter that floored the king. A counter to a counter as both men fought to stay conscious. Ryu launched a strike that nearly cost him his own balance, trying to finish Siha off. Both warriors traded perfect counters, but Ryu absorbed a lethal blow from the champion and fell once more. Images of Ryu Baxash flickered through his fading consciousness. That was the fight where he truly met his match. A wild, unpredictable fighter who defied every conventional stance. Siha mimicked Ryu Baxash's exact evasion as he slipped the punch. Though he staggered back up, Ryu was broken and running on empty. Siha believed the challenger had finally exhausted his arsenal. He hammered Ryu across every inch of the ring, intending to put an end to the spectacle right then and there. But just as the final blow loomed, the round timer expired. Siha urged him to quit for his own safety. Conversely, the blonde fighter remained possessed by the spirit of the match. Taepong pleaded with him to stop, but he refused to yield. Round 3 opened and Siha effortlessly toyed with Ryu's sluggish form. The boy's only asset left was the toughness he forged in school. The minner thought he had lost his mind, but Ryu demanded one more chance. Siha pummeled him while mocking the mundane, colorless nature of life. Heroes and villains are myths for comic books. Miracles are lies. Most people are just prisoners of their birth. Ryu managed a lunge at Siha, who suddenly chose not to evade. In truth, Siha had also reached his breaking point. This gave Ryu the opening he needed. Both men were teetering on the edge, but the climax of the battle had arrived. Ryu had climbed mountains of hardship, giving him the grit to swallow the pain. His rival was a gifted titan, drowning him in a sea of combinations. But the champion overextended, leaving a gap for Ryu's thunderous uppercut. Siha evaded and launched Ryu Bakesen's signature jet counter, but it wasn't enough to extinguish the challenger's flame. Ryu followed through with a final counter and sent Siha into total darkness, as they both collapsed onto the canvas. Both warriors were down in a double knockdown. The official began the count, while Ryu fought his own body to stand tall. The arena roared as he emerged the victor. A new national hero was crowned as Siha experienced the sting of defeat, the very first loss of his professional journey. He assumed he'd fall to a greater talent, but that assumption was entirely flawed. One man fought for a passing thrill, while the other had shattered the limits of his very soul. Undeniably, Ryu earned this triumph. He seizes the junior welterweight crown. The focus now turns to a figure everyone has been eager to witness. It is Ryu Bakesen, stepping back into the light after finishing his time behind bars. He returned to confront his former boss, finished with doing the dirty work for criminals. However, his vision blurred suddenly as he realized they had drugged his meal. Yet, Ryu Bakesen remains a force to be reckoned with, effortlessly dismantling the room full of thugs. The entire pack charged at once, but he systematically crushed every single attacker. After leaving them broken on the floor and teaching those vermin a lesson in respect, he was prepared to end anyone who crossed his path. Ryu Bakesen reflected on the exact moment his destiny began to spiral out of control. He wondered if the decay started with the stinging shame of his first loss, or the very first time he chose to strike another human being. Ryu Bakesen hit the bottom of existence, living as a ghost until Josh noticed him lingering outside his establishment, starving and desperate. He pleaded for a meal before passing out. Josh provided a warm meal and discovered they were actually the same age. He even went so far as to offer Ryu Bakesen a position at the lounge. The offer was flatly rejected, as Ryu Bakesen felt that type of labor was beneath him. His eyes caught Josh's collection of awards, revealing his history as a pugilist. Intrigued, Ryu Bakesen questioned if Josh had ever made a name for himself in the pros. Josh admitted he excelled in local bouts, but noted the global circuit was a terrifyingly different realm. Something ignited within Ryu Bakesen, and he demanded a test of skill. Exasperated, Josh led him to the back alley to settle the dispute with fists. Ryu Bakesen underestimated him, yet his strikes were still blinding. Josh evaded them, but felt the pressure. By chance, the mentor of Jean-Pierre Manuel happened upon them, spotting Ryu Bakesen's raw boxing potential. He exhibited uncanny timing paired with phenomenal reflexes. At the same time, his footwork and rhythm were strangely chaotic. This instability was the lingering ghost of a leg injury that he was forced to suffer through. Seizing the opening, Josh sent him sprawling to the pavement. Josh reminded him that in his prime, he was a far more lethal fighter than he is now. Thinking back to a cold exchange with Kay, Josh confirmed the existence of two Korean prodigies who surpassed him, despite never formally learning the craft. He left the silver-haired youth abandoned in the dirt. Jean-Pierre Manuel stood over him, asking what his soul truly hungered for. Bitter and defensive, the young man simply told him to get lost. Though he looked broken on the ground, Peter offered an olive branch, telling him to seek him out if he wanted a professional career. Regardless of where he fled, the memory of Ryu's rise haunted Ryu Bakesen. The mere thought of you filled him with a visceral dread. And Josh's skill served as a constant reminder of his own flaws. Even Kay had written him off as nothing more than disposable garbage, leaving him feeling more fragile and diminished than ever before. Peter met with Jean and mentioned discovering a diamond in the rough on the streets. Ryu Bakesen eventually followed the trail Peter left. He recalled watching the clash between Yu and Ryu, a moment where the world seemed to stand still. Finally, Ryu Bakesen walked into the gym, declaring his intent to enter the pro circuit. Peter demanded he speak from his very core. Ryu Bakesen finally gave the old mentor an honest answer. However, there would be no handouts or free lessons. After all, Peter was a world-renowned strategist. Still, he offered a compromise, a discount in exchange for working at a nearby diner. Thus, the arrogant youth was sent out to learn the grit and sweat of real labor. The following day, he returned to Josh's establishment, and with genuine humility, asked for a spot in the kitchen. Josh insisted on a sincere apology for his past behavior first. In all his years of arrogance, Ryu Baeksin never imagined he would bow to anyone. But he swallowed his pride and forced out the words of regret. It was a moment of deep shame, yet it brought a strange sense of liberation. He was finally evolving. Ryu Baeksin dove straight into the grind of washing dishes. Secretly, however, he was plotting to eventually dismantle Josh in a future rematch. He cropped his hair short for a clean break, committed to rewriting his story. Upon entering the gym, he came face to face with Jean-Pierre Manuel, a man who had traded blows with the greatest legends on the planet. Ryu Baeksin paid his dues, and Peter initiated him into the world of professional boxing. Ryu Baeksin felt insulted by the basics, believing he had already mastered those movements. He wanted to dive into live sparring, but Peter insisted he was still a complete novice to the sweet science. Ryu Baeksin attempted to flash his signature 1-2, but it looked amateurish against a professional standard. Peter noticed Ryu Baeksin's leg buckled during his attacks. His entire style was compromised by his physical damage. Ryu Baeksin snapped and challenged Jean-Pierre Manuel directly. His bravado wasn't enough to earn him a spot in the ring with a legend like Gene. Instead, Peter set up a bout with a semi-pro to test his mettle. The cocky youth was certain his natural form would secure an easy win. The match opened, and Ryu Baeksin's innate gifts were immediately apparent. He should have dominated, but he found himself being outworked and stifled by an amateur. Peter called a halt to the sparring before the first round concluded. The young man was crushed by his failure, his ego unable to handle losing to a non-professional. In desperation, he shouted that Kay himself had branded him a genius. A heavy silence followed before Jean-Pierre Manuel quietly stepped forward to accept the challenge. He fought with one arm tucked away, offering Ryu Baeksin every possible advantage to win. The fight was decided before the first bell even rang. Ryu Baeksin realized Jean-Pierre was holding back on purpose just to highlight the terrifying gap in their skill. In those few seconds, Ryu Baeksin experienced a hellish intensity until his mind went blank and he lost consciousness. When he came to, Peter delivered the hard truth. His genius was a delusion. Training was futile if he clung to his old, lazy habits. Eventually, however, Ryu Baeksin found his rhythm, sharpened his form, and tasted his first real victory. During his school years, Ryu Baeksin constantly flaunted his natural athleticism, whereas you seemed like a vessel that could master any craft. He possessed a supernatural talent that dwarfed even the most gifted. Ryu Baeksin, while battling Larry, vowed to finally bury his former arrogant self. His only remaining weapon was raw power, so he focused on maintaining that strength throughout the fight. In the professional arena, Ryu Baeksin demolished his opponents, yet his technique remained unpolished for the global stage. Peter gave him a harsh reality check, constantly pointing out the cracks in his armor. They shared a quiet dinner together, and the dream of a quiet, stable life began to feel possible. Ryu Baeksin fulfilled his responsibilities and began to forge meaningful connections with those around him. He began to feel that a normal life suited him, as he was nowhere near the level of the boxing gods. It was becoming clear that the world title was a peak he would never scale. Surprisingly, he was at peace with that. He accepted his role as an ordinary man. The next day, Peter brought significant news. Ryu Baeksin had reached the top rank in the nation, meaning it was time to challenge the world's elite. His first major hurdle was the current Korean king, Jae Ryu, in a rare move. He requested that Josh help him prepare for the battle. He even went so far as to offer him a sincere apology. Later, he stood across from Taepeng and Jae Ryu on the grand stage and discovered that Jae Ryu had never left his old, humble training grounds. He intended to make amends, but Jae Ryu's intense, focused gaze was exactly as he remembered it. Naturally, Jae Ryu's stoic personality remained unchanged, and he flatly refused to take Ryu Baeksin's hand. Utterly dejected, he was determined not to fall behind that young rival. The moment of truth finally arrived. Both warriors entered the spotlight as the arena erupted in a deafening roar. They locked eyes in a fierce, silent confrontation. Peter urged Ryu Baeksin to focus on outpointing his rival rather than hunting for a knockout, given he was facing a titan of endurance. Naturally, that advice was redundant since he had felt that crushing resilience firsthand. Ryu Baeksin lunged at Jae Ryu, only to have his defense instantly shattered. That opening strike sent him crashing to the mat in an instant. The realization hit him like a freight train. This man was on an entirely different level. The blow left him reeling. In his dazed state, he saw Jae Ryu peering down at him with cold indifference. The slaughter continued as Jae Ryu unleashed a relentless barrage. Ryu Baeksin was utterly overwhelmed, realizing his own counters were as harmless as whispers. His rival possessed a frame of iron and such superhuman stamina that he seemed immovable. The person he had belittled for years had now left him in the dust. Round 1 concluded with Ryu asserting absolute mastery over the ring. Yet, he sensed that Ryu Baeksin was still masking a deeper reservoir of power. Peter commanded him to hunker down and drain the champion's energy. The longer the war dragged on, the better his odds. However, playing it safe simply wasn't in Ryu Baeksin's DNA. He loathed the idea of a slow victory and hungered to end the fight in the next frame. The bell rang. A sudden chill raced down Ryu's spine. Ryu Baeksin's gloves found their mark, striking with blistering, supernatural speed. He sought to shatter Ryu's spirit by drowning him in a flood of heavy leather. The intensity was a haunting echo of their very first encounter. Ryu spotted the vulnerability in Ryu Baeksin's injured leg. Yet, he was still caught flush by a vicious undercut. Flashes of his grueling training spurred Ryu forward, and he delivered a soul-crushing body shot. Ryu Baeksin slipped to the canvas, and for a fleeting second, he feared that toppling the Korean king was a fool's errand. Refusing to yield to despair, Ryu Baeksin hauled himself up to confront his grim destiny. Despite a frantic final charge to overwhelm the champion, he was met with a strike so precise it nearly extinguished his consciousness. The contest seemed decided as Ryu pulled ahead in this grueling marathon. His mentor bellowed for him to find his feet, but the fallen warrior was sinking into a dark sea of self-pity. He felt a surge of resentment toward his own failing limb. Then, Peter's voice echoed in his mind. What was the real reason he stepped back into that gym? The truth was simple, an unquenchable, burning passion for the sweet science. Igniting his spirit, Ryu Baeksin stirred and chose to fight as if his life began at that moment. Though his body was screaming from the accumulated trauma, Ryu chose to maintain a cautious, tactical approach. He surged forward, intent on ending the slaughter within 30 seconds. He had to weather a storm of devastating blows during that window. The officials signaled the end of the round, giving Ryu Baeksin a momentary reprieve. Round 3 began with him tucking in tight behind a high guard. His sole focus was to buy time for his battered body to recover. But Ryu had no intention of granting him a second of peace. In a shocking move, Ryu Baeksin initiated a clinch, smothering the champion's rhythm. As the pressure mounted, Ryu Baeksin utilized a second strategic tie-up. Finally, he was prepared to humble himself and follow Peter's tactical blueprint to win. Against all odds, the path to an underdog victory began to materialize. Even with a smarter strategy, he was still taking a horrific beating from Ryu. The smaller fighter was extracting a brutal price for the past. Ryu Baeksin was clinging to awareness, but the gap in their sheer dedication felt insurmountable. Round 3 ended, leaving him without a clear path forward. 3 more grueling rounds vanished as Ryu Baeksin wondered if there was any end to this agony. Peter mocked him, calling him a mere target and suggesting he quit, but Ryu Baeksin flung the coach's own philosophy back at him. He vowed not to leave a single drop of energy in his veins before surrendering. Round 7 opened with Ryu Baeksin feeling a sharp envy toward Ryu, who had forged himself into a legend through endless, agonizing hours of toil. He realized he had squandered his own natural gifts. That kid was just a shadow in the past. He watched Jean-Pierre Manuel and absorbed his grace. He had found his own path to growth. Ryu Baeksin finally connected with a perfect clean strike. In response, the champion fired back with spectacular combinations. Ryu Baeksin was ready to accept the inevitable. He prepared for the loss. Then a miracle occurred. Ryu lost his footing and sustained a debilitating injury. With the champion's vision compromised and his balance shaken, Ryu Baeksin swarmed him. Yet Ryu's response was to strike with even more frantic speed. But the cracks of desperation were beginning to show. The goddess of fate had woven a different ending for this tale. Ryu Baeksin seized a heartbeat of opportunity and landed a devastating counter, dropping the king. Ryu's iron will wouldn't let him stay down. He rose instantly. The war continued, but Ryu Baeksin was now the one dictating the pace. He realized Ryu's sight was so damaged he was fighting in a blur. Life had never been fair, but he didn't want the win to be a hollow gift of chance. Ryu Baeksin unleashed a thunderous hook. The champion's injury became a glaring liability. Ryu Baeksin urged him to yield now that the tide had turned, yet he still absorbed dozens of desperate blows. It reached the point where Ryu was fighting in total darkness, guided only by instinct. Ryu Baeksin was a lifelong loner who claimed he needed no one. Even as a child, he believed the stars revolve around him. That was his old ego, but everything changed in that ring. Ryu was the only soul who truly recognized his worth to settle this ancient debt. Both warriors gathered the last of their strength for a final exchange. They traded simultaneous, bone-shattering blows to the face. Ryu Bakeson was on the verge of physical collapse, but he needed Ryu to see the man he had become. The battle ended abruptly as a comeback win for Ryu Bakeson when the ringside doctor intervened. Ryu Bakeson stood in a daze, barely able to process the victory. He was so overwhelmed he forgot to drop his guard, while Ryu received medical attention. He remained standing on pure, unadulterated grit despite his mangled leg. He realized that his old talent was just a lucky draw. He was officially crowned the champion and finally healed the fractured bond between himself and Ryu. That day, his tears were real, and every word he spoke came from the heart. But Ryu urged the world to applaud the victor and look toward a future of legendary rematches. In the years that followed, they crossed paths frequently on the global stage, and they waited for one final piece of the puzzle to arrive. Ryu Bakeson joked about whether he owed an apology, given he was the one who ended up in intensive care. The old rival was still plotting to topple you with a secret technique. Ryu just shook his head at the madness. And then there was you, walking toward them with a radiant, genuine smile. They shared stories of their journeys and the meaningful lives they had built. Years drifted by, and finally, their epic reached its conclusion. Ryu Bakeson devoted his life to humanitarian work for a non-profit, while Ryu founded his own academy. Josh's lounge became the talk of the town, while John found his calling as a master chef. Kasim, the eternal wanderer, spent his days exploring every corner of the globe, while Jean-Pierre Manuel found his ultimate peace through the strokes of his paintbrush. Yuto Takeda enjoyed a wholesome existence selling fruit alongside Yamaguchi until he peacefully departed in his twilight years. Mako rose to become the president of the boxing union, while his brother launched a Mohawk-themed charity. Victor found his calling as an actor. Meanwhile, Aaron Tide dedicated the remainder of his days to medicine, healing others as a devoted physician. At last, the hero of our tale drew his final breath while cradled in Carmen's loving embrace. They cherished countless memories together, bringing his long journey to a perfect resolution. Far from the life of a monster, you embraced his humanity and departed the world at 84. Carmen remained by his side until the very end. The legendary striker exits the arena as this magnificent saga reaches its ultimate curtain call.